Asura Kingdom, Fitoa region. Outside Buna village, a thick forest spread endlessly, filled with low-level monsters that hunted each other day and night. Today, a tiny blue slime was being chased through the undergrowth. Behind it, a demonic snake slithered forward with bloodshot eyes, its body snapping through bushes like a whip. It hadn't eaten for days, so it chose the weakest prey it could find: a slime. Slimes had almost no nutrition, but at least it would fill the stomach. What confused the demonic snake was one thing: why was this slime running? Low-level slimes didn't have intelligence. They didn't fear death. They just drifted and waited to be eaten. But this one ran like its life depended on it, because inside that slime was a human soul. His name was Jiang Che, a reincarnator from Daxia on Earth. An accident ripped him from his world and threw him into a land of magic and battle aura. If it was transmigration, rebirth, reincarnation, Jiang Che could accept all of it. He even looked forward to it. But reincarnated as a slime, that was the one thing he couldn't accept. Still, even in despair, there was one thing that kept his mind stable: a system. Jiang Che rolled desperately through the grass while shouting in his head, "System, hurry up! Are you bound yet or not?" A cold progress bar appeared before him. 80%, 90%, 99%, Jiang Che almost cried. "Damn it, I'm about to get eaten." 100%, a crisp mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, divine card system successfully bound. Would you like to receive the beginner gift pack?" "Yes, quick, quick." Ding, beginner gift pack issued. Detected host reincarnated as slime. Generating corresponding god card, the demonic snake's mouth opened wider and wider behind him, teeth like daggers, saliva dripping. Then the system voice hit like thunder. "Ding, congratulations, host has obtained divine card. Rimuru Tempest template. Fuse now." Jiang Che's mind exploded. Fuse, ding, first fusion begins. The next second, Jiang Che's slime body suddenly stopped moving. As if time froze, his body hovered in place, suspended midair. The demonic snake's eyes lit up. Food that stopped running was the best kind. It lunged forward and bit down hard. Crack! But instead of slime bursting like jelly, a violent wave of magic power detonated from Jiang Che's body. Boom! The demonic snake was thrown away like a rag doll, smashing into a tree and rolling across the ground. In Jiang Che's mind, the voice of the world erupted nonstop, like a system announcement storm. Confirmation complete. Heat resistance acquired. Confirmation complete. Punch resistance acquired. Physical attack resistance acquired. Confirmation complete. Pain nullification acquired. Confirmation complete. Cold resistance acquired. Heat plus cold combined right arrow temperature change resistance. Confirmation complete. Electric resistance acquired. Paralysis resistance acquired. Unique skill acquired. Predator. Extra skill acquired. Sage. Evolution successful right arrow unique skill. Great Sage. Racial skills acquired. Absorption, dissolution, self-regeneration. Jiang Che's mind was buzzing. There was no true voice of the world in this universe, but the system filled that role perfectly. When the sound finally stopped, Jiang Che felt his body change completely. Something primal awakened inside him. Power, survival, growth. And for the first time since coming here, he stopped running. He slowly turned around. The demonic snake was still dizzy from being blasted away, its body trembling, eyes unfocused. It finally lifted its head again and saw something terrifying. The slime it had chased earlier was charging at it. Fast, way too fast. Jiang Che leaped forward, and his body suddenly stretched like elastic, expanding like bubble gum. His blue body ballooned and wrapped around the demonic snake in one clean motion. The demonic snake thrashed violently, trying to break free. But it was useless. The moment Jiang Che tightened his grip, the snake vanished, swallowed directly into the hidden stomach space of Predator. The forest went quiet. A few seconds later, only a weak, fading scream echoed inside Jiang Che's body as digestion began. The snake's strength, its magic, its essence, all of it became fuel. Jiang Che exhaled in relief. He survived. No, he didn't just survive. He won. He rolled into a hidden spot between rocks and thick bushes, making sure no monsters were nearby, and opened the system screen. The divine card system had one main function: draw cards, once per day. The cards could be anything: daily items, weapons, skills, magic, even bloodlines, races, templates, origins. And the ranks were terrifyingly high. White right arrow, green right arrow, blue right arrow, purple right arrow, orange right arrow, red right arrow, gold right arrow, god right arrow, supreme, 9 levels in total. And his beginner reward? An 8-star god card. Rimuru Tempest template. By fusing it, he could unlock Rimuru's power step by step. Jiang Che had watched that anime in his old life, so he knew what it meant. Rimuru wasn't just strong, he was the type of existence that could rewrite reality itself. But the template was too powerful. To fully fuse it, he needed 8 fusions. Today was only the first. Right now, he only inherited Rimuru's early-stage resistances, passives, and basic strength. The system gave him a cold reminder: the second fusion required time, a long buffer, 1 year. Jiang Che went silent, then he forced himself to calm down. 1 year, I can wait. This forest didn't have terrifying monsters yet, and with Great Sage and Predator, he at least had the ability to protect himself. Most importantly, he could draw cards every single day. His future wasn't hopeless, it was wide open. With that thought, Jiang Che began hunting. Actively, he devoured anything he could find: monsters, beasts, even prey animals. Monsters increased his magic power. Ordinary beasts didn't, but they expanded his mimic options. To improve his hunting efficiency, he used Predator's mimicry and transformed into the demonic snake he had just eaten. With the snake form, he became faster, more lethal, and harder to detect. Day passed quickly. The next day, Jiang Che opened the draw screen with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host drew 1-star white card, training great sword. Jiang Che froze. A sword? I'm a slime? Still, he endured. Third day. Ding! Congratulations, host drew 1-star white card, edgeless sword. Jiang Che's face twitched in silence. Weapons again. And from Genshin too. Fourth day. Finally, ding! Congratulations, host drew 2-star green card, fierce fire. Jiang Che almost jumped. A magic card, and not just any magic, a dark fire-type spell from Harry Potter. Now things were finally getting interesting. From that point on, his days became simple. Hunt, devour, grow, and every morning draw cards. Then on the 12th day, he encountered a monster that made his eyes bright: a brutal orangutan. It was violent, heavy, and terrifying in close combat, but Jiang Che had Predator. He fought it head-on, devoured it completely, and gained its mimic form. For the first time, he could imitate something close to a human body: hands, feet, a humanoid frame. Jiang Che stared at his new form, almost emotional. This meant one thing: he could finally use weapons. And more than that, he could build a home, no more sleeping out in the open like prey. He devoured trees with Predator, and under Great Sage's processing, the wood became clean and usable, as if it had already been cut and shaped. In less than a day, a simple wooden house rose inside the forest. A small, safe nest. A month later, Jiang Che leaned against the wall, feeling helpless. After that lucky 2-star card on day 4, everything else had been 1-star trash. Daily goods, low-level weapons, even things like Coca-Cola and fried chicken. At first, he was furious. Then he discovered something that changed everything. Cards can be exchanged for upgrades. 10 1-star cards could be exchanged for 1 2-star card. 10 2-star cards could be exchanged for 1 3-star card. And so on. Jiang Che stared at that function for a long time, then slowly smiled. So what if he had bad luck? He didn't need luck, he only needed time. In this forest, a slime had started climbing toward godhood, and this was only the beginning. Day after day, month after month, a full year passed in the blink of an eye. During that year, Jiang Che became the true ruler of the forest. Every monster, every wild beast, every hidden predator that once ruled the shadows was either devoured by him or forced to flee. His mimic list exploded into the hundreds. Now he wasn't just stronger, he was terrifyingly flexible. In battle, Jiang Che could stack multiple mimics at once. Even when he transformed into the brutal orangutan, he could still imitate other traits like a pair of black wicked crow wings spreading from his back, a heavy, muscular ape body with flight. His combat power shot up instantly, and the forest monsters had no chance to resist. At the same time, his daily card draws never stopped. In 1 year, he drew 365 cards. But reality was cruel. 362 were 1-star. Only 3 were 2-star. The 3 2-star cards were Fierce Fire Dance of the Sky Poison Resistance. After fusing Rimuru's template, Jiang Che gained many resistances, but poison resistance was missing. So this card perfectly filled the gap. As for Dance of the Sky, it was the Wukong technique from Dragon Ball, a flight skill with insane growth potential. The stronger the user became, the faster the flight. With this skill, Jiang Che wouldn't need to copy wings anymore. He could fly purely through power. A clean upgrade. He used all 3 2-star cards immediately, then continued hoarding the 1-star cards, waiting to exchange and upgrade later. And finally, the day he had been waiting for arrived. Jiang Che checked today's card draw, his heart beating faster. It's been 1 year. I can finally fuse the Rimuru template for the second time. Excitement surged through him, but just as he was about to start, a sudden sword light ripped through the air like a flash of lightning. Slash, his wooden cabin exploded. The roof shattered, the walls collapsed, and wood splinters sprayed everywhere. Jiang Che reacted instantly, raising a defense, but he was still hit. His body ripped open and his slime core trembled from the impact. For a moment, pain spread like burning acid. Then his racial skill activated. Self-regeneration. The wounds sealed rapidly, and the damaged body recovered almost immediately. Jiang Che burst out from the ruins, landing on the ground with a heavy splash. His eyes narrowed. Standing in front of him were several humans. At the very front was a young, handsome man holding a huge sword, his stance sharp and aggressive. The one who destroyed the cabin was him. The man stared in disbelief. A slime? He clearly didn't expect his target to be this. This man was Paul Greyrat, captain of Buena Village's guard team. His job was normally simple: patrol the area, drive away monsters, keep the villagers safe. But in the past year, something strange happened. The nearby forest kept experiencing violent monster riots. At first it was small. Then it grew bigger and bigger. Monsters and beasts stampeded out of the forest as if they were terrified of something inside. They trampled farmland, destroyed crops, and caused the village huge losses. Paul had led the guards into the forest multiple times to investigate. But the forest was too large, and every search ended in failure. Until today. Today, they finally found the source. And yet, it was a slime. Not only did it radiate powerful magic, it had even built a wooden cabin and was living like a person. It didn't make sense. It was too abnormal. Meanwhile, Jiang Che had no idea about any monster riot. To him, it was simple. He hunted. He devoured. He grew. He didn't even understand why these humans suddenly attacked him. Because his mind was still human, he chose to speak first. Trying to avoid conflict, he asked, "Who are you? Why did you destroy my wooden house?" Because he once devoured a bat, he could mimic organs that created sound waves. Speaking wasn't difficult anymore. But unfortunately, this world didn't speak his language. The guards didn't understand a single word. Paul's eyes widened. A slime that could talk, that alone proved one thing: this thing was no ordinary monster. Paul tightened his grip on the sword. He turned slightly and warned the guards behind him. "This slime is weird. Stay alert and protect yourselves." Then he stepped forward and swung his blade straight at Jiang Che. Slash! Jiang Che's temper exploded, destroyed his house, injured him, and now trying to kill him, that crossed the line. "You want to die?" Jiang Che didn't hesitate. His body swelled, muscles expanding like a monster awakening. In a heartbeat, he transformed into a brutal orangutan. At the same time, he pulled out his training sword. Everyone froze. A slime turning into a brutal orangutan was already impossible. But weapons too? What kind of monster was this? Jiang Che charged forward, sword swinging down like an executioner. Paul raised his sword to block. Bang! The clash shook the air. A powerful shockwave blasted outward. Both men were pushed back, their hands trembling. Paul's palms split open from the force. His jaw shook and blood seeped from his lip. Even Jiang Che's hand was damaged from the recoil, but in the next breath, his wounds healed again. Self-regeneration. Paul's eyes tightened. This thing, it was completely unfair. Jiang Che attacked again without stopping. Paul didn't dare take it head-on. He dodged sideways in a panic, but Jiang Che's left arm suddenly turned back into slime. It stretched like rubber, shooting forward like a whip, and it grabbed Paul around the torso. Paul's eyes widened. Too fast, too sudden, Jiang Che's voice dropped like a death sentence. Predator. The slime arm expanded instantly, swallowing Paul in a single violent motion. Everything happened within seconds. The guards didn't even have time to react. "Captain!" The remaining guards screamed in horror. They watched their leader get devoured alive, and their courage shattered. They turned and ran. Jiang Che didn't chase them. Right now, he had only one thing to do: digest the human he had swallowed. Inside his body, Great Sage activated at full speed. The digestion completed unbelievably fast. Then the system notifications exploded in his mind. Analysis complete. Acquired swordsmanship, sword god style. Acquired swordsmanship, water god style. Acquired swordsmanship, north god style. At the same time, Great Sage delivered something even more important: memories. A flood of memories entered Jiang Che's mind, clean and organized. And in those memories, Jiang Che learned the language of this world. He learned the names, the places, the people. Then his heart sank. This world was Mushoku Tensei, and the man he just devoured was Paul Greyrat, the father of Rudius Greyrat. Jiang Che went silent for a moment. Then he rubbed his head like he had a headache. "I swallowed him, I can't spit him out." "And who told him to attack first?" He sighed. What was done was done. Overthinking wouldn't change anything. Now he needed a plan. Jiang Che found a safer location deeper in the forest, stabilized his body, and opened the system. "System, can I fuse again now?" Ding, yes. Jiang Che's eyes sharpened. Then do it. Ding, fusion begins. The next message hit him like a bomb. Ding, you will be named by the storm dragon and become a named monster. Please choose your name. Jiang Che paused. If he was going to live in this world, if he already accidentally devoured Paul, then he might as well take Paul's identity completely. He chose without hesitation. Paul Tempest. Ding, naming successful. Blessing received. Storm crest. Then another message appeared, even heavier. Ding. Obtained, storm dragon sealed by infinite prison. Jiang Che's breathing slowed. His mind went blank. Storm dragon, infinite prison? That name, that existence, his eyes narrowed sharply. Veldora. In that moment, Jiang Che realized something. His second fusion had opened a door far bigger than he expected. And from now on, this world was going to change completely.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After the fusion was completed, Jiang Che felt that his strength had become dozens of times stronger. No, I should be called Paul now. After becoming a named monster, the living body seems to have evolved. Not only has the overall strength become stronger, but the magic power has also doubled. The most important thing is that there is a sealed storm dragon in the stomach bag space. This storm dragon exudes magic power all the time, which is then digested and absorbed by itself. It's like carrying a power bank with you, and it has unlimited power. This storm dragon is a pet that comes with the template God card. It is mainly used in conjunction with the future dragon seed nucleation skill, so this storm dragon does not have any thoughts. That's fine, you can control it 100%. The next integration will take another 3 years. It's been a while, and there's no need to stay in the forest any longer. Now that I can mimic human form, it's time to go out and take a look. Mimicry, transformation. The next moment, the slime's body was infinitely stretched and enlarged, and then turned into a human form, gradually turning into Paul's appearance. Use water manipulation to form a water mirror in front of you. With his short brown hair and young and handsome face, he seemed to be what Paul looked like when he was 15 or 16 years old. Too young. Just like when Rimuru swallowed Shizu for the first time, although he could imitate Shizu's appearance, it was still the way Shizu looked when he was a child. As Rimuru's strength grows and he evolves again and again, his body shape will gradually recover to be almost the same as Shizu's. Paul didn't think much about it. If he was asked by acquaintances after going out, he would say that he had an adventure and accidentally drank a magic potion, and then he became younger. In the magical world, anything is possible. Exiting the forest is Buena village in Fatoya territory. At this time, many villagers were standing at the entrance of the forest, and the escaped guards were telling the villagers about the situation inside. A beautiful young woman with beige hair was stunned when she heard that Paul was devoured by a monster. Then he rolled his eyes and fainted. Cenis? The villagers were shocked, and several female villagers quickly supported her. Some male villagers also wanted to help, but they were stared back by the female villagers. Paul is dead, and his young and beautiful wife Cenis, who would have no idea. However, there are only a few people with evil intentions, and most people are worried about monsters. There have been so many monster riots. Without Paul, who would be responsible for the security of the village in the future, just when everyone was sighing, a figure walked out of the forest. Paul, a villager suddenly exclaimed. At this time, everyone looked towards the figure. It is indeed Paul, but why does he look younger? Captain? When the guards saw this, they also exclaimed in surprise. They clearly saw the captain being devoured. Why did he come back to life again? It's me. Paul nodded without saying much. Captain, how did you escape? One of the guards couldn't help but ask. After I was swallowed by the monster, I attacked it from the inside, cut open its stomach, and came out. Paul explained simply. Is the monster dead? Someone asked again. Well, dead. Paul nodded and gave everyone a reassuring look. Very good. Everyone cheered. Not only did Paul come back alive, but the root cause of the monster riot was also solved. The cheers were so loud that they woke up Cenis, who was in a coma. When she saw Paul, she could no longer control her tears and flew directly into his arms. Paul was slightly startled and then comforted him a little unaccustomedly. Do you really want to be Prime Minister Cow? No, after reincarnating into a slime, I became asexual. Even if you transform into a human being, your gender cannot be restored. If you want to restore your male body, you need the Great Sage to evolve into the psychic core. Before that, everything was nonsense. The monster danger was dealt with and the villagers quickly dispersed. After Paul comforted Cenis for a while, he took her home. On the way back, Cenis kept staring at Paul. Is there something on my face? Paul couldn't help asking. No, Cenis shook her head. Then why do you keep looking at me? Paul continued to pretend to be confused. Why did you suddenly become younger? Cenis stopped and asked seriously and puzzled. I found an undigested potion in the monster's belly. After I took it, my strength increased greatly. Could it be because of the potion? Paul said, pretending to guess. There is actually such a magic potion in the world. Cenis looked shocked and envious after hearing this. Women over 20 are obsessed with becoming younger and taking care of themselves in a way that ordinary people cannot understand. That monster must have swallowed the magic potion in the forest. I will help you look for it next time. Paul said to Cenis, pretending to be affectionate. My dear, you are so good to me. Cenis jumped up happily, then put her arms around Paul's neck and kissed him hard. Even though Paul was talking nonsense now, his heart still beat hard. There is no denying that Cenis is really beautiful. If he were still a man, the dead Paul would definitely be green. When Paul returned home, he saw his and Cenis's son, Rudius. He was born not long ago and has not yet reached his first birthday. However, when he thought that this boy was reincarnated as a child, he felt very uncomfortable, but he didn't show it. After all, this kid seemed to be less than a year old, but in fact lived the soul of a greasy uncle. Because he had been bullied, he was very sensitive to other people's eyes. In addition to his cheap son, there is also a maid Lilia in the family. When Lilia saw Paul, she was stunned. The younger Paul reminded her of the time when they were still brother and sister. After reacting, Lilia asked with some confusion, "What's going on?" Cenis showed an envious expression again and then explained to Lilia. After understanding the cause and effect, Lilia was extremely envious. The magic potion that can make people younger, no woman can resist its temptation. Paul didn't want to dwell on this issue and went directly to the kitchen to find something to eat. Since being reincarnated as a slime, I haven't eaten human food for a long time. Now that he had a human form and regained his 5 senses, he immediately wanted to satisfy his appetite. However, when he came to the kitchen, he showed a disappointed expression. Is brown bread the only food in this world? It's also cold and hard. How do you eat it? Honey, are you hungry? Sea-Nice came in and asked. Not hungry. Paul smiled and shook his head. You have to eat something even if you're not hungry. The bread is already cold. Lilia and I will heat it up again. Sea-Nice said and called Lilia to get busy together. Paul sighed, completely losing his appetite. Suddenly, he thought that he had many 1-star white cards for food. I had no sense of taste before, so those cards kept accumulating and becoming useless. Paul left the kitchen and went to a more private place outside, and then took out all the 1-star white cards. Looking through them all, there are a total of 27 food-related pictures. He picked out a fried chicken card and a Coke card and used them. The card turned into golden light and disappeared, and then a piece of fried chicken and a can of ice Coke appeared in his hand. Marvelous! Paul smiled and started eating. I have to say that the fried chicken and Coke produced by the system is delicious. After a crazy meal, all that was left was a pile of packaging garbage. Just as he was about to dispose of the trash, the bags and cans disappeared. The system is awesome, perfect score for environmental protection. Paul praised him and returned to the house. After some time, Sea-Nice and Lilia prepared dinner. In addition to the heated brown bread, there was a turkey and 3 pasta dishes. Of course, there is no Italy in this world, so pasta has different names. Paul ate a little of everything. Brown bread is too rough and tastes bad. The turkey meat is too bad and tastes bad. The pasta has a good texture and is delicious with tomato sauce. After eating, Sea-Nice and Lilia cleared the table and dishes. Paul sat and rested for a while, then came outside the house and practiced swordsmanship in the yard. The sword he used was still Paul's original sword. The quality of this sword is good, much better than my training sword and edgeless sword, and its appearance is in line with my aesthetics. After analyzing the original Paul, the great sage acquired the 3 great sword skills: Sword God Style, Water God Style, North God Style. All swordsmen in this world practice these 3 major swordsmanship schools. Most people would choose one kind of intensive training, but the original Paul was very talented. He was a fellow practitioner of the 3 major swordsmanship schools, and he had all reached advanced levels. The comprehensive combat power has even reached the holy level. There are 2 types of cultivation systems in this world, fighting spirit and magic. However, whether it is fighting spirit or magic, the strength levels are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, holy level, king level, emperor level, and god level. Saint level is already a very powerful existence. You must know that Paul was only 20 years old. The swordsmanship of the 3 major schools is not a secret in this world, and every swordsman has his own way to practice it. But if you want to practice well, you need talent. Paul doesn't know if he has talent, but it doesn't matter even if he doesn't have talent, because there are great sages who can cheat. He asked the great sage to demonstrate the swordsmanship and then give feedback to him. In the courtyard, Paul's swordsmanship continued to improve with the great sage's constant feedback. An hour later, Sword God Style, Water God Style, and North God Style all entered the saint level. Of course, it's just swordsmanship that reaches the holy level. Paul's true strength should be equivalent to the king level in this world. If you include Rimuru's abnormal skills, the emperor level can also compete head-on. After practicing the sword, Lilia came out and called Paul, saying that the hot water was boiled and he could take a bath. As a slime, Paul's body is free of sweat and dirt, and he won't sweat even if he transforms into a human form. But taking a bath is a kind of enjoyment, and you can take a bath even if you are not dirty. When he came to the bathroom, he took off his clothes and sat in the barrel. Comfortable. I took a closer look at my current body and found that it looked very good. Regardless of body shape or body proportions, everything is perfect. He is also very handsome in appearance. The only flaw is that there is no younger brother below. I really hope that the template god card can be fused as soon as possible so that I can regain my male body. When he thought of Cenes and Lilia, he felt a little restless. Put your head in the water and calm down. At night, Paul and Cenes sleep in the same bed. Smelling the body fragrance of the beautiful woman next to me, my heart became even more restless. Suddenly, Cenes hugged him from behind. "My dear, I want it," Cenes said softly with a blushing face. "I'm too tired today and I feel a little unmotivated. Let's rest first." Paul took away Cenes's hand and pretended to fall asleep. Cenes was stunned. "Have you been rejected?" The next day, the sun shines brightly. Paul got up early in the morning, practiced his sword skills for a while, then had some breakfast, went to the village chief, and resigned from his position as guard captain. People in the guard team were very worried when they learned that Paul had resigned. In the past, Paul took the lead in driving away monsters around the village. Now that he has resigned, who can be the captain? The most important thing is that it was difficult for them to persuade Paul. After all, Paul experienced a life-and-death disaster just yesterday and finally managed to save his life from the monster's belly. Everyone should understand. The village chief had no choice but to go to the guilds in nearby towns to issue quests, hoping that strong adventurers would be willing to come here to serve as guard captains. Paul returned home and told Cenes about his resignation as captain of the guard. Cenes agreed very much. When she heard the news of Paul's death yesterday, the despair made her feel like a knife, and she never wanted to experience it again. Paul resigned as guard captain, of course not because he was afraid of fighting monsters. He just didn't want to wake up early and go on patrol every day. It was too much trouble. It's just that without your job as guard captain, our family will have no income. Cenes showed a hint of sadness again. There are many ways to make money, leave it to me. Paul gave her a confident look. I have read many articles about farming in my previous life, and with sufficient knowledge reserves, coupled with the assistance of great sages, it is still very simple to create something advanced. Yeah, Cenes nodded believingly. After lunch, Paul went to a nearby town and bought a lot of fat meat and suet. After returning home, he cut the fat and suet into small pieces and then began to boil the fat. Cenes and Lilia looked on, puzzled. Taking advantage of the break to boil the oil, Paul got some straw and firewood and burned them in the yard. Firewood is very expensive. It's such a waste for you to burn it like this, Cenes said reproachfully. Don't worry, these plant ashes are the treasure. Paul gave her a reassuring look. Cenes wanted to say something else, but finally held back. His son Rudy, who is also a reincarnation, is also very curious. Although he is a modern person, he was a hikikomori in his previous life and has little knowledge reserve, so he cannot understand it for a while. After the meat oil was boiled, Paul used the predator to extract the sodium hydroxide from the plant ash and added it to the water. The temperature of the sodium hydroxide water begins to increase rapidly. When the temperature of the water and oil drops to 45 degrees, mix the two together and stir continuously. The more you stir, the thicker it becomes. When it is as thick as yogurt, pour it into a mold and wait for it to cool and harden. When Paul took the formed soap out of the mold, Rudy was stunned. Soap, this is soap. Dad is also a reincarnation. If he knew that his son was a reincarnated person, would he be silenced? For a moment, Rudy was terrified. Paul had already observed the change in Rudy's expression and just smiled slightly. He is not afraid that the secret of the reincarnated person will be known, because there is more than one reincarnated person in this world. Although the 7-star Shizuka who was summoned was not a reincarnator, she was also a time traveler who was summoned. In addition to this, there is also the future Aikido Shinohara. For Paul, the only core secret is the system, and nothing else is a secret. Let Rudy know that he is also a reincarnation, and maybe this kid will take the initiative to leave this home for his own safety. Cenes and Lilia looked at the soap in their hands, puzzled. Dear, what is this? Cenes couldn't help but ask first. Soap is used for cleaning. It can not only be used for washing hands, but also for washing hair, bathing, and even washing clothes. After Paul finished speaking, he asked them to try it. The two women looked at each other, then got their hands dirty and washed them with soap. Soon, foam appeared in the hands. The oil stains and stains are washed away with clean water along with the foam, and your hands don't feel greasy at all. This feels great. It's amazing. This thing called soap is so amazing, Sini said excitedly. Yes, with this thing, it will be much more convenient to wash clothes in the future. Lilia also nodded in agreement. How much do you think this thing can be sold for? Paul asked the two women with a smile. The two women were speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer. After all, it was their first time seeing soap, so they naturally didn't know how to price it. But judging from the manufacturing cost, it shouldn't be too expensive. The only difficulty is extracting sodium hydroxide from plant ash. Seeing that the two women couldn't answer, Paul changed the subject and said, "While it's still early, let's help together. Let's do more." The two women nodded in agreement, and then the three of them began to get busy. The afternoon passed quickly, and the sky became dark. The three finally turned all the fat and suet into soap, and the containers at home were filled with oil residue. These oil residues are a good thing. They can not only be eaten as snacks, but can also be used for cooking. During dinner, Paul took out some oil residue, fried it again, then sprinkled it with salt and mixed it. "Can this be eaten?" Sini said with a look of disgust. She is very demanding about her figure, and the last thing she wants to eat is greasy food. "You should be able to eat it, right?" Lilia was also unsure. Paul ignored the two of them, grabbed one and threw it into his mouth, then chewed it. Seeing this, the two women couldn't help but swallowed and then started eating. "Hey, it's really delicious," Sini said in surprise. Lilia was also extremely surprised. She looked at Paul as if she didn't recognize him. When did this philandering man become skilled in this field? After dinner, Paul continued to practice swordsmanship in the yard. With the help of the great sage, his swordsmanship is growing every day. At night, Sinai's wanted it again. This scared Paul so much that he planned to sleep in separate rooms. So addicted, he also wants to relieve Sinai's itching, but it's a pity that he can't satisfy her yet. In the end, she could only refuse to agree to Sinai's because she was too tired. This left Sinai's confused. How did this pervert change his gender? In fact, not only Sinai's was confused, but Lilia next door was also confused, because she hadn't heard any sound in the past 2 days. The next day, without the guard captain's job, Paul didn't get up until 9:30 and didn't even eat breakfast. After washing up and practicing sword skills in the yard, it was already noon. After lunch, he planned to take the soap to a nearby town to sell it. As a result, Sinai's took her job away and she planned to sell it herself. To this, Paul agreed immediately. He is the most troublesome. Now he doesn't have to sell it himself, which is great. Sinai's took Lilia with her and headed to the nearest town. They rented a temporary stall on the street and started selling soap. There are many pedestrians coming and going on the street, but no one knows about soap, so naturally no one buys it. This caused Sinai's, who was originally a little excited, to be poured cold water on her. Seeing this, Lilia also sighed. None of them knew how to do business and failed the first time. In the evening, return home. Paul is still practicing swordsmanship in the yard. It is estimated that it won't be long before, with the help of the great sage, his swordsmanship will reach the king level. When he saw the two women coming back, he stopped practicing his sword and asked, "How was the soap sales?" Not a single piece was sold. Sinai's looked frustrated and aggrieved, as if she was about to cry. Paul hurriedly went up to hug and comforted. "If it's not sold, it's not sold. I'll take you there tomorrow and I'll make sure everything is sold out." "Really?" Sinai's didn't believe it. "I promise." Paul made a vow gesture. "Okay, then I believe you. Let's go again tomorrow." Sinai's nodded seriously, as if she was competing with selling soap. After a night's rest, Paul took Sinai's to the town yesterday. He rented a stall, which was still the same as yesterday. "How did you sell it yesterday?" Paul asked Sinai's. "Just put the soap on the stall," Sinai's replied. "Hey, have you forgotten that this is the first time soap has appeared and people don't know it or its uses? How are you going to sell it?" Paul slapped his forehead and was speechless. "I see, then what should we do?" Sinai's seemed to have figured out something, her eyes flashing with light. "Of course it's for advertising. Let others know the purpose of soap first. After Paul answered, he got some water and opened a piece of soap. He first soiled his hands, then took out soap and began to wash them. This way, people passing by can see what the soap does. Sure enough, when people saw the cleaning power of soap, they were all attracted. "Boss, what are you selling?" a woman asked. "This is called soap. It's for cleaning. You can wash your hands, hair, bathe, and wash clothes. It can clean even dirty things for you." Paul started bragging mode. Advertising is to exaggerate the effect so as to attract people to buy. As he explained, he also took out a piece of used soap for guests to test on their own. Then every customer who completed the test chose to purchase. No way, the cleaning power of soap is too strong. Suddenly, more and more people are buying. Sinai, who was standing aside, was once again stunned. "My husband, since when did he become so good at doing business?" On the way back from town, Sinai happily counted the money over and over again. In the past, she had no idea about money. Just buy a book and it's worth several gold coins. But after leaving the family and becoming a woman, I realized that life cannot be separated from money. Now that I'm making money, I'm so happy. Paul still looked down upon the small amount of money he could get from selling soap. Because he knew that Rimuru had a skill called material creation, which allowed him to use magic power to create any material he wanted out of thin air. With this skill, you can create unlimited gold and then let the great sage process it into Asra gold coins. By then, what else needs to be done? How much money do you want? Just create it. As for whether it will cause inflation, sorry, it's none of my business. After returning home, Sinai couldn't wait to call Lilia to share today's deeds. Paul returned to the bedroom and started drawing cards today. "I took Sinai to sell soap early this morning and almost forgot about drawing cards." System, draw a card. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the 3-star blue card, the general's nose. Paul was slightly startled and almost didn't react. Samsung blue card? Let me go. Does this mean that the character has accumulated to a certain level and started to explode? He eagerly took out the card and checked what it was. However, after reading it, he was stunned. The nose of this general is actually the thing in the previous Korean drama, The Birth of a Macho Man. The main plot is that a drought-stricken woman who lacks a man complains to the statue of a general that no man can satisfy her, and she smashes the nose of the statue after getting drunk. Then this nose became an artifact. As long as a woman touches it, a group of strong men will appear out of thin air to satisfy her. Because the nose could not be destroyed, an onmyoji put it into a wine jar and buried it under the statue of the general. Years later, the wine jar was dug up by a stunted man. He drank the wine inside, and then the dead wood regenerated. What was originally a stunted little thing has grown into a giant. In the end, even all the women in the village combined could not satisfy him. This nose is simply what every man dreams of. "I'm a sexless slime. What's the use of giving this to me? Can it help me regain my male body?" Paul smiled bitterly and said with some disappointment. Notice that by analyzing this object, asexual slimes can evolve into sexual slimes. At this time, the voice of the great sage sounded in Paul's mind. Really? Paul didn't believe it. You must know that Rimuru was unable to recover his gender, even after evolving into the Demon King. He could not recover his gender until the Sanity Core appeared later. It's a pity that Sanity Core, Seal, is unwilling to restore him in order to monopolize the Cute King. Information: this object contains special energy, and successful analysis can restore male characteristics. The great sage confirmed again. Then swallow the analysis. Paul didn't waste any time and just used the predator to devour the general's nose. The next time is to wait for the results. Day after day, Paul would make some soap every day, and then give it to Sinai and Lilia to sell. Because of his guidance, the two women have learned how to do business, and he doesn't have to go there himself. As his family's economic conditions improved, he began to enjoy rural life. In addition to practicing swordsmanship and drawing cards every day, I also plant vegetables in a vegetable garden near my home. There are many vegetables in this world from previous lives, and there are also many vegetables that were not available in previous lives. Paul planted some vegetables that everyone liked to eat based on his, Sinai's, and Lilia's tastes. In addition to vegetables, he also planted some grapes that would later be used to make wine. In this way, 2 years passed. On this day, the great sage finally succeeded in analyzing the general's nose. The speed is too slow. If it were replaced by the king of wisdom, it would probably be able to successfully parse it in 1 second. Information, the special energy in the general's nose has been successfully analyzed. Is it fused and absorbed? Yes. Paul made a decisive choice. Sinai and Lilia went out to sell soap, and Rudy stayed in the storage room all day practicing magic, so he was not afraid of being discovered. Start fusion. The next moment, Paul changed from human form to slime, and his consciousness fell into a coma. Immediately afterwards, red light burst out from his blue-white body. With the fusion of special energy, the originally blue-white body also began to transform into red, like a flame. When Paul regained consciousness, he immediately used magic perception to switch perspectives and observe his own changes. At this glance, he realized something was wrong. He changed from a blue slime to a red slime. It used to look like a water ball, but now it looks like a fireball. Mimicry, transformation. The next moment, he used mimicry to transform into human form. It's still Paul's appearance, but he looks more masculine and handsome. His originally brown hair and green pupils all turned into a flame-like red. The tear mole under the left eye has disappeared, so he looks more masculine. The appearance of someone who was originally 15 or 16 years old seems to have grown up and is fixed at the age of 18. The facial features are more refined than before, as if God himself had carefully carved them. Paired with a knife-like face, he is so handsome. Paul was very handsome before, but he looks even more handsome now. The most important thing is that he is full of masculinity and his whole person is like the sun. After seeing the external changes, Paul checked to see if there had been any recovery below. He unbuttoned his trousers and took a look, his eyes showing excitement. Finally recovered. Not only did he regain his male body, he was also a magical weapon. This shape, this size, just perfect. It's great, Sinai finally doesn't have to be a widow anymore. Paul looked forward to it a little. He had thought before that if he could not regain his male body, wouldn't his future daughters Nolan and Aisha disappear? It's okay now, my daughter doesn't have to disappear anymore. In addition to the above changes, Paul also discovered that after fusing the special energy of the general's nose, his own magic power also increased. For monsters, magic is life force. This time the magic power increased a lot, making him feel extremely comfortable from the inside out. In the evening, Sinai and Lilia came back from selling soap. Paul had already prepared dinner and was waiting for the two women. He was in a good mood today, so he cooked a lot of delicious food. Not only did I make huxia dumplings, but I also made Japanese tempura and Tianjin rice. After seeing this scene, Rudy was even more sure that his father was the reincarnation. I'm just not sure which country he is reincarnated from. I know how to cook huxia and Japanese food. I am either a huxia or a youngster. Did you cook all this food? Sinai looked at Paul in shock. I have known him for so many years, but I didn't know that he had such good cooking skills. Paul knew what Sinai was thinking, so he lied. Yes, I have nothing to do at home recently, so I learned cooking skills. I've never seen these foods before. Are they really edible? Lilia questioned. Of course you can eat it. It's all food from the Wanglong Kingdom. Paul assured the two women. The Wanglong Kingdom in this world is similar to the ancient Daxia in the previous life, with some Japanese wind mixed in. This can be used as an excuse to explain clearly. Seeing this, the two women couldn't help but taste it. After selling soap for a day, they only had some dry food for lunch, and now they are very hungry. Moreover, the food Paul cooked was full of color, flavor, and taste, and looked delicious. Sinai took a bite of the dumplings, her eyes immediately narrowed, and then she showed a happy expression. This is too delicious, Paul explained to her. This is a dumpling. The fillings are wrapped in dough and boiled in boiling water. So cooking can still be like this. Sinai felt as if the door to a new world had been opened. Of course, and the fillings of the dumplings can be changed according to your own taste. In addition to boiling, they can also be steamed or fried. Paul continued. After hearing this, Sinais looked at Paul with eyes full of admiration and said, "My dear, you are really amazing." Seeing his wife's adoring eyes, Paul was also a little carried away. This feeling was so refreshing. Lilia on the side ate some tempura and Tianjin rice and was also amazed. These foods are really delicious. Compared with the brown bread, oatmeal, and turkey I ate before, they were simply too unpalatable. Everyone enjoyed this dinner very happily. After dinner, Paul went to practice swordsmanship for a while as usual. Lilia was responsible for clearing the table and dishes and then boiling water for everyone to take a bath. Sinais makes soap and will sell it tomorrow. She has already learned the manufacturing process. As for the material sodium hydroxide, Paul has already extracted a lot of it from plant ash. Just take some when using it. Everyone was busy, and it wasn't until after 9 o'clock in the evening that everyone washed up and went to bed. Master bedroom, bed. Paul smelled the faint fragrance of his wife beside him and couldn't help but hug her. Sinais's body trembled slightly, her eyes showing excitement. Paul hadn't touched her in more than 2 years. Ever since he came back from death last time, she felt that Paul had changed. People have become younger, their personalities have changed, and their style of doing things is different from before. The most important thing is that from that time on, he stopped touching himself. Sinais once wondered if her husband had been replaced, but she didn't dare to think about it. She was afraid that if her guess was true, would the real Paul be dead? It was precisely because of this that her thinking became somewhat self-deceptive. She firmly believed that Paul was not dead and that the man in front of her was her husband. "Honey, let's give Rudy a brother or sister." Paul hugged Sinais from behind and whispered in her ear with the corner of his mouth. I think so too," Sinais said with a blushing face. The two of them looked at each other, and their eyes were full of each other. That night, Lilia next door heard a familiar voice again. The next day, Sinais slept in and woke up late. It was really tiring after a night. There is no way Paul today is no longer the Paul before. With the slime racial skill, infinite regeneration, he can last indefinitely. This puzzled Sinais. Paul could only use the last potion as an excuse, saying that he had health problems after taking the potion, so he didn't touch her. Until yesterday, the potion was finally digested. In the following days, the two of them were happy every day. However, this was very painful for Lilia, who had difficulty falling asleep every night. She is also a normal woman. She also has ideas about gymnastics. In the next period of time, Paul used the excuse of digesting the potion to gradually show his changes to Sinais and Lilia. For example, the hair and pupils turned red, and the tear stain under the left eye disappeared. He did not show all these changes at once, but showed them a little bit every once in a while, allowing the two women to slowly accept them. This morning, Paul was practicing his sword in the yard. He was shirtless, revealing his perfect muscle lines, which made all the women passing by in the village look excited. When Sinais saw this, not only was she not angry, but she was very proud. "Look, this perfect man is my husband." Bang. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the second floor, and then Paul and Sinais saw a huge water ball break through the wall of their home and fly into the distant sky. The water stains sprinkled along the way, like rain, turned into a beautiful rainbow in the sky. When Paul saw this, he knew it was Rudy's work. This kid is 3 years old this year. According to the plot, it is time for his magic talent to be discovered. When everyone arrived on the second floor, they saw Rudy, who was at a loss. "Rudy, are you okay?" Sinais walked forward and asked with a worried look on her face. Paul also pretended not to know what was going on and looked around to see if there was any monster attacking. At this time, Sinais discovered the magic book on the ground. She immediately smiled, looked at Rudy and asked, "Rudy, you didn't read out what was written in this book, did you?" Rudy was frightened by his mother's smile and did not dare to answer for a while. He doesn't know much about this world and is afraid that he will be interrogated as a heretic and then burned at the stake. At this moment, his mind was running rapidly. However, under Sinais's long gaze, she finally said, "I'm sorry." If you don't deny it, you admit it. He chose to trust his parents because parents would not harm their children. "Ah, great," My dear, did you hear that? Our child is a magic genius. Cenes jumped up happily and excitedly. The current Paul is no longer the original Paul, so naturally he will not argue with Cenes about whether Rudy should learn magic or swordsmanship. So he also echoed the praise and said, "As expected of my son, let's hire a magic teacher for Rudy right now." Cenes took Paul's hand and said, "Okay, I'll leave this to you." Paul nodded in agreement. He is also looking forward to the magic teacher Luo Kixi, who will appear next. "My dear, you are so good." Cenes couldn't help but kiss Paul. Seeing this, Lilia's eyes were full of envy. If nothing else, the accident happened. Perhaps it was because of his arrival that the plot changed. The next day, Cenes invited a tutor to teach magic, but it was not Luo Kixi. Paul didn't care about this, but it hurt Rudy. If he hadn't met Luo Kixi, could Rudy's magic talent be fully developed? Can it still grow into the 7 major powers in the future? Most importantly, can he overcome the psychological shadow caused by being bullied in his previous life? Everything is unknown. Paul even wondered if it was humans and gods who were playing tricks to prevent Rudy from meeting Luo Kixi. After all, their future daughter Lala Greylat will be an important member of the team that will conquer humans and gods in the future. Of course, all this is just his guess. Jobless Reincarnation originally had several plot lines with different developments, but there were only 2 plot lines involving Rudy. The first is the young Rudy shown in the anime, and the other is the old Rudy. The plot line I am in must be one of these 2. So, has his arrival also caused changes in the future? Humans and gods can see the future, so can they see their own future? For a time, Paul thought of many questions. But he didn't care, because as long as he was strong enough, all problems would no longer be a problem. When you completely integrate the Rimuru template, you will be like a creation god. When the time comes, let alone the dragon god and the human god, even the creator god who created this hexahedral world can be crushed by himself. Although the family magic teacher Cenes hired for Rudy was not Luo Kixi, he was still a very capable person. She looks to be in her early 30s and is an outstanding-looking woman. When the other party was teaching Rudy magic, Paul would also eavesdrop and learn from time to time. He is still very interested in the magic of this world. With the help of the great sage, his magic talent is even higher than Rudy's, and he can learn everything in one go. The magic in the jobless reincarnation world is mainly divided into attack magic, summoning magic, healing magic, detoxification magic, barrier magic, and divine strike magic. Among them, enchantment magic and divine strike magic are monopolized by the Holy Kingdom of Millies. The University of Magic is only allowed to teach elementary magic after reaching a certain agreement with the Holy Kingdom of Millies. However, the chanting books for advanced healing and detoxification magic are all banned, protected by the Holy Kingdom of Millies. Magic levels are the same as fighting spirit, and they are divided into primary level, intermediate level, advanced level, holy level, king level, emperor level, and god level. Magic that seems to have a complete system actually has many flaws. For example, in singing, there are no auxiliary skills such as parallel chanting and high-speed divine word in this world. This causes the magician to need protection when chanting and releasing magic. Once interrupted, he cannot release the magic. There is also attack magic, which only has the 4 elements of water, fire, wind, and earth. However, there are 9 elements in nature: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Why not try to control the other 5 elements? And summoning magic, what can it summon? With the joint efforts of Kixing Shizuka and Rudy, this magic gradually became something that could summon items from another world. The magic system of this world has long been in a bottleneck period. There are obviously many problems, but they cannot be solved. Coupled with the blockade of high-level magic by the Holy Kingdom of Millies, many talents are unable to access high-level magic. How can we break the bottleneck if we remain stagnant? This also leads to the fact that magicians of the same level cannot defeat swordsmen who practice fighting spirit. In the original work, it was because of Rudy that the magic of this world was perfected. Paul naturally has no time to help the world perfect magic, so he should leave this matter to Rudy. Now he just wants to become stronger and enjoy life. As for magic, if you can learn it, and if you can't, it's okay. Once the Rimuru template is completely integrated, he will have no shortage of magic. Rimuru doesn't have much, except for skills and magic. On this day, Paul was watering vegetables in the vegetable garden. Suddenly, I heard Sinai's complaining voice coming from home. Because there have been more rainy days recently, and the air is very humid, all the bowls, plates, and cups at home have become moldy. There are no ceramics in this world. Bowls, plates, cups, spoons, etc. used by ordinary people are all made of wood. As for nobles, they are made of copper or silver. After Paul finished watering, he saw Sinai's and Lilia cleaning them. He couldn't help but said, "Throw away all these, they won't be used if they become moldy." Having lived in a technologically advanced world in his previous life, he knew that mold could not be cleaned. If you use moldy things for a long time, you can easily get sick. Ordinary mold is fine, but if it is aflatoxin, it may cause cancer. The healing magic in this world only works by accelerating cell regeneration and cannot kill cancer cells. If you use healing magic to treat cancer, it may even help the cancer cells spread. It's a pity to lose it. It can still be used for washing, and replacing a set of tableware is too expensive. Sinai said with some reluctance. Although she has made a lot of money selling soap in the past 2 years, she is still used to living a frugal life. "You don't have to buy tableware, I'll make a set that will never get moldy." Paul said to her with a smile, "It will never get moldy, do you want to make it out of metal?" Sinai's instantly showed a pained expression. "Metal tableware is so expensive that even if you make it yourself, it will cost a lot of money. It's not metal, it's ceramic." Paul explained to her helplessly. "What is ceramics?" Sinai's looked confused. "You'll know when you see her." Paul winked at her and pretended to be mysterious. Sinai's didn't ask again because she thought of the changes in Paul in the past 2 years. Make soap, cook all kinds of food you haven't eaten before, and grow some vegetables you haven't seen before in the vegetable garden. Maybe we'll see something strange again today. Sinai's and Lilia were very obedient and did not wash them again. They took all the moldy wooden tableware to the kitchen to use as firewood. As for Paul, he was out looking for clay. Ceramics are divided into 2 types, earthenware and porcelain. Rather than making rough pottery, he wanted to make fine porcelain. But firing porcelain requires kaolin, which is a non-metallic mineral that is clay and clay rock mainly composed of kaolinite clay minerals. Because it is white and delicate, it is also called dolomitic soil. Paul walked around the village and used magic sense to look for it, but couldn't find it. In desperation, he could only synthesize it based on the chemical formula of kaolin, and then swallow the required elemental materials from the earth. Fortunately, the knowledge reserve is sufficient, otherwise even if there is a great sage and a predator, they will not be able to combine them without knowing the formula. In addition to kaolin, glaze is also needed. There is no such thing, so it needs to be synthesized. Once the ingredients are ready, Paul swallows them directly into the stomach pouch space. As for the later steps of kneading the kaolin into porcelain cups, coating them with glaze, and finally firing them in the kiln, these steps can be left to the great sage. She will automatically complete it in the stomach pouch space, so she doesn't have to worry about it. You only need to prepare the raw materials, and the great sage can create everything. When you learn the material creation skill in the future, you won't even need to prepare raw materials. In less than a minute, the ceramics were ready. This time I burned a whole set of tableware. There were 3 types of bowls and plates, large, medium, and small. There were about a dozen of each type. In addition, some mugs were burned so that we no longer need to drink from wooden cups. As for cutlery, he made some knives, forks, and chopsticks out of metal. Sinai's and Lilia don't know how to use chopsticks, but they can use them themselves. Compared with knives and forks, chopsticks are more flexible and easier to use. If you have time in the future, you can teach Sinai's and Lilia to use chopsticks. As for that kid Rudy, he must have been able to use chopsticks since he was a kid in his previous life. When Paul brought the ceramic bowl and plate to Sinai's and Lilia, the 2 women's eyes were attracted. This snow-white and smooth bowl and plate is simply like a work of art, much cleaner than wooden dishes. Not only that, it's easier to clean. My dear, is this the ceramic you are talking about? Ceres asked curiously, holding a disc in her hand. Yes, do you like it? Paul nodded and asked. I like it so much. Ceres couldn't put it down and touched the plate in her hand. Not only Ceres, but Lilia as well. Silently doing this for a while, touching that for a while, just like stroking a baby. Rudy was no longer surprised because he was certain that his father was also a reincarnated person. There's just one strange thing. Ceramics require a kiln to be fired. Dad didn't build a kiln, so how did he make ceramics? Could it be that he has special abilities? Paul didn't know what Rudy was thinking, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Although he would not target Rudy, he could not really love Rudy as a son. He thought that after waiting a few more years, he would kick this kid out when he grew up and let him make his own way. That evening, Ceres used the ceramic dishes. Rudy's teacher also saw ceramics for the first time and exclaimed that this was the most beautiful piece of art she had ever seen. It was such a waste to use it to hold food, and it was disrespectful to art. At night, Paul and Ceres had another hearty night in the room and then fell asleep hugging each other. The next day, the sun shines brightly. When Paul opened his eyes, he saw Ceres curled up in his arms like a kitten. After this period of watering, Ceres looked more and more beautiful, like a ripe peach. Paul woke her up, and after the two got up and went downstairs, they saw the magic teacher with a pair of dark circles under his eyes. Apparently, she hadn't slept much last night. The teacher looked at Paul and Ceres with resentful eyes, making both of them feel embarrassed. After breakfast, Paul practiced his sword skills in the yard. However, the village chief came and brought a magician with him. He is short in stature, wearing a black wizard hat, a black and white dress, short boots, and a brown windbreaker. Her long blue hair was braided into 2 braids and hung on the back of her head, and she held a staff as tall as her height. Isn't this Luo Kixie? She has exquisite facial features and outstanding appearance, but she is a bit short and looks like a 14 or 15-year-old girl. But Paul knew that her real age was 37. Legal lowly. Village chief, who is this? Paul asked, pretending not to recognize him. The old village chief coughed twice and then introduced. This is Luo Kishi Migludia, the captain of the newly hired guard team I hired. Following the village chief's introduction, Luo Kixie also stood up and said to Paul, Hello, my name is Paul. Paul nodded. He did not introduce his last name. Due to the fusion of the Rimuru template, he was named by the storm dragon and became a named monster. His last name must be Tempest. The real Paul's surname is Greylat. Since it is different, there is no need to introduce it to save attention. At this time, the village chief spoke again. Paul, you used to be the captain of the guard team. You were responsible for taking care of Luo Kixie for a few days and teaching her some things to pay attention to. No problem, leave it to me. Paul nodded and accepted the task. In the 2 years since he was no longer the guard captain, the village had changed its guard captain twice. The adventurers who all come to the guild to receive quests have some strength. Unfortunately, life in the countryside was boring for them, and they left after a short time. It must be a coincidence that Luo Kixie was invited this time. According to the original plot, Luo Kixie during this time period should have just left Lanoa Magic University. She studied at the Magic University for 4 years, studying magic assiduously. She learned the water saint level magic Thunder Cumulonimbus from her master Jinnahs. After that, she felt that she had mastered magic. She was young and arrogant and contradicted her master, and then she became unhappy with him. And farewell. Later, he went south to the Fatoa territory, and in order to find a job, he accepted the job of becoming Rudy's family magic teacher. However, due to the butterfly effect he brought about, Rudy's magic teacher became someone else. Then Luo Kixie, who was looking for a job, failed to find a job as a teacher, so he changed to a job as a guard captain. One more thing, Luo Kixie came to our village for the first time. She currently has no place to live, so I plan to ask the whole village to help build her a house. The address should be near your home. The village chief continued. It just so happens that I'm also planning to demolish the house and rebuild it, just in time. Paul immediately agreed. His house is cold in winter and hot in summer, and the lighting is not good. It is dark everywhere. He has long wanted to rebuild it. It's just that Sinis has been reluctant, saying it was a waste of money. This time, while I was building a house for Luo Kixi, I also rebuilt it myself. Okay, I'll inform the other villages, and you two will get familiar with each other. The village chief said and left. Paul watched the village chief leave, turned to Luo Kixi and asked, "Miss Luo Kixi, do you have a place to live tonight?" Luo Kixi shook her head and then said, "Mr. Paul, you don't have to be so polite, just call me Luo Kixi." "Then you're welcome, just call me Paul," Paul said with a smile. Luo Kixi nodded and said, "Okay." Paul continued, "It will take some time to build a house. Since you have no place to live, just live in my house during this period. I also have a wife, a maid, and a magic teacher at home, so you don't have to worry about anything else. Would it be too intrusive?" Luo Kixi hesitated. "No, it's more lively when there are more people," Paul said nonchalantly. "Okay, thank you." Luo Kixi finally agreed. "You're welcome. After all, you have to protect the safety of our entire village." Paul smiled slightly. When he returned home, he introduced Luo Kixi to everyone. The Senni's girls all expressed their welcome, especially after learning that Luo Kixi was also a magician. Sini's and Rudy's teachers' eyes lit up, and they looked at Luo Kixi kindly. At noon, in order to welcome Luo Kixi's arrival, Paul made a lot of delicious food. Luo Kixi was also surprised to see Huxia and Japanese food for the first time. These dishes are so delicious that you can't help but salivate. There are also plates for serving vegetables, which are as white and smooth as white jade. This is too luxurious. Everyone showed strange expressions when they saw Luo Kixi's expression. They all saw their former selves in Luo Kixi. Every time Paul came up with something new, they were always surprised. In the afternoon, Paul took Luo Kixi around the village, and then told her the work of the security captain and what she needed to pay attention to. Luo Kixi heard it very authentically and was obviously very interested in this job. After Paul's introduction, he asked Luo Kixi to walk around the village by herself to familiarize herself with the terrain. He returned home and packed out the storage room. There were not many rooms in the house. There was one room for me and Sinai's, one for Rudy, one for Lilia, and one for the magic teacher. There were no extra rooms left. Now we can only clear out the storage room and give it to Luo Kixi temporarily. But after cleaning up the storage room, Paul discovered that there was no bed. If you go to town to buy it, it will cost a lot of money, and Sinai's will probably be unhappy again. In desperation, Paul could only build one himself. He invited Luo Kixi to his home, so he couldn't let her sleep on the floor. There were many trees in the village, but Paul did not touch them. Instead, he went to the woods outside the village and cut down several large trees. The wood of these large trees is very strong, and there are no hollows or stutters inside, making them very suitable for homes. He didn't do it himself. He swallowed it all into the stomach bag space, and then handed it over to the great sage for processing. In less than a minute, the wooden raw materials were added into pieces of brand new furniture. Double room, bedside table, storage cabinet, wardrobe, bookshelf, desk, chair, all available. After taking these things home and arranging them in the storage room, it immediately becomes a cozy little bedroom. Rudy will have no place to practice magic in the future, Paul said to himself with a smile. The storage room was originally where Rudy stayed every day. In addition to learning magic from the magic teacher, he practiced magic here every day. Now that there is no room at home, we have no choice but to go outside. I hope it can help him overcome his psychological barriers and get out of the house. In the evening, Sinai's and Lilia returned. Today they only sold soap for one afternoon, but they still made a lot of money. After all, soap is a consumable product and will be used up soon. And as word of mouth spreads, more and more people know about soap. After the two women returned, they saw the changes in the storage room at home. They knew this was for Luo Kixi to live in, but where did the furniture come from? Judging from the color, everything is new. Sinai's found Paul, who was practicing swordsmanship in the yard, and asked for leave. Paul said he cut down some trees and built it randomly. You can also do carpentry. Sinai's once again refreshed her understanding of her husband. Is carpentry difficult? Paul asked rhetorically. Well, Sinai said no more. When she came back from town today, she and Lilia brought back a lot of ingredients and planned to show off their skills tonight. Now that there is one more person in the family, there is more food to eat. But Luo Kixi would not eat for free. The village chief had already paid for her. This money will be deducted from her security captain's salary in the future. After dinner, Luo Kixi watched the magic teacher teaching Rudy and couldn't help the teacher's soul in his heart, so he ran over to watch. Lilia cleared the table, washed dishes, and boiled water. Sinai's makes soap. Only Paul, like an uncle, sat back and enjoyed it. After resting for a while, he left the house and planned to take a walk after dinner. Wandering around the village, he took out the cards he had accumulated. In more than 2 years, another 745 cards have been accumulated. Including those accumulated in the past, there are now a total of 1103 cards. There are 1098 1-star cards, 3 2-star cards, and 1 3-star card. The 2-star cards are Yin Hong All Night, Sword Heart Clear, I Fight and I Am. Samsung card, The End of the Wolf. Yin Hong is the skin of Diluc in Genshin Impact. She has a black outfit, black boots, black gloves, and a red turtleneck jacket. She is very handsome. Paul now also has red hair and red eyes, which is somewhat similar to Diluc. When he puts on his bright red skin and ties his red hair into a high ponytail, he looks so handsome. Coincidentally, Wolf's End is also a weapon in Genshin Impact, a black and red sword, which perfectly matches Yin Hong's final night. Except for skins and weapons, the remaining 2 2-star cards are all skills. Sword Heart is transparent. The skills of using swordsmanship have reached a state of complementarity. The sharpness attribute of any sword-shaped weapon is increased, the understanding of swordsmanship is improved, and the power of releasing swordsmanship is increased. I am fighting, I am here. When the battle continues, you will temporarily have the ability to develop governing power. When the battle continues, you will temporarily have the ability to develop Jing Healing. When the battle continues, all skills will be strengthened. The attribute settings are all very abnormal. Paul did not hesitate and used all the 2-star and 3-star cards. Weapons and skins are stored in the stomach pouch space first, so there is no need to put them on display now. After walking around for a few times, it was getting late. Back home, the girls had all rested. Paul took a bath in hot water and then went to rest. As soon as she got into bed, Sinais hugged her. Sinais, wait a minute, Paul stopped. What's wrong? Sinais asked in confusion. Paul pretended to go out to get something, but he actually took out a 1-star card. This 1-star card is a set of sexy underwear and matching black, white, and fleshy stockings. I didn't pay much attention to 1-star cards in the past. I just wanted to accumulate them and exchange them for high-level cards. Then, when I was sorting out the cards tonight, I discovered a lot of interesting things. Back in the room, Sinais looked at the clothes in his hand in confusion and asked, "What are these?" "I'll teach you how to wear clothes," Paul said with a smile. Then, under his guidance, Sinais changed into her clothes and stockings. For a moment, Paul was stunned. I have to say, Sinais is really beautiful. Not only does she have a good face, but her figure is also perfect. Without further ado, let's start tonight's exercise. There was constant noise in the room, which also caused Lilia, Luo Kixi, and the magic teacher to lose sleep. Early the next morning, the village chief came with a large group of villagers to build a house for Luo Kixi. Paul also wanted to build a new house, and it happened to be started at the same time. The villagers built Luo Kixi's house for free, but Paul needed to pay wages for their help in building the house. Originally, Luo Kixi just wanted to build a small wooden house that could be lived in, but Paul suggested that the houses be built together. He also took out a construction drawing, which showed a set of 3 Heiyuan courtyards. The 3 rows of houses are in a concave shape. As long as a wall is built directly in front, a large enclosed yard can be enclosed. No one here has ever seen a Sanhaiyuan, but from the drawings, it can be imagined that it is very beautiful. To this, Luo Kixi agreed without hesitation. After everything is ready, construction begins. Paul first asked people to renovate the old house, and then just use the old house as the basis and build 2 more houses next to it. Sanhaiyuan does not necessarily have to be Huxia style. the house is still built in the style of this world. During the construction process, Paul worked even more personally to ensure a comfortable future stay. With the concerted efforts of everyone, the Sanhayuan was built in just 1 month. Based on the old house, a row of houses extends out on both sides, connected together like a concave character. Then build a wall in front, and you will have a perfect 3 courtyards. As a result, there are many more rooms in the house. Luo Kixi and the magic teacher moved to the right wing, while Lilia and Rudy were tied to the left wing. Paul and Sinai still live in the original old house, which is the main house. The main house has been renovated and renovated, so it looks like a newly built house. On the day the house was built, a feast was held together. A bonfire was built in the center of the yard, around which people could eat, drink, and chat, feeling comfortable and happy. On this day, the magic teacher is teaching Rudy magic. She asked Rudy to release the magic, and Rudy released it without chanting. This scene happened to be seen by Luo Kixi, who came back from get off work. The work of the guards is not very heavy. They mainly patrol the village regularly every day. If you find a monster, kill it or drive it away. Luo Kixi came back from work today and saw a scene that shocked her. Rudy released the magic without chanting. The magic teacher had known about it for a long time, so he didn't make a fuss. But this was the first time I saw Luo Kixi. She came to Rudy excitedly and asked, "Did you not sing just now?" Rudy didn't know why, but nodded anyway. Luo Kixi fell into silence, but her heart was in turmoil. As a saint-level magician, she had studied in the Magic Academy for 4 years. She thought she was a master of magic, but she had never heard of magic being released without chanting. "Can you do it again?" Luo Kixi begged. "Yeah." Rudy nodded and then did it again. This time he released an intermediate water magic, water cannon. Without any chanting, a huge water ball was formed in front of his hand and then shot towards the sky. A giant water balloon streaked across the sky, forming a rainbow. "How did you do it?" Luo Kixi asked excitedly. Rudy explained it to her, and Luo Kixi tried to follow it. Unfortunately, it was not successful. At this time, the magic teacher on the side said, "No need to try, it is impossible to succeed because I have tried countless times." Looking at the frustrated expression on the magic teacher's face, Luo Kixi knew that what she said was true. But Luo Kixi was unwilling to give up. She was still very confident in her magic talent. At this time, Paul, who was practicing swordplay on the side, stopped and said, "Is it difficult to sing without chanting?" "Of course, among the magicians I have seen so far, only Rudy can do it." The magic teacher nodded. Luo Kixi also echoed, "I have never heard of chantless singing before." "Is that so?" Paul pretended to question, then raised his hand to the sky and said, "Water cannon." The next moment, a huge water ball formed and the system was several times larger than Rudy's. Then it shot out with a bang and even caused a sonic boom during the flight. Seeing this scene, not only Luo Kixi and the magic teacher were stunned, but also Rudy. "Damn it, Daddy is cheating," Rudy shouted with envy in his heart. As a reincarnated person, Dad is not only powerful with swordsmanship, but can also create various things from his previous life. As for myself, I only have some talent in magic. It's okay now, my talent in magic has also been crushed by my father. This one is really enviable. Yes, Paul did cheat, and it was not a cheat. If the system is a big one, then the Rimuru template is a small one. The main reason why he didn't need to chant was because he was a great sage. The great sage has 5 major abilities: thinking acceleration, analysis and identification, parallel calculation, chanting and breaking, and all things. Thinking acceleration. Increase perception, reaction, and thinking speed to 1,000 times. Analysis and identification. Analyze the object and conduct identification. Parallel calculation. You can perform calculations by separating the things you want to analyze from your thoughts, and you can also link the predator to calculate together. Chanting of abandonment. When using skills such as magic, there is no need to chant spells. Encompassing everything, to capture the unshielded phenomena of this world. Not to mention the Rimuru template, even if the Great Sage is listed separately, it is still a failure. Luo Kixi recovered from the shock and asked numbly, "How did you father and son do it?" Is this okay without hands? Paul asked. Luo Kixi and the magic teacher fell silent after hearing this. Autistic, looking at the two of them, Paul stopped teasing them and continued practicing his sword. Along with this period of practice, there is also feedback from the great sage. He felt that his swordsmanship was about to break through again. The most important thing is that with the help of sword heart transparency, every time you practice swordsmanship, you can enter a selfless state of emptiness and tranquility, and the whole thing seems to be integrated with the sword, and the sword and man are one. As he became more proficient in swordsmanship, Paul swung his sword faster and faster. Gradually, he was no longer constrained by moves. Every move appears randomly, but these moves can be connected smoothly. After a while, he finally broke through. Sword God style, Water God style, and North God style have all reached the king level. Of course, swordsmanship does not mean strength. Paul's current strength is enough to rival the emperor level. If you use Rimuru's skills, crushing the emperor is not a problem. As for the god level, it's still a little short of that. By the third fusion, it should be able to match the god level. However, there are also strengths and weaknesses in the god level. For example, the top 3 of the 7 powers can crush the bottom 4. Beyond this, there is a true god. For example, existences such as dragon gods and human gods. Although the dragon god is also among the 7 great powers, his true strength has already surpassed the 7 great powers and can crush them all. Paul wants to reach the level of dragon god and human god, or at least become the awakened demon king. Time passes, and 1 year passes. During this year, Cenes and Lilia went to the town every day to sell soap, and have made a lot of money for their family. In terms of Asrag gold coins alone, my family has more than 300 coins saved, and I have complete financial freedom. In the following days, Paul told them that there was no need to sell every day, and they could sell once a week. In addition to economics, Rudy also made rapid progress under the guidance of his magic teacher and Luo Kixi. He can now use advanced magic. Such terrifying magic talents made the magic teacher and Luo Kixi even more autistic. On this day, Cenes and Lilia went out to sell soap, and Luo Kixi also went out to patrol around the village. As for Rudy, he was taken outside by the magic teacher to teach large-scale magic. Paul is the only one left in the family, and he plans to start the 3rd integration. The 3-year buffer time has passed. I don't know how much the strength can be improved through this fusion. System, start the 3rd fusion. Ding, start merging. Information, the unique skill Predator was activated, and the Water Ice Demon Spear was successfully captured, and the analysis was successful. Information, the unique skill Predator was activated and successfully preyed on Izawa Shizue. Analysis completed, obtain the Mimic Shizue Izawa, and obtain the skills of Shizue Izawa. Mutant, Pyrotechnics. Information, the unique skill Predator was activated and successfully preyed on Ifrit. The analysis is successful, and Ifrit's special skills are obtained. Flame, Clone Technique, Range Barrier, Fire Spirit Magic, Pyrolysis Prison Explosion Formation. Notice that the unique skill Predator's Mimicry and the additional skills Pyrotechnics and Pyrotechnics can all be integrated through mutants. Are they integrated? Yes. Information, Flame, Fire Manipulation, and Water Manipulation have disappeared due to integration, and new skills Black Flame and Molecular Manipulation have been obtained. Information, Thermal Change Resistance, has evolved into Thermal Change Invalid. During the fusion, Paul's consciousness fell into a deep sleep, but the voice of the world played by the system and the voice of the great sage continued to sound. Not only did he gain more skills from the cute King Rimuru, but these skills were also integrated by the great sage. In the past, skills could not be integrated, but with mutants, skills can be split infinitely and then combined into new skills. The Black Flame skill was synthesized. Although it lost the 3 skills of evolution, pyrotechnics and water manipulation, it gained a more powerful molecular manipulation. This is a skill that can even manipulate molecules. Not to mention water and fire, other metal, wood, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness can be manipulated. There is no element in the entire periodic table that cannot be manipulated. The terrifying thing about this skill is that it can even molecule a pig and then recombine the molecules to turn into other species. When Paul woke up, he found that his slime body had not changed much. Still red, like a fireball. In addition to Paul, there is another human form that can be mimicked, and I don't know if it was because of Jing's influence that Paul's appearance became more handsome. It used to be too masculine, but now it's more feminine but not girly. It's just the right amount of strength, perfect. In addition to external changes, there is an increase in strength. The magic power has increased several times compared to before, and there are also more skills. Among these skills, there is also the most important, mutant. Then there is another high-level fire elf in the stomach pouch space, Ifrit. Like Storm Dragon, he is a product of the system and has no mind of his own. During combat, you can act as a pet and summon it to assist in combat. This fusion is equivalent to the stage where Rimuru swallowed Shizu and Ifrit. The next fusion will probably be the stage of swallowing the pig-headed emperor. Can the system generate an attribute panel based on my current strength? Ding, yes. The next moment, the attribute interface appeared in front of Paul. It was like a projection, but only he could see it. Name, Paul Tempest S*X, male age, 22 years old, race, slime. Protection, Crest of the Storm swordsmanship. Sword God style king, water god style king, Hokugami style king magic, water ball, water cannon, fireball, fierce fire, flame magic, flame explosion array, water ice magic gun innate skills. Absorption, self-regeneration, dissolution unique skills. Great Sage, Predator, Mutant. Additional skills. Sticky Wire, Steel Wire, Blood-Sucking, Black Thunder, Black Flame, Dance in the Air, Clone, Ultrasonic, Super Smell, Shadow Movement, Sword Heart Transparency. I am fighting. I am here, Molecular Manipulation, Magic Perception, Heat Source Perception, Range Enchantment. Common skills. Dance in the Sky, Thought Web, Coercion, Full Body Armor, Poison Breath, Paralysis Breath Special Resistances. Pain Invalidation, Corrosion Invalidation, Poison Resistance, Electric Current Resistance, Paralysis Resistance, Heat Change Invalidation, Physical Attack Resistance Stomach Space. Storm Dragon, Fire Spirit. Equipment owned. Edgeless Sword, Training Great Sword, Paul's Sword, Wolf's End, Yin Hong's End of the Night. Very powerful, very powerful. There are so many skills that even Paul himself is dazzled. I can only say that he is worthy of Rimuru. He secretly estimated his current strength. Without the use of skills, he should be at the Emperor level. If you use some abnormal skills, you can rival or even kill a god. But there is still some gap between existences like Dragon God and Human God. The next integration will take another 5 years. The transfer occurred when Rudy was 10 years old and Rudy is now 4. 5 years later, it will be 9 years old. It's been a while. If you can become the Demon King before the transfer event, you don't have to worry about being involved. But looking at the current progress, if you want to become the Demon King, you will probably be in the 5th fusion. The 4th integration will take 5 years. How many years will it take for the 5th integration? When he thought of this, Paul couldn't help but sigh. If you can't resist the transfer, you can only leave the Fatoa territory in advance. He didn't want his family members to be transported to different parts of the world and then spend years searching for them one by one. In the evening, when the girls came back, Paul had already prepared dinner. Today my strength has improved and I am in a good mood, so I cook for myself. The girls looked at Paul with strange eyes. Has this guy become handsome again? After all the food was served, just when everyone was about to start eating, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. It's already been this long, who else is coming? Sini said puzzledly. Lilia and the girls all shook their heads, expressing that they didn't know. I'll open the door. Paul stood up and shouted, Here he comes. The door was opened, and a beautiful elf with long blonde hair stood outside. Dressed like a sexy female warrior, she also wore a long sword at her waist. The delicate and beautiful face immediately lit up with joy after seeing Paul, and then she hugged Paul. Paul was frightened by the sudden move of the elf girl in front of him and hurriedly broke away and said, Girl, what are you doing? The elf girl was pushed away and asked with a bit of resentment in her eyes, Don't you recognize me? Should we get to know each other? Paul's head was full of questions. The elf girl looked at Paul and said again, My name is Elena Ligi. It's you, Paul remembered. This girl was the teammate of the deceased Paul. They were all members of the adventurer team, Black Wolf's Fang. But it's not right. Her current appearance has changed a lot, and she is far different from the dead Paul. How did she recognize him at a glance? Elena Ligi seemed to see what Paul was thinking and continued. I know you are thinking why I recognized you all of a sudden. In fact, I know that the real Paul is dead, and the person I am looking for is you. Hearing this, Paul's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He stared at the other person and asked, How did you know about this? Elena Ligi smiled slightly, as if she didn't believe that Paul would do something to her, but she still replied, You told me yourself. No way, don't play tricks. Paul grabbed the other person's neck with one hand. Are you going to cruelly kill your own woman? Elena Ligi had no fear in her eyes. My woman? Paul was stunned again. He had read the original work and knew that Elena Ligi was a busboy, and it was impossible for him to want such a woman. I'll tell you the reason. Let go first. Elena Ligi suddenly said. Paul glanced at her, chose to believe it, and let go of her hand. Elena Ligi touched her neck and then told everything. The more Paul listened, the more surprised he became, and finally he understood it completely. It turns out that he traveled to the past and rescued Elena Ligi, who was trapped in the labyrinth magic crystal, and at the same time eliminated her curse. He lived with her for a long time before leaving. Before leaving, he told her that if she wanted to meet again, she would have to wait until Ankylosaurus 411 came to Buena Village. Traveling through time, Paul cannot do it now. This can only be achieved by completely integrating the Rimuru template and unlocking the magical skill, God of the Void. In other words, he will travel through time and space in the future to save Elena Ligi. So you don't have a curse now, so you won't want that man when you meet him? Paul asked in surprise. What are you thinking about? I am already your woman, how could I still do something like that? Elena Ligi glared at Paul unhappily. No, if you haven't done that kind of thing, then how did roles come about? Paul immediately discovered the loophole, and his eyes became evil. Roltz is Elena Rai's son. If Elena Rise hadn't had a relationship with another man, there wouldn't have been Roltz. But now Rolls lives in this village, and he has a daughter named Sylphiette. This shows that Elena Ligi is lying, and she is deceiving herself. Rawls is the son of Elena Ligi in this time and space, but I am not the Elena Ligi in this time and space. Elena Ligi explained again. What do you mean? Paul asked. You saved me, which is equivalent to changing history, but the history that has already happened will not change, so a parallel world can only be born and develop towards a different history. Elena Ligi explained again. Now Paul understood that the Elena Ligi in front of him came from a parallel world. Then, how did you cross the parallel world and come here? Where is Elena Ligi in this world? Paul became even more curious. Of course you brought me here. You sent Elena Ligi from this world to my world, which is equivalent to me and her being exchanged. I have been living in the demon continent all these years, and I have been waiting until now to come here. You, Elena Ligi said, her eyes becoming resentful again. That's it, everything is clear. After figuring out the cause and effect, Paul took a deep breath and said, I can accept you and let you live here, but you can't let Sinai's know about our relationship. I know, as long as I can be with you. Elena Ligi suddenly showed a charming smile, then hugged Paul and kissed him. Paul was a little heated by her enthusiasm. He really wanted to find a place to press her down and K her hard. I have to say that Elena Ligi is really beautiful. Regardless of appearance or figure, everything is perfect. Now her plot has been changed again, she is no longer a bus, and her only shortcoming is gone. By the way, has your memory recovered? Paul suddenly thought of something and asked. Elena Rise in the original novel was actually named Ristina, and she was Laplace's maid many years ago. Later, he was trapped in the magic crystal in the Baywu labyrinth until he was rescued by the Ankylosaurus King's friends. However, she was still infected with an unknown curse, which required her to have S*X with a man every few days, and she could not remember any memories before she was trapped in the crystal. Later, I met Paul and formed the Black Wolf Fang adventure team. If he saved her, would he help her regain her memory? Yes, recovered. Elena Ligi nodded. Then you still come to me and don't want to be loyal to Laplace. Paul said tentatively. The former Ristina is dead, and now there is only Elena Ligi. Elena Ligi looked at Paul affectionately and said, Okay, I understand. Paul was also moved by her eyes. According to the plot of the novel, Ristina should be the one who replenishes the mana of the dragon god. She has used a lot of magic since she was a child, and she can't control it. Laplace found her and transformed her, but unfortunately she was split into a demon god and a technology god before the transformation was completed. Since the other party now claims that she is his woman, even if Laplace comes back to ask for someone, or the dragon god comes to ask for someone, Paul will beat them away. However, when Paul was thinking about these things, Elena Ligi suddenly asked, Do you think it is better to call me Ristina or Elena Ligi? Ristina, Paul replied without thinking. After all, this is her real name, and 4 words are easier to pronounce than 5. Well, from now on my name will be Ristina, Ristina said with a smile. Seeing this, Paul didn't say much. She can be called whatever she likes, it's just a name. However, at this moment, Sinai's and the other girls all came out of the house because there was no movement when Paul opened the door for too long. When Sinai saw Ristina, she ran forward in surprise, grabbed her by the arm and said, Elena Ligi, it's really you. Ristina hugged Sinai's cordially and said, Long time no see, but my name is no longer Elena Ligi. You have to call me Ristina instead. No matter what the name is, it's the same. We haven't seen each other for many years. Come in and have dinner together. Sinai's didn't care about her name change or anything and directly dragged the person home. It's a rare occasion for your best friend to come over, so be sure to treat her well. Unfortunately, she didn't know that her best friend was here to steal the man this time. There is one more person in the house, and it becomes more lively. It's a good thing that a new house was built, otherwise we wouldn't be able to live in it. Sinai's introduced Ristina to everyone, and then they had dinner together. After the meal, the girls chatted for a long time before going to rest. Paul and Sinai's were still the same, making out every night. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, the two fell asleep hugging each other. Suddenly, there was a noise from the window. Paul opened his eyes. He looked at Sinai's, who was still sleeping soundly, and gently got out of bed and came to the window. No one was outside, but the window of Ristina's room was open. She stood there in a sexy dress, and the moonlight shone on her body, making her white skin seem to emit a faint fluorescence. The majestic wind blew the tips of her hair and fluttered gently, making her look like a fairy under the moon. She reached out and pushed the messed-up hair behind her ears. It was such a simple action, but it was full of temptation. Suddenly, she turned to look at Paul and showed a meaningful smile. She stretched out her slender white arms, and her slender jade fingers moved back a few times. This gesture was like an invitation to Paul. Paul felt his heartbeat speeding up and his body getting hotter and hotter. Finally, he got over it and went to bed. When Ristina saw this, there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. One night passed, and the next day came. Sinai's took Lilia to sell soap as soon as she got up early in the morning. She planned to only sell soap for half a day today and go shopping for the remaining half day. Ristina came empty-handed, so we had to buy some clothes, bedding, and toiletries for her. Paul had nothing to do and continued practicing his sword in the yard. In addition to practicing swordsmanship, there is also growing vegetables and making wine. The grapes planted in the past 2 years have undergone 2 fruit-bearing breedings, and the grapes produced now are no longer sour. A bunch of grapes are not only numerous in number, but also large in size. Each one is crystal clear and very sweet. Paul picked all the grapes and divided them into 3 portions. Eat 1 part fresh and 1 part dried into raisins, which can be used as snacks. The last big part, all winemaking. Making wine is easy, all you need is a clean container. No yeast is needed because the layer of white frost on the grape skins is natural yeast. Made with the skins together, it is red wine. Made without the skins, it is white wine. Ristina had been watching Paul all day long, watching him practice swordsmanship, watching him pour vegetables, and watching him make wine with happiness in her eyes. The deep love seemed to melt Paul. This made Paul very uncomfortable, and if Sinai saw it, she would definitely not be able to explain it. Just when he was thinking about how to make Ristina stop looking at him like this, the sound of explosions suddenly came from the distant sky. Then the sky changed drastically, and the originally clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. For a moment, the wind blew violently, and streaks of thunder tore through the sky and struck down from the clouds. Paul and Ristina's expressions changed at the same time, and they looked in a certain direction outside the village. "Someone is fighting," Ristina said with a frown. "It should be Luo Kixi. I'll go take a look." After Paul said that, he flew into the sky and headed towards the battle. The reason he said it was Luo Kixi was because he knew it was Luo Kixi's water saint-level magic, thundering cumulonimbus. The village was not big, and he flew very fast, so he arrived at the battlefield in just a few seconds. At this time, below, Luo Kixi was leading the members of the guard team to fight a group of monsters. These monsters are not only numerous in number, but also of high level. In addition to those walking on the ground, there are also those flying in the sky. Where can there be so many high-level monsters? Paul was very surprised. Logically speaking, there were only some low-level monsters in the woods near the village. Moreover, when he was first reincarnated, he also devoured the low-level monsters nearby, which indirectly caused there to be no monsters nearby. The scene before him looked like a monster attacking a city, which was obviously abnormal. He shook his head and stopped thinking about other things. The most important thing now was to deal with these monsters. Paul was seen standing empty, then spreading his hands. The next moment, the sky, which was already covered with dark clouds, became even darker. Tornadoes rose from the ground like pillars connecting heaven and earth. These tornadoes stirred wildly, tearing apart the monsters below, allowing Luo Kixi and others to breathe. Luo Kixi looked up, completely shocked. "What kind of magic is this?" she murmured with a dull expression. "It's Captain Paul." When the members of the guard saw Paul, they all exclaimed. They were also curious as to why Captain Paul, a swordsman, suddenly used magic. But now was not the time to be curious. They all cheered because they were saved. Black Leyland, along with Paul's voice, black thunder and lightning as thick as a bucket struck down in the sky. In an instant, both the monsters flying in the sky and the monsters walking on the ground were all killed or injured. Looking at these corpses, Paul wanted to devour them. But Luo Kixi and others were below, so he gave up the idea of swallowing. Falling from the sky, he asked everyone, "Are you okay?" "Captain, we're fine," the guards replied excitedly. But after they said it, it felt wrong. Because now Paul is no longer the guard captain, the current captain is Luo Kixi. For a moment, they all looked towards Luo Kixi. Seeing that the other party's expression did not deteriorate, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Kixi naturally didn't care about these things. She asked Paul curiously, "Is that magic you just used? And what is the ability to fly in the air?" Paul looked at Luo Kixi's longing look and replied with a smile. "The move just now is called Black Leyland. It is not magic, but a special skill. The flying ability is called Dance in the Sky, which is also a special skill. Can you teach me? I'll use magic in exchange for you." Luo Kixi's face became even more eager. Black Thunder Land can't teach you, and using this skill requires special conditions, but Dancing Sky technique can teach you, and it's not difficult. Paul didn't hide anything. Since Luo Kixi wants to learn, just teach her. When Luo Kixi heard the previous words, she looked disappointed for a moment, but then she became excited again when she heard that she could learn dancing skill. The speed of changing faces is faster than turning the pages of a book. The ability to fly is really important to a magician. Once you learn it, you can release magic in the air. People who don't have the ability to fly can't hit themselves at all. In this way, the magician will not be afraid of being restrained by the swordsman, and can even counterattack the swordsman. The most important thing is that you can chant in the air without fear of being interrupted. All in all, the ability to fly has many benefits for magicians. After Paul returned, Ristina asked him about his situation, and he briefly told it. After listening, Ristina said, "These monsters may have come from the Red Dragon Mountains." Paul nodded and said, "It's indeed possible, so I'm going to check it out tonight." Ristina suddenly smiled and said, "You are not the guard captain of the village now. Why are you nosy? Do you have thoughts about Luo Kixi?" Paul was silent and did not answer. To be honest, he did have some thoughts about Luo Kixi. When he was watching the jobless anime in his previous life, his favorite characters were the three girls, Rocky, Sylphie, and Alice. But these three women will all be Rudy's wives and his own daughters-in-law from now on. Are you going to steal a woman from your son? No, I am not the real Paul. I am just using his identity temporarily. We have lived together for 3 years, and we are a little bit too deep into the drama. Seeing that Paul didn't speak, Ristina didn't ask any more questions. She didn't care how many women Paul had, as long as Paul had her in his heart. In this world, the strong and powerful have 3 wives and 4 concubines. There is only one kind of people who believe in monogamy, and that is the Miris. Unfortunately, Sinis is a Malaysian. On the other side, Luo Kixi was still dealing with the monster corpses with the guards. Paul killed too many monsters this time, and these corpses were worth a lot of money. So Luo Kixi took the initiative and distributed the monster meat equally to all the villagers. As for the fur, teeth, bones, and other things on the monsters, they are all sold to the Adventurers Guild in nearby towns. Half of the money from the sale was given to Paul, because he had killed all the monsters. The other half will be distributed as bonuses to all members of the guard team. With this distribution, Luo Kixi not only gained the favor of the villagers, but also gained the admiration of all members of the guard team. They are all villagers in the village, and protecting the village is what they should do. Now they not only get meat for their family, but also money for themselves, and it's hard not to be happy. Luo Kixi left everything to the vice captain and couldn't wait to run home to find Paul to learn Wukong. Paul was helpless when he saw Luo Kixi was anxious. Since you want to teach, let's teach together. He asked Ristina to study with him. Teaching one person is teaching, and teaching 2 people is teaching. When Sinis and Lilia come back, let them follow suit. After learning the air dance technique, you will have the ability to escape when you encounter danger in the future. Wukyujutsu is a secret technique of flying in the air in the Tsurusenryu world of Dragon Ball. The practitioner can move freely in the air without being restricted by gravity. Although Luo Kixi and Ristina do not have the energy in the Dragon Balls, they can use magic instead. Whether it's chi or magic power, they are all a type of energy. For example, gasoline cars and electric cars, although they use different fuels, can both make the car run. Wukong Shu is not difficult to say. It is not difficult to say it is not difficult. People with good talent can basically learn it instantly. People with poor talent need to practice for a long time. Luo Kixi and Ristina both have good talents and have good control over their own magic power, so after knowing the training method, it didn't take long to learn it. At first, the flight was not very stable. The body was crooked in the air, and he did not dare to fly too high. But after practicing for a period of time, the 2 women were able to stabilize their figures, and then they fully unfolded themselves and flew high in the sky above the village. Paul watched the 2 girls learn it, so he ignored them and began to study magic. When he rescued Luo Kixi earlier, he asked the great sage to copy her water saint level magic. I can't teach Luo Kixi, Black Thunder, but I can teach her the strengthened Thunder Cumulonimbus. Great Sage, can you strengthen the power of Thundering Cumulonimbus based on the principle of Black Thunder Lan? Explanation, yes. Then let's get started. Thunder Cumulonimbus and Black Thunder Lan are almost the same. Both can control the weather in the sky and summon wind, rain, and thunder to attack the enemy. The only difference is that Thundering Cumulonimbus is a water magic. Its principle is to summon dark clouds to rain, thus triggering wind and thunder attacks. This also resulted in the attack being weak and could only use holy level magic. But Black Thunder Lan is different. It has the attributes of wind and thunder. Its principle is to summon wind and thunder to produce dark clouds and rain. In Paul's view, the 2 should complement each other. Sure enough, the great sage did not disappoint him, and it didn't take long for him to complete the strengthening. Based on the principle of Black Thunder Lan, the wind and thunder attributes of Thunder Cumulonimbus were strengthened, allowing it to be upgraded from Saint-level magic to Emperor-level magic, directly skipping King-level. Emperor-level, even the current Luo Kixi can't learn it. Paul showed a wry smile. My idea was right and the strengthening was successful. But the strengthening was a bit too much, and Luo Kixi was unable to learn. According to the original plot, Luo Kixi will have to wait a few more years to reach the king level. As for the emperor level, it seems that he has never reached it in this life. Never mind, just leave it to Luo Kixi. Whether she can learn it or not depends on her. Paul thought to himself. It's a pity that I haven't completely integrated the cute king template. Otherwise, if I unlock the ultimate ability, King of Feng Rang, I can create my own skills and magic, and then give them to others. He returned to the house, took out a pen and paper, and wrote down the enhanced version of Thundering Cumulonimbus. The principles of magic, the way magic works in the body, the things you need to pay attention to when practicing, and the chanting spells are all written clearly. When Luo Kixi and Ristina had enough fun and came down from the sky, Paul gave her the paper recording the magic. Hai Lei Lan can't teach you, but I can help you strengthen the Hao Lei Culonimbus, Paul said to her with a smile. Luo Kixi was stunned for a moment, took the paper and looked at it, and suddenly her whole body started to tremble with excitement. Emperor-level magic. For a moment, her breathing became rapid. Are you okay? Paul waved his hand to her. It's okay, but do you really want to give this to me? Rocky looked at Paul with excitement and a bit at a loss and asked, Well, Thunderous Cumulonimbus was originally your magic. Paul nodded, not caring at all. Compared to Rimuru's skill magic, this is nothing. Thanks. After getting the definite answer, Luo Kixi bowed to Paul with a serious expression. The high-level magic in this world will not be spread easily. The Holy Kingdom of Millies even monopolizes barrier magic and divine strike magic, as well as a large number of high-level magic. Emperor-level magic, this is a priceless treasure. Don't be so polite, we are all family. Paul helped her up. Family? Luo Kixi was slightly stunned. Ristina on the side showed a meaningful smile. What I realize is that we all live together, aren't we a family? Paul coughed twice and then explained awkwardly. I accidentally spoke my mind. The innocent Luo Kixi nodded believingly, while Ristina was the only one who didn't believe it. In the evening, Sinais and Lilia returned. They also brought a lot of things, most of which were daily necessities that Sinais bought for Ristina. Ristina was also very grateful to Sinais, and the two sisters had a great time chatting together. This scene of sisterly love left Paul speechless. Sinais, do you know that Ristina stole your man? After dinner, Paul planned to investigate the monster incident. Luo Kixi seemed to have this plan as well, and they happened to be together. Because Luo Kixi had already learned Wukong, the two of them flew into the sky as soon as they left the door, and then headed towards the Qilong Mountains in the north. There are many monsters that attack during the day. Only the Red Dragon Mountain Range has such a huge number. Sure enough, they saw traces of monsters along the way. Speed up, Paul said to Luo Kixi, and then suddenly accelerated. Luo Kixi also followed closely. As a saint-level magician, she still had a lot of magic power, which could fully support her flying to the Red Dragon Mountains. As the speed increased, the two of them were like two pop stars in the night sky, sliding out a long trajectory. 10 minutes later, Qilong Mountains. Paul was surprised to find that all the monsters here were rioting. Not only that, there are several flying dragons circling at the top of the mountain range. At this time, the sky in the Qilong Mountains was shrouded in huge magic power, but it was very chaotic. Why is the magic so chaotic? Luo Kixi said in shock when she saw the scene. Paul said nothing, but he already had a guess in his mind. The transfer event is expected to be brought forward. The space-time rift caused by the summoning of 7-star Shizuka in the original work allowed Rudy to be reincarnated into this world. But this time, Rudy was reincarnated into this world, and he might have come in through that crack. Originally, only one soul could pass through the space crack, but it was torn apart even more by 2 souls. As a result, the speed at which the crack gathers magic power becomes faster, and the time to summon 7-star Shizuka is also advanced. Of course, this is all Paul's guess. As for whether it is correct or not, you still need to go to Roja City to see, because the space-time rift is just above Roja City. Let's go to Roja City. Paul suddenly said to Luo Kixi beside him. What are you going to do in Luo, ya? Luo Kixi asked with some confusion. The source of this incident should be in Roja. Paul said simply, without further explanation. After all, this matter cannot be explained at the moment, and it involves too much. Okay, I'll listen to you. Luo Kixi nodded in agreement. Immediately, the two of them were about to leave. At this time, a flying dragon at the top of the Red Dragon mountain range discovered them, and immediately let out a dragon roar, and then breathed out hot dragon breath at the two of them. Luo Kixi was shocked and wanted to use magic to resist. But it's too late, there's not enough time to chant. At this time, Paul took action. He stretched out his hand and spread out a barrier, blocking all the dragon's breath. The flying dragon found that the dragon's breath was blocked, and let out a burst of dragon roar again, and then waved its wings to attack Paul and Luo Kixi. At the same time, several other flying dragons were also attracted by the movement here, and they all flew over. This is bad. Luo Kixi was a little desperate. Even if she was a saint-level magician, it would be impossible for her to defeat so many flying dragons. Not to mention the saint level, even the king level is not enough. Paul didn't panic at all, because in his eyes, the flying dragons in front of him were lizards with wings. A ball of black flame appeared in his right hand, and then he threw it at the flying dragon casually. The flames collided with the flying dragon and turned into a circular barrier to surround it. Then the black flames inside the barrier exploded and turned into a black sun. That's right, this skill is one of the skills extended by Black Flame Hell. Under a sealed space, ultra-high black flames are detonated, causing the temperature to approach or even exceed the sun. The destructive power produced by it is as destructive as nuclear fusion, and even the Dragon Clan cannot resist it. Sure enough, when the black flame disappeared, the flying dragon had disappeared. It was burned down to nothing. This scene immediately made Luo Kixi's eyes widen in shock. Black flames? What kind of terrifying magic is this? On this day, Luo Kixi's seriousness about magic seemed to be subverted. What a pity. Paul looked at the burning dragon with a look of regret. Although the flying dragon is a relatively weak sub-dragon clan, it is also a dragon clan and cannot be compared with ordinary monsters. If you swallow it, it will definitely convert a lot of magic power. The most important thing is that there is no dragon in his mimicry. When he thought of this, the Tyrannosaurus looked at the other flying dragons with greedy eyes. I saw him take out a black and red sword, which was the end of the wolf. Immediately, it turned into a stream of light and rushed towards several other flying dragons. After those flying dragons saw Paul burning his fellow humans to death with just a ball of fire, they had long known how powerful the opponent was and wanted to retreat. But what they didn't expect was that Paul became greedy for them. These flying dragons roared angrily and breathed out their dragon breath at Paul. Too weak. Paul didn't dodge, he cut it down with one sword. The sword light tore the dragon's breath apart and then cut a flying dragon in half. He ducked to the side of the dragon corpse, reached out and activated the predator to devour it. Cool. Luo Kixi was horrified to see it. She had never seen anyone slaying a dragon before. Today was an eye-opener. But besides being surprised, there was also curiosity about Paul. Whether it is Black Thunder Lan or the Black Flame, just now, they all seem to be magic that has never appeared in this world. And how did the big sword in his hand appear out of thin air? Space magic. What is the skill that just swallowed the dragon corpse? This man is so mysterious. Meanwhile, the battle on Paul's side started again. I saw him wielding the wolf's end, and slaying the dragon was as easy as killing the chicken. One sword after another, the dragon's hard scales were as weak as tofu in front of the black and red sword. 11 flying dragons were killed in one breath. Except for the first one, which was burned, the remaining 10 were all devoured. After digestion is completed this time, the magic power will definitely increase a lot. Paul put away the wolf's end, came to Luo Kixi and said, "Let's set off." "Yeah," Luo Kixi nodded numbly. At this moment, she didn't know what to say. The two used Wukong technique and flew to Luoya City again. When they all reached their destination, they saw a black light spot appearing in the sky above Roya City. When I flew in, I saw that the black spot was like a small black hole, constantly gathering magic power. Sure enough, Paul's guess was correct. The transfer event has been brought forward. It was several years later that this thing appeared in the original work. Luo Kixi seemed to feel the terror of the small black hole and asked with some horror, "What is this?" The rift in time and space is what caused the magic chaos in the entire Fatoa territory, and the monsters rioted because of it. Paul explained to her. The monsters that attacked Buena village were all because of magic chaos. Luo Kixi felt something was wrong. Magic chaos could not have caused so many monsters to riot, because some low-level monsters could not feel the changes in magic power at all. Not entirely, the magic chaos disturbed the flying dragons in the Red Dragon Mountains. Those flying dragons were angry and exuded dragon power, which scared the monsters in the Red Dragon Mountains, so they all fled. Paul explained again. That's it. Luo Kixi nodded understandingly. If you want to solve the source of the matter, you need to solve the time and space rift in front of you. But it is a pity that the predator's devouring ability cannot swallow this small black hole. If you are a glutton, you can give it a try. It's a pity that if the predator wants to evolve into a glutton, it also needs the hungry one of the pig-headed emperor. Paul estimated that he should be able to get the skills of the pig-headed emperor next time he fused. We can't solve this problem. The monsters from the Chilong Mountains will definitely attack the village from time to time, so you and the brothers in the guard will have to work harder in the future. Paul said apologetically, "It's not hard, this is what I should do." Luo Kixi waved her hands quickly. "Then let's go back first," Paul said to her. "Yeah," Luo Kixi nodded. Immediately the two flew back. After returning home, both Cenis and Ristina asked about the situation. Paul asked Luo Kixi to tell them while he ran to take a shower. Luo Kixi told the truth. After hearing this, all the girls except Ristina were shocked. Even Rudy was the same, with his mouth wide open in shock. "Paul, he slaughtered 11 flying dragons. You also went to Roya City overnight?" Cenis was a little unable to react. Why is my husband so powerful? In the past, Paul only practiced the swordsmanship of the 3 major schools to an advanced level, and his overall strength barely reached the holy level. But what now? He went straight to slay the dragon. In addition, he actually has a flying skill that allows him to fly to the Red Dragon Mountains and Roya City overnight. Are these changes also caused by taking magic potions? For a moment, Cenis realized that she didn't recognize Paul. It seems that all these changes started from the accident 3 years ago. The days that followed were exactly as Paul predicted. On the other side of the Red Dragon Mountains, monsters would go south from time to time and attack various villages in Fatoa's territory. To this end, Lord Sorrows sent a large number of soldiers to protect the villages in his territory. Because there were not enough soldiers, he even issued tasks in the guild and hired adventurers to protect the village. Luo Kixi was originally the guard captain hired by the village chief, but now his employer changed and he became the lord directly. Not only that, 20 soldiers were also dispatched to Buena village to assist the guards in protecting the village. As winter approaches, the weather is getting colder. 3 months later, in mid-December, it snowed heavily. I don't know if it's because of the chaos of magic in the sky above Fatoa's territory, but this year's snow is a bit weird. It has been raining for several days with no intention of stopping. The snow outside is almost 2 meters thick, and many houses in the village have been crushed. Although Paul's house was built not long ago, it is also an ordinary wooden house. If the snow on the roof was not cleared every day, it would also collapse. The snow outside has sealed the door, and now it is difficult to get out. We can only dig holes under the snow. And the most terrible thing is that the food at home is almost running out. Although Paul could fly to nearby towns to buy, due to the heavy snow, every household began to load grain, and even the grain merchants stopped selling grain. As a slime, Paul can neither eat nor drink. But Cenis and the other girls are not good, they are all ordinary people. As the last bit of food in the house was eaten, everyone's faces were filled with sorrow. And just when everyone was at their wits' end, Luo Kixi brought back good news. Because many houses in the village had been crushed, The village chief organized the guards and soldiers to dig a hole together. The underground cave is large and warm underground and can accommodate the whole village. Now the village chief decided to gather all the food and people in the village and hide in the cave. When Sinis and the other girls heard this, they were immediately overjoyed. There's help now. However, Paul didn't want to go to the hole because once he left the house, if the snow on the roof was not cleared in time, the house would definitely collapse. However, under the strong request of Sinis and the other girls, he obediently followed them to the cave. The entrance to the cave is on a hillside in the hills outside the village, and it is dug along the hillside into the bottom of the mountain. There was a huge space inside, and everyone in the village came. Not only that, food was also concentrated together. Unfortunately, there are not many, and they can only support the whole village for about a week. It's just this snow. Will it stop in a week? Even if it stops, how long will it take for the snow on the ground to blend and clear? The space under the burrow is a hole, not divided. If you want to protect your privacy and not live with everyone else, you need to dig out a small room by yourself. It doesn't matter to the male villagers, but the female villagers are not willing to live in such a large space. Is there any privacy when you can see everyone at a glance? So the female villagers who had husbands asked their husbands to dig out a small room. Sinis did the same and asked Paul to dig for her. In desperation, Paul could only use earth magic to dig out 3 rooms, 2 large and 1 small. She and Sinis share a room, Ristina, Luo Kixi, Lilia, and the magic teacher share a room, and the last small room is for Rudy. For the next time, everyone hid in the cave and waited for the snowstorm to stop. However, living in a dark cave with nothing to do every day makes people become bored and uncomfortable. In order to relieve the boredom of the girls, Paul carved chess and go out of wood. After the girls learned to play chess, they fought together every day and had a great time. Time passes and the week passes quickly. The blizzard outside is still going on, but the food is almost running out. For a moment, everyone became anxious. The village chief had no choice but to find Paul and ask him for help. The last time monsters attacked the village, he killed them all. Such a powerful strength might be able to help the village tide over the difficulties. After half a month of continuous heavy snow, the entire village of Buna has been completely buried. When Paul came out of the hole, the outside world had turned into a vast expanse of white, and no other colors could be found. No houses or anything else could be seen, and even the trees guarding the village had been knocked down. The cold wind was still blowing, and heavy snow like goose feathers kept falling. Fortunately, Paul has heat change invalidity. No matter how cold or hot it is, it has no effect on him. When he came out of the hole this time, it was he who agreed to the village chief's request and looked for some food. It's not that he wants to be the savior, it's mainly because of Sinis and the girls. Although he can use magic to change the weather, it is impossible to release magic all the time. Unless he becomes the awakened demon king and completely changes the geographical climate of this generation. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Mimicry, transformation. The next moment, Paul transformed into a flying dragon and flew into the sky. The Fitoa territory is located to the north of the Asra kingdom, close to the Red Dragon Mountains. Previously, most parts of the territory were attacked by monsters from the Red Dragon Mountains, but now the extremely cold weather has curbed the harassment of monsters. Paul flew all the way south and discovered along the way that the entire kingdom of Asra was affected by extremely cold weather. In some territories near the south, although the snowfall was not as severe as in the Fitoa territory, it was still much more than before. Unevenly, heavy snow covered the official roads, making it impossible to transport supplies from the south. Paul flew as fast as he could and flew out of the Asra kingdom in just half a day, then followed the Wanglong Mountains and headed towards the southernmost Wanglong kingdom. The further south you go, the better the weather and the higher the temperature. When he flew out of the Red Dragon's jaw, the snow was no longer visible. One day later, Paul finally arrived at Wanglong Kingdom. Compared to the ice-covered Asra Kingdom, these are the days of spring and blooming flowers. The Wanglong Kingdom controls the east port of the central continent and trades with the west port of the Millie's continent all the year round, making the economy here very developed. The cultural background of Wanglong Kingdom is similar to that of ancient Daxia in its previous life, but it is actually mixed with some Japanese styles. Rice, which is hard to buy in the Asra Kingdom, is a staple food here. Paul found a grain merchant in the city and bought a large amount of rice and flour. The money he had was paid for by the whole village, but the coins of Asra Kingdom were not circulated in Wanglong Kingdom. So Paul asked the wise man to melt all the coins and recast them. In this way, Asra gold, silver, and copper coins become Wanglong gold, silver, and copper coins. In addition to purchasing flour and rice, you also need to purchase some vegetables and fresh meat. Finally, there is the most important cotton. It took most of the day to complete the purchase, so the supplies were packed into the stomach pouch space. After doing all this, Paul set off back. He had already run out of food when he came out. If he didn't go back soon, everyone would starve to death and freeze to death. In order to speed up, Paul did not transform into a flying dragon when he went back, but used the human form to dance in the sky. While using the Wukong technique, a pair of dragon wings are partially simulated on the back for double acceleration. For a time, his flying speed exceeded the speed of sound and even caused bursts of sonic booms in the sky. The next day, Paul finally returned to Buena village. When he came to the entrance of the cave, he found that the entrance was covered with a thick layer of snow again. A sudden burst of flame melted the snow and then opened the wooden door at the entrance. There were 2 members of the security team at the door. When they saw Paul, they were all surprised. "Captain Paul, are you back so soon?" "Well, we've got the food." Paul nodded. After hearing this, the 2 of them were surprised and had excited expressions on their faces. "Great, I finally don't have to suffer anymore." Paul found the village chief, and without hiding anything, he took out the food in front of everyone. Generations of rice and flour, as well as fresh vegetables and meat. For a moment, everyone was stunned. People who had been hungry all day couldn't help but swallow. At this time, they only had food in their eyes, and it didn't matter how Paul brought out the food. The old village chief smiled when he saw so much food. He asked people to open a few bags, and then he was stunned. "Paul, what are these?" the old village chief asked, pointing to the rice. "This is rice, a food from the Wanglong Kingdom in the south. It can be eaten by boiling it with water, but it needs to be paired with some vegetables." Paul explained to the village chief. Information in the village is relatively closed, so naturally no one has ever eaten rice. In fact, not to mention the villages, not many people in the entire Asra Kingdom have ever eaten rice. After the original Rudy was reincarnated into this world, he kept looking for rice because he couldn't get used to the food here, but he couldn't find it. Later, due to the transfer incident, he was teleported to the Demon Continent. Then, when I returned from the Demon Continent, I passed by the Wanglong Kingdom and ate the rice from my previous life. Because Paul knew the plot, he had purchased it from a southern businessman a long time ago. Therefore, Sinis and the girls had already eaten rice, so Bin was not surprised. "I don't know how to make this rice, Paul. Why don't you show us a demonstration?" The old village chief said a little embarrassed. He used to be the most knowledgeable person in the village, but now he is in disgrace. "Okay, I'll teach you how to make it. If you like it, we can plant some in our village in the future." Paul nodded. He wanted to promote rice in the Asla Kingdom. As long as there are many people who like to eat it, people will naturally grow it and sell it for money, which will make it easier for you to buy it in the future. Next, Paul asked the people to fetch a large pot and then cooked a large pot of rice. Everyone ate some rice, which was soft and delicious, and seemed to be more delicious than pasta. Of course, the main reason why they have this idea is that they have been eating black bread and oats all their lives, so they naturally find rice delicious. In fact, in Paul's opinion, pasta is as delicious as rice. In addition to bread, pasta can also be made into noodles, steamed buns, dumplings, wontons, pastries, etc. Rice can also be used to make fried rice, rice dumplings, glutinous rice cakes, rice noodles, sushi, etc. I didn't expect this rice to be so delicious, but the taste is too bland. The old village chief commented after taking a bite. "Rice is mainly eaten with vegetables. It has no taste when eaten alone." Paul shook his head helplessly. Immediately, he made several stir-fried dishes for everyone. After everyone tasted it, they were completely conquered. One pot of rice was eaten in one go, and several more pots ended up being cooked. Then Paul was attracted by the women in the village and began to learn cooking from him. Paul didn't hide his secrets and taught them how to cook vegetables seriously. Not only did they teach them how to cook, but they also taught them how to fry rice, make rice dumplings, crack glutinous rice cakes, and make rice. Since rice is to be promoted in the kingdom of Asra, these delicacies must also be promoted. This time Paul brought back a lot of food, enough to feed the whole village for more than a month. If you eat sparingly, it will be fine for 2 months. The snowstorm outside has completely stopped, but the people in the cave can sleep comfortably today. If you fill your stomach, you won't be woken up by hunger in the middle of the night. In Paul's family, Rudy still learns magic from the magic teacher every day. Because there is no way to practice in the cave, you can only learn theoretical knowledge. In addition to magic, this kid has recently become interested in the demon language and writing. From time to time, he goes to Luo Kixi to learn the demon writing and language. Paul even wondered if this kid was approaching Luo Kixi intentionally. After observing for a few days, I found that Rudy did not treat Luo Kixi as obscenely as in the original work, but instead treated her with respect. But he seems to treat his magic teacher the same way he treats Luo Kixi in the original work. In addition to Rudy studying, Luo Kixi himself is also studying. After finishing her work as a guard every day, she would go to Paul and ask for some magic knowledge. Paul knew nothing about magic in this world, but fortunately there was a great sage, so he could answer some of Luo Kixi's questions. As a result, Luo Kixi admired Paul even more because she felt that Paul was more knowledgeable than her teacher, which was really amazing. Paul himself also practiced swordsmanship frequently during this period. Because of the clear heart of the sword, his swordsmanship improved quickly. Now his 3 major schools of swordsmanship have improved again and reached the emperor level. There is still 1 level left before he can become a sword god. Half a month later, the snowstorm outside finally stopped. But everyone still lives in caves because the snow outside is too thick, making it impossible to walk. And the houses were crushed and needed to be rebuilt. Rebuilding will require waiting for the snow to melt. However, such thick snow will not melt in a day or 2. At least it will have to wait until winter is over and the flowers bloom in spring next year. In other words, everyone will have to live in the cave for 2 or 3 months. Paul couldn't accept this. It's a little uncomfortable to stay in a dark cave all day long. On this day, he summoned the girls and held a small meeting in private. "I called you here today just to ask you, do you want to continue to stay here?" Paul first asked the women, "I don't want to stay here either, but what can I do?" Sini sighed. "Yes, I have nothing to do every day. I almost puke while playing chess." Ristina looked helpless. Lilia didn't speak, but judging from her expression, she seemed to want to stay here. The magic teacher asked, "Mr. Paul, do you want to leave here?" "Yes, I plan to take you away to the Wanglong Kingdom in the south." Paul nodded. Hearing this, all the girls were moved. However, Luo Kixi said, "If we leave, the villagers will definitely not be able to survive." She is not a holy mother, but she took over the old village chief's task and didn't want to give up halfway. Moreover, leaving the villagers here without any care is a difficult hurdle in their hearts. After hearing what Luo Kixi said, the other women all looked startled and then sighed helplessly. "My dear, let's stay here," Sinai suddenly said to Paul. "Okay, I promise you." Seeing her firm eyes, Paul gave up and left. In the following days, in order not to be bored, Paul simply went out every day. With the ability to fly, he can go to the Red Dragon Mountains to hunt monsters, or he can leave the Asra Kingdom and go to other countries to buy food. At first, there was only Paul, but in the end Luo, Kixi, and Ristina also followed. Both girls have learned the art of dancing and can fly around with her. This scene made Sinis and Lilia extremely envious, and they also began to learn the art of dancing. But compared to Luo, Kixi, and Ristina, who could learn it instantly, Sinis and Lilia had a little more difficulty learning it. This is not only a matter of talent, but also related to one's own strength. This is just like the plot of Dragon Ball. In the early stage, only a few people knew the Wukong technique. In the later stage, when the strength becomes stronger, basically everyone can do it, and they can master it as soon as they learn it. On this day, Paul took Luo Kixi and Ristina to the Wanglong Kingdom to purchase food. Because the two women were not flying very fast, it took them 2 days to arrive. We set off in the morning the day before yesterday and arrived at Wanglong Kingdom on the night of the 3rd day. It's too late, all the shops in the city are closed. Luo Kixi said after observing around. Then, let's stay here for the night. Ristina suggested. Paul nodded in agreement. Immediately, the 3 of them found a hotel and booked 3 rooms. Luo Kixi and Ristina took a hot bath in the hotel and felt very comfortable. Compared to the cold in the north, the south is indeed more comfortable. At night, Paul heard a movement and opened his eyes. In the darkness, he saw the door to his room being opened. Then Ristina, wearing white pajamas, walked in quietly. She closed the door quietly, then came to the bed and got into the bed. Paul didn't refuse and hugged the other person directly. "You didn't sleep?" Ristina asked in surprise. "You woke me up," Paul replied. The two looked at each other, and their eyes gradually became blurred. Paul didn't say anything, just turned over and pressed her down, answering her with actions. The night passed and the next day dawned. When Paul got up, he saw a flash of red and was a little surprised. "Is this your first time? Do you like it?" Ristina raised her head proudly. "Of course I do." Paul kissed her on the forehead, his eyes full of tenderness. After getting up and having breakfast, Ristina and Luo Kixi were not in a hurry to buy food. Instead, they wandered around the royal city of Wanglong Kingdom. It was a rare visit, and the customs, culture, architecture, and food here all deeply attracted them. Paul played with them all morning, and in the afternoon he started looking for grain merchants to purchase grain. This time they didn't bring much money, but they could sell the corpses of monsters they killed in the Chilong Mountains. There are many precious magic materials on these monster corpses, which can be sold for a lot of money. After selling the bodies, all the money is used to purchase food. The amount was a bit too much, and Paul needed to swallow it all into the space in his stomach. After the 3 of them finished all this, it was already dark. I simply stayed in the hotel for another night before setting off the next day. On the way back, Luo Kixi always felt that Ristina was weird. In comparison, she seems to have a bit more maturity and charm now. 3 months later, most of the snow-covered parts of Fetoa territory have completely melted. Baina village is considered a relatively serious area, and the melting rate is very slow. Paul directly used fire magic to completely melt the snow covering the village. The snow was gone, and the villagers saw the earth and the collapsed houses. The next time is to build a house, which must be completed before spring plowing, otherwise it will be too late to sow food. Paul sighed helplessly as he looked at his collapsed courtyard house. "Let's leave here and go live somewhere else," he said to Sinis next to him. Sinis did not refuse but asked, "Where to go?" "Go to the Lanoa Kingdom on the other side of the Chilong Mountains, go to the Wanglong Kingdom in the south, or leave the central continent and go to other continents to see." Paul put forward his own idea. As a reincarnated person, he doesn't want to stay in one place for the rest of his life. Now that we have come to a different world, we will travel to all places in this world and experience its customs and customs. In this way, reincarnation will not be in vain. "I am your wife, I will go wherever you go, but Lilia is willing to come with us," Sinis said and looked at Lilia. "Yeah," Lilia nodded. Now she has nowhere to go but to stay with Paul. At this time, the magic teacher also said, "I have taught Rudy everything I know, and it's time to leave. I also plan to leave after the village is rebuilt. Now that the village is guarded by soldiers from the Lord's mansion, I am no longer needed." Luo Kixi also stood up and said, "Finally, everyone looked at Ristina. I'm following Sinis. I've had enough of living alone these years. From now on, it's like staying with friends." Ristina answered simply, "Then let's wait until the village is rebuilt before leaving," Paul suggested. All the girls nodded in agreement. Before the village is rebuilt, everyone still needs to live in caves. When Paul burrowed again, he saw several children bullying another child. The child who was bullied had short green hair and was dirty all over. He looked very weak and did not fight back when being bullied. Is that Sylphiette? Paul recognized the bullied child at a glance. After all, green hair is too conspicuous. In this world, green hair can easily be associated with terror, which is the Sperudia clan among the demon clan. Hey, what are you doing? Paul walked over and shouted. The group of children who were bullying Sylphie immediately ran away in fear. Paul walked over and said to Sylphie, "Whose child are you?" Sylphie didn't say anything, she just tightened the hat on her head and buried her head lower. When she didn't speak, Paul frowned slightly. He found that Sylphie was wearing very little. Although the harsh winter had passed, the weather was still a bit cold recently. Wearing so little, I was shivering from the cold. Paul knelt down and asked as gently as possible, "Do you have a family?" Sylphie looked up at him, her eyes a little moist, and then she shook her head with tears. Seeing this, Paul knew something was wrong. In the original novel, Hilfi had a family. Her father, Rolls, was Ristina's son, but he later disappeared due to the transfer incident. Looking at her like this, it seemed that something had happened to Rolls in advance. Although the village weathered the heavy snow this time with the help of Paul, Luo, Kixi, and others, it was no wonder that several villagers still sacrificed their lives. "Are you willing to come with me?" Paul asked Sylphie again. Sylphie looked at him blankly as if she didn't understand what he meant. "I mean, if you have no family anymore, I would like to adopt you." Paul explained to her again. Can I?" Sylphie asked softly. "Of course," Paul nodded. Seeing this, Sylphie chose to agree. Although she was not welcomed in the village when her father was around, he would protect her and give her warmth. But when her father left and she was left alone, it was like living in darkness. For several months in the cave, everyone ignored her and avoided her. Children her own age bullied her. After the snow outside melted, others rebuilt their houses. But she was alone and didn't know what to do, so she could only continue to hide in the cave. She really wanted her father to come back, really wanted to have a family, and really wanted to be cared for. "I originally thought that the world was dark, but I didn't expect that a ray of light broke in today and broke the darkness." Paul took Sylphie to find Cenes, explained her situation, and then expressed his desire to adopt her. When Cenes saw Sylphie, she felt pity and agreed immediately. Then Paul brought Sylphie to Ristina and handed her over. "What do you mean? Who is this little girl?" Ristina asked with some confusion. She didn't know why, but she always felt that the little girl was very close to her, like a relative with a blood relationship. "Her name is Sylphiette, and her father's name is Rolls," Paul said simply. Ristina was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes softened when she looked at Sylphie. Sylphie felt strange. The beautiful big sister in front of her gave her a sense of intimacy. She had only felt this feeling from her parents, and it was a feeling that made people want to be close to them inexplicably. Ristina pulled Sylphie down to her side and said gently, "I will be your relative from now on, just call me sister." Paul whispered from the side, "You should call me grandma." Then he felt Ristina's gaze that wanted to kill someone and immediately shut up. Ristina was very happy to have her grandparents and grandchildren together, and she doted on Luo Kixi very much. She first took Sylphie to clean herself, and then used Meikujutsu to fly to a nearby town and bought her a lot of beautiful clothes. In just one afternoon, the originally dirty Sylphie was transformed into a beautiful little princess. That fair and tender skin is like a porcelain doll. Cenes and the girls were also impressed. They originally thought the child Paul brought back was a tomboy, but they didn't expect it to be a little princess. For a time, Sylphie became the group's favorite. Not only that, Luo Kixi also discovered Sylphie's amazing magical talent, which can be released without chanting like Rudy. Without any hesitation, she chose to accept Sylphie as her disciple. Luo Kixi and Sylphie became master and apprentice, which Paul did not expect. But he soon thought that there were many plot lines in jobless reincarnation. In the plot line without Rudy, Sylphie did become Luo Kixi's disciple. Could this be the corrective power of the world? 3 more months passed, and Buna village was finally rebuilt. On this day, Rudy's 5th birthday arrived. The world's birthday does not happen every year, but every 5 years. Rudy celebrated his first birthday and received many gifts. Paul gave his sword to Rudy, which was the sword of the dead Paul. This can be regarded as a true son inheriting his father's legacy. Senise gave Rudy her treasured book, the one worth several gold coins. The magic teacher gave Rudy a magic wand, and Luo Kixi gave Rudy his amulet necklace. Lilia, Ristina, and Sylphie also sent their own gifts one after another. At this moment, Rudy was extremely happy. The next day, the magic teacher started the graduation exam for Rudy. She and Luo Kixi each teach Rudy a magic, which Rudy must learn in order to graduate. The magic teacher taught earth-based holy magic, while Luo Kixi still used the water-based holy magic, thundering cumulonimbus. Rudy is very smart and learned it just by reading it once. Magic teacher and Luo Kixi were no longer shocked by this. Over the years, they have seen 3 monsters. The first is Paul, the second is Rudy, and the third is Luo Kixi. No, Luo Kixi, who was watching Rudy's graduation exam, also learned 2 holy-level magics. It's so shocking. After the graduation exam, the magic teacher chose to leave. The separation was painful, especially for Rudy. After being together for 2 years, they both developed feelings for each other. Paul watched the magic teacher leave, turned to the girls and said, "It's time for us to leave too." "Where are you going?" Senise asked. For a moment, Lilia, Ristina, and Luo Kixi all looked over. "Let's go to Roja first. I have some things to deal with," Paul said, looking in the direction of Lord City. The girls had no objections and all agreed. After 2 days of rest, Paul went to a nearby town to buy 2 carriages and returned. The girls carried all the salutes to the carriage, and then followed Paul out of Buena village. For Ristina and Luo Kixi, this place seems to be just a stop in the journey of life. But for Senise, Lilia, and Sylphie, they have special emotions. The carriage traveled very slowly, and it would take 2 or 3 days to reach Roja City. Especially when we first left the village, the road was not easy to walk. As the snow melted, the original dirt road turned into mud. Now most of the entire Fatoa territory is like a swamp. In the evening, the carriage drove to the foot of a mountain. Paul plans to camp here tonight and continue on his way tomorrow morning. Then, before he could get off the carriage, he heard a group of shouts in the distance. Then he saw a group of bandits rushing down from the mountain and surrounding his 2 carriages. "Good guy, I actually met a robber." Also, because of the heavy snow, many villages are short of food this year. Many people cannot help but become hungry and choose to become bandits. Paul could see that these robbers seemed to be numerous, and most of them were ordinary people. At this time, the robber leader stood up. He pointed a big knife at Paul and said, "Boy, call out all the valuable things in the car." "What if I don't hand it over?" Paul asked funnily. "If you don't hand it over, Grandpa will chop you up. Everything you own belongs to Grandpa. If you hand it over voluntarily, Grandpa may be happy and let you live," the bandit leader said and laughed. Then the group of minions behind him also started laughing. At this time, a young man came to the bandit leader and said, "Boss, the other carriage is full of women, and they are all very beautiful." When the robbers heard this, they all showed obscene expressions. The bandit leader was even more unbearable. He actually rubbed his lower body with his hands and said like a pig brother, "Good guy, you can eat meat tonight." However, this scene really made Paul's eyes become cold. The next moment, the pressure broke out. The terrifying magic power swept across the world, and the bandits felt their bodies being pressed down by a force of gravity. They all knelt on the ground and trembled. Paul took out his training sword from the space in his stomach and slowly walked towards the bandit leader. He did not take away the wolf's end, because these robbers were not worthy, and their blood would only stain the wolf's end. You! Seeing this scene, the bandit leader also knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He wanted to run away, but he was pinned to the ground by the force and could not move. Seeing Paul getting closer and closer, the bandit leader was so frightened that his pants were wet. Out of fear, he begged for mercy. "Sir, spare my life, it's just the villain who has no eyesight. Please let me go," the bandit leader said while kowtowing desperately until his head bled. The other minions did the same, and they all began to kowtow and beg for mercy. Without saying anything, Paul came to the bandit leader and killed him with one sword. Then it started to devouring his body and other minions together. Paul was not a person who liked killing. Even if these robbers wanted to rob him, he would just treat them as a joke. But they should never touch Nylin. After dealing with the robbers, the girls got out of the car. Ristina smiled and said, "Were you angry just now?" "No." Paul shook his head. "You are just angry," Ristina said firmly. Ristina was very happy that Paul cared about them so much. Not only Ristina, but Sinis was also very happy. In her opinion, her husband must be angry because those robbers were rude to her. "Stop talking about this. These bandits came down from the mountain. They should have a station on the mountain. I'll go up and take a look. You guys should pay attention to your safety down there." After Paul said that, he flew into the sky and flew towards the top of the mountain. The mountain was not very high, and he reached the top in an instant. Sure enough, there is a station here. In addition to the robbers who just came down the mountain to rob, there are many robbers above. Paul didn't waste any time and directly wiped it out with Black Thunder Lan. After killing all the robbers, he devoured all the corpses and transformed them into his own magic power. The bandit station had a lot of stolen goods, a large box of gold and silver coins, and generations of food. Paul was not polite and swallowed it all into the stomach space. After coming down the mountain, he told the girls that all the bandits on the mountain had been cleared. And there is a ready-made resident house on the mountain, so there is no need to camp out tonight. When the girls heard this, they were all very happy. The carriage cannot go up the mountain, and it is unsafe to put it down the mountain. Paul swallowed them directly into his stomach space, carried them up the mountain, and then released them. There are many houses in the bandit camp, all of which were wooden houses built not long ago after the snowfall. Naturally, Paul and Sinis lived in one room, Luo, Kixie, and Lilia lived in one room, Ristina and Sylphie lived in one room, and Rudy lived in one room alone. At night, after Paul paid the public food, he waited until Sinis was asleep before getting up and leaving. He found an empty cabin and entered it, then began to check his own situation. After devouring a group of bandits, he felt a change in his human form. The last fusion, after obtaining Jing's mimicry, also caused Paul's mimicry to change. His current human form is no longer the same as Paul. Likewise, it is not quiet, but at the same time, there are the advantages of Paul and Jing, which seem to combine the two people. This form has become his first human form, which is also his main form. This time, he swallowed many robbers and obtained more human forms through analysis. This also caused the main form to absorb more advantages of the human form, causing the original appearance to change again. Of course, it's a change for the better. After absorbing more advantages of the human form, the appearance of the main form becomes more handsome. In addition, devouring humans seems to shorten the fusion time of template god cards. Originally, it would take 5 years for the 4th fusion. 1 year has passed, and there are still 4 years left. But after he devoured hundreds of bandits, his life was shortened to 2.5 years. With this discovery, Paul felt that he could become the awakened demon king before the transfer incident broke out. After figuring out the physical changes, Paul took out all the cards. There are now 1871 cards in total, including 1867 1-star white cards, 2 2-star green cards, and 2 3-star blue cards. 2-star green card, Black Ball Motorcycle, Black Ball Battle Knife, Black Ball Enhanced Server. Samsung blue card, Fantasy Great Sword the Demon Lost. The 3 2-star cards are all technological weapons from the world of Slaughter City. They are not bad, but they are useless to me. Fantasy Great Sword, the noble phantasm of Siegfried, the dragon-slaying hero of the moon-shaped world. This is a cursed holy sword that achieved great feats of slaying dragons. It also possesses the attributes of the original magic sword, Gram, and its attributes will be converted into a magic sword or a holy sword depending on the user. The blue gem on the hilt stores and preserves the magic power of the gods, True Ether. When it is released, it will release dust-colored sword energy, which can cause additional damage to those with dragon blood. The dragon-slaying sword can be used for fun when you PK with the dragon god in the future. A weird smile appeared on Paul's lips. Information: this weapon contains special magic power, which can be devoured and analyzed to increase the magic level. Suddenly, the voice of the great sage came to my mind. Special magic power refers to the true ether of the magic power of the gods? Paul asked. Answer, yes. It would be a pity to swallow a noble phantasm with dragon-slaying attributes. Paul hesitated. Information, it can be swallowed into the stomach pouch space, and parallel calculation analysis with predators will not destroy it. That's acceptable, Paul said, and used all the 2-star and 3-star cards. In an instant, there were 2 more weapons, an enhanced suit, and a black motorcycle in front of him. With a wave of his hand, Paul swallowed them all into the stomach space. Waiting for the great sage to analyze the magic power of the gods, your own magic power will evolve into true ether, surpassing ordinary magic power. After doing all this, Paul said to the system, System, exchange 1,000 1-star white cards for 1 4-star purple card. Ding, the exchange was successful. The next moment, a card glowing with purple light appeared in Paul's hand. The protection of the sword master. You can kill things that cannot be killed. You can use any holy sword or magic sword and maximize the sword's ability. A bit shameful. Paul shook his head in disappointment. This sword master's protection comes from Reinhardt, the world's strongest sword master in Ray 0. Although its attributes are very strong, it is not worth a 4-star purple card. In Paul's opinion, it is worth a Samsung blue card at most. A 4-star purple card would be embarrassed if he used this protection. But I can still accept it. With the protection of the sword master and the clear heart of the sword, my swordsmanship should be able to grow to the god level faster. Back on the bed, Paul held Sinai's in his arms, smelled her faint body fragrance, and fell asleep quickly. The next day, everyone woke up, washed up, ate some dry food, and then continued on their way. After another 2 days of walking, we finally arrived at the city of Roja. Because the Lord Sorrows lives here, and his son Philip is the Lord of Roya City is equivalent to the Lord City of the entire Fatoya territory. Although it is not as good as the royal capital, it is still a very prosperous and lively city. After entering the city, Paul went directly to the Lord's mansion. The Paul he replaced was the eldest son of the Greyrat family and a superior noble. But he couldn't bear the constraints of red tape, so he ran away from home and lived in various places. Then he met Sinai's during his career as an adventurer and formed the S-Class adventurer team Black Wolf Fang. Greylat is the top noble in the kingdom of Asra, and his family has 4 branches. Sorrows, the Lord of Fatoa, is also a member of the Greylat family. In other words, Paul and Philip, Lord of Loa, were cousins. After arriving at the Lord's mansion and reporting his identity, he was taken to see Sorrows and Philip. Paul, what are you doing here, you little b***********? Sorrows asked loudly, giving people an invisible pressure. Of course, Paul knew he was just speaking louder. The snowstorm was severe this year and my house in Buna village was crushed, so I brought my family to Roja to live for a while. Paul said nonchalantly. Then you come here to get a job? Philip asked with a smile. I'm not short of money, so I don't have to work. I just don't want to spend money to live outside, so I asked if you have a place to live in your house. Paul was not polite to them either. Anyway, it's all about the family, they don't care about what to do. You are really as shameless as before. Philip shook his head. Sorrows didn't care. He agreed directly, I have a house in my house. You and your family can move in. Thank you. Paul showed a smile. This time when I came to Roja, in addition to dealing with the transfer incident, I also wanted to meet Alice. This future sword emperor, his daughter-in-law, should still be an unruly and willful young lady. After the conversation, Paul planned to leave the house to pick up Sinai's and the other girls. As a result, we bumped into an acquaintance, Kirianu. The former princess of the Beast tribe and the current sister of the leader of the Beast tribe, she has dark skin and scantily clad clothes, revealing her muscular figure. Cat ears and tail, white hair and red hair, and an eye patch on her right eye. She has good looks, but she doesn't know how to dress up. She wears a sloppy outfit and has exposed muscles, which loses too many points. Besides Kirianu, there was also a little girl with red hair like her standing next to her. This little girl should be Philip's daughter Alice. She is obviously the eldest lady of the Lord's palace, but she is wearing a black and white dress that looks like a maid's outfit. White stockings paired with black round-toe leather boots and that arrogant expression are simply too cute. Paul's current appearance was different from the original Paul, and he looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, so Kairnu could not recognize him. Looking at his red hair, I thought he was from Philip's wife Hilda's family. But the magic power emanating from Paul made Kairenes feel extremely dangerous. She had only felt this kind of pressure from her master. This person is very strong, either god level or emperor level. When Sirenes was thinking about Paul's strength, Paul did take the lead and said, "Sirenes, long time no see. Who are you?" Kairnu asked with a question mark on his face. "I'm Paul." Paul replied helplessly. "Impossible, how could you be Paul? Paul doesn't look like you, nor does he have the same strength as before." Kairnu directly denied it. "I am really Paul. I became what I am now only because I accidentally ate a magic potion. If you don't believe it, I will take you to see Sinis." Paul explained to her, "I just explained it once in front of Sorrows and Philip, and now I have to explain it again. It's really troublesome. Sinis is here, I'll go with you." Although Kairnu didn't believe it, she still wanted to see Sinis. Immediately, Paul took her out of the Lord's mansion. Kairnu and Alice followed him. On the way, Alice couldn't help but ask, "Kairnu, who is this man?" "His name is Paul, the eldest son of the Grey Rat family. He is a cousin to your father." Kairnu thought to her and said, "He and his father are cousins? Why does he look so young, and his hair color is the same as mine and my mother's? I thought he was from my mother's family." Alice said with some confusion and surprise. After all, the Paul in front of him looked too young, and he was a little too handsome. That kind of handsomeness left a deep impression on Alice after she first saw it. Paul didn't look like this before, and he is already 24 years old. If he is really Paul, then his current changes should be related to the potion he mentioned. Cyrenu shook his head, a little unsure, said. After hearing what Cyrena said, Alice became even more curious about Paul. Soon, Paul arrived at the location of Sinis and her daughters. After seeing Alice and Ristina, Cyrenu, who followed, knew that the man in front of him was really Paul. "Silnu," Sinis said happily. "Ristina is not Alina Ligi in this plot line and has not joined the Black Wolf's Fang. But in order not to be exposed, she also pretended to be familiar with him." Sinis, Alina Ligi, long time no see. Kairnu also showed a happy smile. "Kailnu, my name is no longer Alina Ligi. Please call me Ristina from now on." Ristina said to her with a smile, "Change the name, but it doesn't matter, it's the same no matter what you call it." Kairnu said carelessly, "That's her character, it's just a friend's name changed, don't worry about it." The three women chatted happily, which surprised Alice, who had followed Kairnu. Kairenes was a person she admired, and she had never seen Kairenes so happy. It can be seen from this that the two women in front of him are very good friends of Kairnu. After the three women chatted for a while, the Gilead slave came to Paul and said, "I didn't expect it was really you. What a big change. That magic potion is very good. Although it has changed some of my appearance, it has greatly increased my strength and made me younger." Paul laughed. "Well, you have indeed become more beautiful than before. How is your current strength?" Cyrenu first nodded in recognition of Paul's appearance, and then became very interested in his current strength. "Want to compete?" Paul asked with a smile. "Okay," Kairnu nodded. Afterwards, everyone returned to the Lord's mansion, and Paul and his family were assigned to a relatively luxurious house, as well as a group of orc maids. The scene was huge, but the girls were all experienced and didn't pay attention at all. Sinis used to be the eldest daughter of the Latlia family of the Holy Kingdom of Milis. Lilia used to be a maid of the Imperial Guard in the harem of the Kingdom of Asra. However, her leg was injured in an assassination incident. She was politically implicated and was dismissed from the palace on the grounds that she could no longer continue her duties as a maid of the Imperial Guard. Then, due to various chances, she became the maid of Paul's family. Needless to say, Luo Kixi is a water saint-level magician. If Paul hadn't changed the plot, she would have become the court magician of the Kingdom of Shalong and the teacher of the seventh prince. Ristina is even more terrifying. She was once the maid of Laplace before she split. All of them have seen the big world, so naturally they won't make a fuss over a little luxury in the Lord's mansion. After putting all the gifts in their new residence and tidying up their personal rooms, everyone went to the martial arts venue of the Lord's mansion. Everyone is looking forward to whether Paul can defeat the Sword King Cyrenius. Sinise knew that Paul had become stronger, but she didn't know how much stronger. In the past, the strongest person in Black Wolf Fang was Kairnu, and she was not sure whether Paul could beat him. Luo Kixi and Ristina knew Paul's strength, and in their opinion, Paul would definitely win this match. Rudy and Sylphie cheered for Paul, while Alice cheered for Kairnu and glared at Rudy and Sylphie from time to time. In the martial arts arena, Paul and Cyrenius each occupied a side. Paul did not take out his wolf's end and fantasy great sword, but just picked up a stainless steel sword. As a sound started, the two of them moved at the same time. Kairnu studied the sword god style. This style advocates speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy. Winning first and killing with one strike are common situations in the sword god style battles. The most famous sword skill is Hikari no Takai. Paul also used the sword god style to fight against the enemy. The first move of the two was to draw their swords and slash. In an instant, the figures intertwined. Before anyone could understand, they noticed that the two figures disappeared and reappeared. Originally, each took one side, but now they all stand in the middle. The sword in Cyrenius' hand dropped, and Paul's sword was placed on her neck. "You win now," Sinise said in disbelief. In her impression, Kiryanu was an invincible being. However, this kind of existence was defeated by his husband Paul. Why does this feel a bit unrealistic? In fact, not only Sinise was shocked, but Alice was too. In her eyes, Kiryanu is the strongest. But why was he defeated in one move? On the martial arts field, Kairnu was silent for a long time before asking, "What kind of magic potion did you take?" "I don't know either, but I heard that the potion is called Rimuru." Paul joked with a smile. Rimuru? Kairnu kept it in mind and looked up the information in the future. Then how did she know that Rimuru was Paul's fusion template god card, and she only named it as a potion as a joke? "My dear, you are so powerful now," Sinise said with admiration. "Don't you know if I am strong or not tonight?" Paul asked her with a smile. Sinise's face suddenly turned red, and then she stepped on him hardly. What was this wild man talking about in front of so many people? After leaving the martial arts performance venue, Sinise and the other girls took Kairnu with them to go shopping in Loya City. Alice and Sylphie were also taken away, leaving only Paul and Rudy, the father and son. Rudy, a kid who was used to staying at home, ran back inside to practice his magic power, while Paul seemed a little idle. Instead of wasting time, find something to do. He thought that swallowing humans could speed up the template fusion, but he couldn't devour people for no reason. Although I am not a holy mother, I am not a murderer of innocent people either. Paul simply went to the Adventurers Guild in the city, planning to take on some tasks. The most important thing is to fight against bandits and robbers so that I can justifiably devour them. Anyway, I am doing harm to the people. So he put on a new skin and looked red all night long. At the same time, he took out the weapon wolf's end and tied his red hair into a high ponytail. Suddenly, Paul turned into a replica of Diluk from another world. When he arrived at the guild, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone inside. There is no way, now Paul not only has incredible looks, but the bright red outfit on his body makes him look even more noble. The most important thing is that the end of the wolf in his hands is so awesome. Just the aura emanating from it makes people feel terrifying. You don't need to think about it to know that this is an artifact. Paul didn't pay attention to these looks, walked directly to the lady at the counter and said, "I want to take over the task." As he spoke, he took out the nameplate of the former Black Wolf Fang team. The lady at the counter took it and took a look, and she was immediately dumbfounded. S-Class team? For a moment, the entire guild fell silent. "Can I take the mission?" Paul said again. "Of course, you are the captain of the distinguished S-Class team Black Wolf Fang, and you can take on any mission from us." The lady at the counter immediately said with respect, "Well, let me pick." Paul nodded and then started to pick. On the taskbar, there are pieces of slate hanging. On each stone slab is a task. There is the lowest level, F level, and the higher level, S level. but the higher the level, the fewer the tasks. On the entire taskbar, there are only 2 or 3 S-level tasks, all of which are to defeat some dangerous monsters. Paul is not interested in defeating monsters. He is now looking for some tasks to defeat bandits. Soon, he found an A-level mission. 30 kilometers east of Roja City, there is a large gathering place for robbers. This group of robbers often robs passing businessmen of their money, which makes many businessmen unhappy. Because they were being robbed more and more often, some businessmen banded together and spent a lot of money to launch a mission to defeat the robbers. It's just that there are experts among the robbers. Many adventurer teams failed to go there and were caught and humiliated by the robbers. The city Lord Philip also sent troops to suppress the bandits, but unfortunately he also failed. Because what was originally a C-level mission has been upgraded to an A-level mission. Nowadays, many adventurers are afraid to accept it, which gives the guild a headache. I'll take this mission. Paul didn't hesitate and directly chose the robber mission. The lady at the counter was overjoyed when she saw it. This task has been hanging here for too long. It has been rising again and again. If it is not completed, it will affect the reputation of the guild. Now that it is accepted by the S-Class team, it can definitely be completed. "Sir, I will register you right now," the young lady said happily. After coming out of the Sanhedrin, Paul first walked out of Loya City, then flew directly into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and headed east. With the Wukong technique at full blast, 30 kilometers was reached in a minute or two. When Paul came to the place where the robbers were gathered, he saw their number. Many, thousands of people. No wonder Philip failed to suppress the bandits despite sending troops. Because they have to devour the corpses and ensure their integrity, they cannot use ultimate magic to kill them. Paul fell from the sky and landed where the robbers were stationed. Who? Several robbers on guard discovered Paul and were shocked. They sounded the alarm inside to notify others. Paul did not stop them. In his eyes, no matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. Let them gather together so that you can handle everything at once. Soon, a large number of robbers ran out of the house. There were men and women, old and young, all armed with weapons and looking fierce. Because of the snowstorm, many desperate people chose to become robbers, which also led to a surge in the number of robbers. The guild mission information records that there are about 200 people in this group of robbers. But now, there are almost 1,000 people. Paul didn't bother to talk nonsense with them, so he changed the end of the wolf to a training sword. After massacring these robbers, he despised their blood for soiling his artifact. "Who are you? Why did you break into our camp?" A tough, middle-aged man among the robbers asked Paul. This guy had some eyes for Paul's extraordinary clothes, so he didn't take action immediately. Paul didn't answer him, just slashed out with his sword. The sword light spread like a crescent moon, cutting the leader and the many robbers behind him into 2 pieces. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. "Damn it, this guy killed the boss, kill him together." With a loud shout, all the robbers rushed towards Paul. Paul's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to look at the mountain with his sword. Every time he swung his sword, there would be sword light, and wherever the sword light passed, there would be death and injury. As time passed, most of the robbers were killed or injured, the ground was stained red with blood, and the bodies piled up into mountains. The remaining half of the robbers were completely frightened and did not dare to attack again. They simply threw away their weapons and ran away with fear on their faces. But unfortunately, Paul cares about setting up a barrier so they can't escape. For a time, the entire robber station was filled with cries and pleas for mercy. After a massacre, Paul finally eliminated all the robbers. At this moment, the station blocked by the barrier has become a purgatory on Earth. The ground was stained red with blood, and corpses were poured out. It's a pity that the predator has not evolved. If it evolved into a glutton, there would be no need to kill like this and just devour it from a distance. Paul shook his head and said, perhaps it was because of becoming a monster that his inner emotions became a little different. Even after massacring thousands of people, he did not feel any nausea or discomfort. Next, he returned to his slime form and began to devour the corpses one by one. When all the robbers were swallowed and digested, Paul already felt that the fourth fusion cooling time was over. System, can I start the fourth fusion now? Ding, yes. Okay, let's get started. Ding, start merging. Next, Paul's consciousness fell into sleep again. Then the sounds of the world simulated by the system continued to sound. There are new skills one after another, as well as skills integrated by the great sage. Skills are only second. The most important thing is the Demon King seed of the pig-headed emperor and the hungry man. With the Demon King seed, you can become the awakened Demon King. As for the hungry, you can fuse the predator to create the glutton. This fusion is equivalent to the time period when Rimuru devoured the pig-headed emperor and the great storm demon vortex. In other words, he is already invincible under the Demon King. Next time you fuse, you can become the awakened Demon King. When Paul regained consciousness and woke up, the fusion was complete. He could clearly feel that he was getting stronger again. The next fusion will have a cooling time of 10 years. It's a bit long, but it doesn't matter. It can swallow humans and reduce time. The system, based on my current situation, generates an attribute interface. Ding, the attribute interface is generated. Name, Paul Tempest S*X. Male age, 5 years old race. Slime. Protection, emblem of the storm, Sword Master's protection swordsmanship. Sword God Style Emperor, Water God Style Emperor, North God Style Emperor magic, elemental magic, physical magic, elf magic, summoning magic innate skills, absorption, self-regeneration, dissolution unique skills, great sage, glutton, mutant. Additional skills: sticky wire, steel wire, blood-sucking, black thunder, black fire, strange power, dancing sky technique, clone technique, super smell, sword heart transparency, I am fighting and I am, body strengthening, super speed regeneration, omnipotent transformation, molecular manipulation, magic power perception, heat source perception, sound wave perception, spatial movement, range enchantment. General skills: coercion, conveying thoughts, full body armor, poison breath, paralysis breath special resistances, pain invalidation, corrosion invalidation, poison resistance, electric current resistance, paralysis resistance, heat change invalidation, physical attack resistance, stomach space, storm dragon, fire spirit. Possessing equipment: edgeless sword, training great sword, Paul's sword, wolf's end, dark red knight, fantasy great sword, lost demon, black ball motorcycle, black ball combat knife, black ball enhanced server. It's very powerful. This attribute is already the limit of Rimuru before he became the awakened Demon King. Paul could feel that his current strength could rival the gods in this world. If you use some abnormal skills, you can even crush and kill a god-level powerhouse instantly. But there is still some distance between them and the real gods like dragon gods and human gods. When he fuses next time and becomes the awakened Demon King, he should be able to defeat the dragon god and the human god. By then, no one in this world will be my opponent. You can do whatever you want, truly unscrupulous. Transforming into human form, Paul waved his hand, and a pair of water mirrors appeared in front of him. In the mirror, I look more handsome on the right side. As more and more humans are devoured and analyzed, more and more humans can imitate. Only the first human form, which is the main form, will also passively absorb the advantages of other human forms and then merge them together. In this way, the more humans Paul devoured, the more perfect the first human form would become. Now Paul, both in appearance and body proportions, are perfect to the extreme. This is so handsome, I'm almost fascinated by myself. Paul joked and then removed the water mirror. Returning to the guild in Roja City, Paul did not submit the task immediately. The task was completed too quickly, and he planned to wait until tomorrow to turn in the task. In the Lord's mansion, Cenes and the other girls have returned from shopping. When they saw Paul coming back, they must have looked surprised. Especially Cenes, she ran to Paul and looked at it several times before she said, "Your clothes are good. They look even better when you put them on." It turned out that Paul had forgotten to take off his skin, and his face was red all night long. In addition, after the fusion, his appearance became more handsome, which aroused the surprise of several girls. After looking at him carefully for a long time, Cenes felt that he looked more handsome because he changed his clothes. I look handsome even without clothes. Paul said nasty things to Sinai's. Sinai's face turned slightly red and she glared at him fiercely. At night, the orc maids brought a lot of delicious food. It's just that after tasting it, Sinai's and the other girls lost their appetite. There is no way, the food here is far different from the delicious food made by Paul. Over the years, their tastes have long been picked up by Paul. However, Kairnu looked at them with a puzzled expression and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" "It doesn't taste good and I can't eat it." Sinai's smiled bitterly. "Such delicious food, you actually say it's not delicious." Alice, who was following Kairnu, said in annoyance after hearing this. These foods are the most popular among the upper-class nobles, and ordinary people cannot afford them. His grandfather and father entertained them with such rich delicacies, but they said they were not delicious. It's so irritating. Little girl, if you think these foods are delicious, it's because you haven't eaten truly delicious food. Sinai's didn't like Alice, so she mocked. HMPH, if there's anything I haven't eaten before, bring it out if you can. Alice said with a look of dissatisfaction. Paul felt weird watching the two women tit for tat. In the original work, they were mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Unexpectedly, after changing the plot, they became more competitive in advance. While Paul was watching the play, Sinai suddenly said to him, "My dear, make some delicious food and let this little girl with no vision try it." Forehead. Paul was speechless. Why did the matter involve him again? Alice also looked over and said, "You do it, I'll wait." Alas! Paul sighed, stood up helplessly, and asked the orc maid to take him to the kitchen. Seeing this, Ristina also stood up and said, "I'm going to help." After saying that, she chased after him. In the kitchen, Paul looked at Ristina, who was following her, and asked with some confusion, "What are you doing here?" "I don't want to do anything, I just want to see how you cook delicious food." Ristina said with a slight smile. Paul knew she wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't care. He was thinking of making something delicious that Alice would like immediately. If you're a little girl, you probably prefer sweets. Thinking of this, he had an idea. Immediately, he began to order people to get the ingredients they needed. The servants all went out, and only Paul and Ristina were left in the kitchen. The woman became restless and immediately wrapped herself around him and hugged him with both hands. "What are you doing? I still want to make delicious food." Paul said helplessly. "It takes some time to prepare the ingredients. Do you understand what I mean?" Ristina said with a wink. Paul was moved. Since the last relationship in Wanglong Kingdom, there has been no further relationship. Because after coming back, everyone will live together. She was indeed neglected during this period. Ristina looked at Paul's heart-moving eyes and kissed him directly. Paul did not refuse and cooperated with her. After a while, the servants prepared the ingredients and brought them all to the kitchen. Paul and Ristina tidied their clothes and then started cooking delicious food. This time, Paul was cooking some fast food, the junk food from his previous life, such as French fries, fried chicken, chicken wings, chicken steaks, egg tarts, and other KFC foods. For kids, these are the best. In fact, let alone children, not even adults can stop it. Just when he was doing it, Ristina secretly ate many chicken wings. When he asked all the servants to bring it to the table, everyone couldn't help but swallow. Especially Alice, her eyes changed when she looked at the fried chicken. The chickens she had eaten before were all turkeys. This was the first time she had seen fried chicken. Especially the fried chicken is wrapped with a layer of crispy stuff on the outside, which looks so fragrant. "Little brat, do you know what delicious food is?" Sinai said proudly. In fact, it was also the first time for her to see these fast food. When he was at home, Paul cooked mostly Huxia and Japanese food. Originally, she meant to let Paul do these things, but in the end, Paul invented new delicacies. It looks delicious. Thinking of this, Sinai couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Except for her and Alice, the same was true for everyone else, including the servants standing aside. Only Rudy looked at Paul with a strange expression. I thought to myself that my father is really awesome and can do anything. Will he bring over all modern civilization and start an industrial revolution in this world? He is also a reincarnated person, so he is too useless. HMPH, it just looks good, who knows how it tastes? Alice still refused to admit defeat. You'll know how it tastes after you eat it, Sinai said and invited everyone to eat together. Everyone was not polite and started to move. Alice took a fried chicken directly, tore off the wings, and took a bite. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Too delicious. The surface of the chicken is crispy, and the chicken is full of juice and tender. Not only her, but Sini's and the other girls couldn't stop eating. At this moment, the two women forgot about the fight just now and only focused on eating. Soon, all of them finished the KFC fast food made by Paul. Everyone showed an unfinished expression. Sini's rubbed her belly and then said to Alice, "Little girl, do you know what delicious food is?" "HMPH, you're awesome." Alice had nothing to say in reply, so she could only snort and run away. Sini's showed a victorious expression. "Just leave the task of clearing the table to the servants, and all the girls will do their own things, such as digesting food." Sini's, in particular, ate a little too much tonight. In order to stay in good shape, she must exercise. Paul also went to the martial arts venue and started practicing swordsmanship. Now that his strength is comparable to that of a god, it is time for his swordsmanship to be upgraded. Otherwise, using emperor-level swordsmanship with god-level strength would be a bit of a stretch. The great sage deduces and analyzes it, and then gives feedback to himself. Coupled with the dual assistance of Sword Heart Transparency and Sword Master's Protection, Paul's swordsmanship improved little by little. At the martial arts performance venue, he held a bladeless sword and danced rapidly. The sword moves of the three major schools were disrupted by him, and they struck out randomly. However, these moves seem to be perfectly linked by him. Although they are not from the same genre, they can be connected seamlessly. Gradually, he was no longer bound by the moves. I don't know how much time passed, but Paul finally broke through that bottleneck and entered a new realm. Sword God style, Water God style, and North God style have all reached the God level. Sword God, I feel much more comfortable now. Paul smiled. His true strength does not rely on swordsmanship, just like the cute King Rimuru, but on many skills. But as a patient with obsessive-compulsive disorder, he felt uncomfortable unless he practiced his swordsmanship to a godly level. In the past, the strength could not match the god level, so it didn't matter. Now that they have reached the god level, they can use their skills to instantly kill and crush the god level. The emperor-level swordsmanship is particularly dazzling. I feel much more comfortable now and my thoughts are clear. One night passed, and the next day Paul came to the Adventurers Guild to submit a mission. The lady at the counter looked shocked and said, You're not joking." "Of course, you can send someone to the robbers' station to check." Paul nodded and said. For a moment, the entire guild fell silent. The adventurers here looked at Paul with great awe. Those arrogant robbers were actually eliminated in one day. All I can say is that they deserve to be an S-class team. Wait a moment. The lady at the counter left and ran to inform the guild's senior management. In order to confirm whether it was true, the senior officials also hurriedly sent personnel to check. The personnel they sent out were flying monsters, so they were quite fast. It's more than 30 kilometers and only takes 10 minutes to go back and forth. Soon, the investigators came back and informed them that the situation was true. The robbers at the robber station were all gone, leaving only blood stains on the ground. They must have all been killed. The lady at the counter was notified and immediately completed the task for Paul. She took the tasks off her taskbar and paid Paul a commission. Paul took the money and said, "Continue to take on the mission." The lady at the counter quickly said respectfully, "You can choose whatever you want." Paul nodded, came to the taskbar, and selected a task to defeat the bandits. The girl at the counter twitched her lips. This powerful adventurer seemed to have a hard time with the robbers. In the following days, Paul would take on missions every day to defeat robbers and robbers. He will not only take on external crusade, but also the task of hunting down thieves in the city. This also led to the city of Roja's security improving a lot after Paul's arrival. Not only the robbers and robbers in the city, but also within 100 kilometers outside the city, were all cleaned up by him. It's a pity that the next fusion will take 10 years. No matter how many tasks Paul takes on, he will devour fewer and fewer humans. In 1 month, the 10-year cooling time is only reduced to 8 years. He has almost devoured all the evildoers near Loya City, so he can't devour innocent people later, right? It was already late at night when Paul returned home. Just when he was about to take a bath and rest, he saw Lilia taking a bath in the bathroom. The bathroom door was open and her back was turned to herself. Paul could see all of her clearly. This little maid seems to have done it on purpose. Paul Nanan said to himself. In the original novel, she just couldn't stand the loneliness, so she seduced Paul. Unexpectedly, she fell into the soul and became pregnant with AI Zia. Of course, Paul and Sinai's also had a lot of responsibility for the reason why she couldn't bear the loneliness. The sound was so loud every night that no one could stand it. In order for Aisha to be born, I should accept the temptation, Paul said righteously. Immediately, he entered the bathroom. Lilia noticed something. She turned around and didn't scream. Instead, she raised the corners of her mouth and showed a smile. She and Paul had known each other since they were young, and they were brother and sister. Her understanding of Paul is no worse than Sinai's. The two of them didn't speak, both understood what the other meant. Come closer and hug each other. In the early morning, Paul left Lilia's room and returned to Sinai's room. Sinai's had woken up at this time. She saw Paul coming back and asked, "Where were you last night? Didn't you go out to perform a mission? The mission was a bit tricky, so it took a while." Paul told a lie casually. After hearing this, Sinai's did not dwell on this issue, but changed the question. "You have been taking on quests. Do you miss the life of an adventurer?" "Yes, my strength has improved too much and my hands are itchy. I want to fight with others." Paul said, took off his clothes and went to bed, acting as if he was sleepy and wanted to catch up on some sleep. "So that's it. Then you should go to bed first. You've been busy all night." As she said that, she stopped disturbing Paul and got up to wash up. Lying on the bed, Paul did not sleep, but closed his eyes and meditated, thinking about where there were more evil people so that he could devour them. As he thought about it, he thought of the disputed land to the east of Asra Kingdom. It is a vast plain area with not only a very good climate, but also a better geographical environment. Rich in products and sufficient resources. It is precisely because the conditions are so good that many countries are eyeing that area. The most important thing is that there are many small countries there, and wars continue all year round. Some big countries in the central continent will privately send some mercenaries to sow discord among the small countries and keep them in constant war. This situation is a bit like the Middle East in previous lives, except that the environment is much better than the Middle East. It seems to be similar to the situation in Daxia during World War II. Those small countries are like the warlords in Daxia during World War II. It is precisely because of the constant war that it is called the land of strife. The surrounding powers all want to gain territory in the disputed areas, so they do not want to see the disputed areas unified. This approach is really disgusting. As a reincarnated person from Daxia, Paul hated this practice the most. Suddenly, he had an idea. Should he go to unify the disputed areas and end the war there? There will be a civil war in the kingdom of Asra in the future, and the transfer incident cannot be resolved. Darius will definitely use this as an excuse to attack Lord Sorrows. The transfer incident originally destroyed the Fatoa territory and teleported countless people in the territory to all over the world. Most of these people died outside. If Lord Sorrows dies again, there will be complete chaos. Instead of doing this, it is better to make arrangements in advance and move the people in advance. As for where to move to, Land of Conflict is pretty good. However, there is a prerequisite, which is to first establish a territory in the Land of Disputes. In this case, I can cooperate with Sorrows. He controls the territory himself, and then he is responsible for providing troops and management personnel. Although Paul is powerful, the territory he conquered needs people to manage it, which cannot be accomplished by him alone. Thinking about these things, I fell asleep. He slept until noon, then was woken up by Sinai's for dinner. After Paul got up and washed up, he ate something and left. This time, he did not go to the guild to pick up the mission, but flew directly to the east. He flew very fast, flying over the Chilong Mountains and arriving at the Land of Dispute in just 2 or 3 hours. The Red Dragon Mountains of the central continent is shaped like a T, with the kingdom of Asrad just to the left of the T and the land of dispute to the right. The Fatoa territory is located to the north of the Asra kingdom, so it is surrounded by the Red Dragon Mountains to the north and east. Such an environment brings both good and bad things to Fatoa's tie. The advantage is that the Chilong Mountains are rich in resources, and you can rely on the mountains to eat. The disadvantage is also that there are too many monsters in the Red Dragon Mountains. Every year, monster attacks cause a lot of losses to the Fatoa territory. After Paul entered the land of strife, he saw two groups of soldiers fighting before he had flown for long. It seems that because a mine happens to be located on the border of two small countries, in order to compete for possession, the two small countries continue to have wars. Paul looked interesting. He did not go to help anyone. Instead, he descended directly to the highest point of the mine and loudly announced, "Stop, everyone. From now on, this mine belongs to me. Where did you come from? You're looking for death," the leader of a group of soldiers shouted angrily. "Ants, you don't know how high the sky is," the leader of another group of soldiers also echoed. For a moment, they stopped fighting and all turned their hatred to Paul. "A bunch of weaklings." Paul said at the corner of his mouth and raised his middle finger with both hands. This made the two groups of soldiers extremely angry, with their eyes wide open and their faces ferocious. At the command of the two leaders, they all rushed towards Paul. They waved their weapons as if they wanted to chop Paul into pieces. Paul smiled and took out the black ball combat knife. In this massacre, he planned to try this technological weapon. The appearance of black ball fighting is a black metal knife handle without a blade. But with a slight flick, the blade extended from the handle, and a blue halo lit up above the blade. A very handsome knife, with a beautiful shape and a sense of technology. A bloody killing plunged the leaders of the two groups of soldiers into horror and fear. The ants they originally regarded as ants turned out to be so powerful. Is this one of the 7 great powers? They tried to escape, but were trapped by the barrier. Paul's kill was very fast, and the black ball sword was sharper than he expected. Although the blade is not very strong, it is capable of this at the saint level. But its sharpness is comparable to that of an artifact. The black ball sword can be said to be a nano-weapon. The blade achieves the elongation effect by instantly changing the arrangement structure of nanoparticles. After extension, the nanoparticle arrangement is changed again, allowing the local part to regain its strength and toughness before deformation. It can be said that the sword itself is a small teleporter. It transmits the replica blade at high speed until it is extended and can easily cut through any conventional metal. After killing everyone, Paul suddenly said, "Great sage, can you copy the black ball sword?" "Tell me yes." A smile appeared on Paul's lips. "If you can copy the black ball weapon, can you form a black ball army?" Wearing a black ball enhanced suit and holding a black ball sword. Combining Du Chi with enhanced clothing, he should be able to exert considerable power. At that time, unifying the disputed areas will not be a simple matter. The mine at your feet is an iron ore, and there seems to be a lot of iron ore in it. This is another considerable fortune. Paul flew into the sky, stretched out his right hand towards the mine, and Glutton activated. Gluttons are much more powerful than predators. Gluttony has a total of 6 abilities, namely, prey, stomach bag, mimicry, isolation, corrosion, absorption, and supply. Predation, inhale the object into the body. When the object is still conscious, the success rate will be greatly reduced. The target is not limited to organic or inorganic objects, but also includes skills and magic. Stomach bag, it stores prey objects and can also store the substances generated after analysis. Once stored in the stomach bag, it will not be affected by time. Mimicry, reappear the object of absorption and exercise the same ability, only the object that successfully analyzes the information. Isolation, contains harmful effects that cannot be analyzed, purifies them, and restores them to magic power. Corrosion, it can corrode the target and give it a corrosive effect. The creature will become corrupted. When it absorbs part of the corpse of the monster, it can gain part of its abilities. Absorption, when a monster is affected by a move, it can absorb its acquired abilities. Supply, the target is the affected or soul-connected monster, granting some abilities to the monster. Not only does it have more abilities, the most important thing is that it can be swallowed remotely. A black energy vortex erupted from Paul's palm, and then the vortex continued to expand, covering the entire mine. Eventually, the mine is uprooted and swallowed into the stomach space. After the mine disappeared, the original place turned into a basin. Gluttonous eaters are domineering and worthy of the word gluttony. After the mine is swallowed into the stomach space, it automatically converts useless things such as stone and soil into magic power, leaving only the purest iron. These iron feet can be used to build armor and weapons for an army. If sold to Saros, they should be worth a lot of money. No, it's like asking the great sage to directly build armor and weapons, and you can sell them for more money. After leaving the mine, Paul began to look around for the place where the war took place. He didn't care which side those troops and mercenaries belonged to, he would devour them all. Occasionally, some mineral veins are discovered, and they are all swallowed up. The fusion cooldown time was rapidly reduced under his devouring. At this rate, it won't be long before he can fuse for the 5th time and become the awakened Demon King. After spending an afternoon killing and plundering in the Land of Disputes, Paul didn't plan to go back until dark. When he went back, he did not choose to fly, but to move in space. In an instant, he returned to the Lord's mansion. He didn't use space to move when he went there. That was because he had never been to the Land of Disputes. Space movement can only be transferred to places you have been to. Now that you have been there, you can move back and forth as you please. At the martial arts performance venue, Kairnu is currently learning the air dance skills from Sinis and Ristina. Ever since he saw the flying abilities of the two women, Kairnu wanted to learn them very much. Flying is not only a great help to magicians, but also to swordsmen. During the snowstorm, Sinis and Lilia were envious of Ristina and Luo Kixie's ability to fly, and followed Paul to the Wanglong Kingdom to buy food. After their hard study later, they finally learned it not long ago. After learning it, Saines showed off in front of Kairnu. Then she was begged by Kirieon to teach her. Sinis was not stingy either. Not only did she teach Kairnu to study, but Rudy and Sylphie were also asked to study together. Alice looked envious on the side, but she was so arrogant that she couldn't let go of her dignity and wanted to learn from Sinis. The two women had been unhappy with each other because of the food incident. Paul also felt funny when he saw this. Because I have read the original work, I know that Sinis and Alice are in a relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Whenever I think about their relationship and see how they are targeting each other now, it feels like watching a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law video. Paul sat on a rest chair under the martial arts arena, admiring the girls studying. At this moment, Alice seemed to notice him. He thought that Paul could defeat Kairnu, and he must be extremely powerful. The most important thing is that Sinis is his wife, so he will definitely be able to perform air dance. With a roll of her eyes, she paid attention. He trotted to Paul and said with a proud look on his face, "Your name is Paul, right? Are you willing to teach me the air dance technique?" Paul was stunned for a moment, then reached out and knocked Alice on the head and said, "Your father, Philip, and I are cousins. You have to call me uncle." Alice's expression changed immediately after she was struck. Ever since she was little, no one dared to hit her. The tutors hired by her family were beaten so hard by her that they dared not even beep. Although the Paul in front of him is his uncle, he can't beat himself up. Alice was like an angry little tiger, saying angrily, "You dare to hit me on the head." Without waiting for Paul to recover, he hit Paul in the face with his small fist. However, her little fist was easily caught by Paul, and he said with a serious face, "You have a bad character. If Philip doesn't take care of you, I don't mind asking him to take care of you." Alice's character is indeed a bit evil. You can be arrogant, but you cannot be arrogant. Being so rude to your elders shows that you have no family education. As the Lord's granddaughter and the city lord's daughter, everyone usually gives way to her. This is not because they are afraid of her, but because they are afraid of her grandfather and father. Think about the kidnapping incident in the original book. Isn't it just the revenge of the tutors who were beaten by her? This kind of personality will be at a disadvantage outside. After hearing what Paul said, Alice became even more angry and said, "You dare to say that I have a bad character." She tried to pull her fist out of Paul's hand, but Paul's hand was too tight, like a vice, and wouldn't budge. In desperation, she could only kick Paul with her feet. As a result, as soon as Paul let go, she fell directly backwards. But she reacted quickly, after all she had learned swordsmanship from Kairnu. Lean back and arch your waist, put your hands on the ground, do a somersault, and let your body stand. After breaking free from control, Alice attacks Paul again. As if by magic, Paul's right hand waved countless transparent silk threads, which not only blocked Acey's attack, but also bound her with the silk threads. Alice was trapped like a rice dumpling, struggling, and said, "A asterisk hole, what kind of sorcery are you doing?" "Sorcery? You think so?" Paul didn't care. The skill of sticky wire is the ability he gained from swallowing black spiders, and it comes from monsters. It seems right to say it's witchcraft. "Let me go," Alice shouted. "Admit your mistake and apologize, and I'll let you go." Paul crossed his legs and said with a smile on his face, "Impossible, let me apologize, unless you kill me." Alice refused directly. The movement here attracted the attention of the girls in the martial arts arena. When they saw Paul binding Alice with silk threads, they all looked at him strangely. Seeing Eyes ran over and said, "My dear, Alice is still a child, you don't have to vent your anger on me." Apparently, she thought Paul was restraining Alice to vent her anger. Although he misunderstood, Paul did not explain it. He just said, "This little girl has such a bad character. She treats her elders with hands and feet, which is inappropriate." At this time, Kairnu came over and said, "That's how the eldest lady is. You'd better let her go, otherwise I won't be able to account for her as her guard." "Okay, for your sake, let's forget it this time." Paul nodded and took back the thread. This magic trick made the girl's eyes light up. This ability is so convenient. Alice was freed from her restraints and rushed towards Paul again, waving her little fists. But this time, Kirinu stopped him and said, "Miss, don't cause any more trouble." Alice seemed to be in awe of Kairnu, and after hearing her words, she actually lowered her fist. Snort. She snorted at Paul, then turned and left. Sirenus gave Paul an apologetic look and chased after him. In the evening, after Paul had dinner, he went to find Philip. This guy was really reading in his library, his brows furrowed slightly. "What's so unhappy?" Paul sat opposite him with a bottle of wine in his hand. "I was just thinking about some of the royal battles at the corner of my mouth." Philip put down the book in his hand. Paul uncorked the wine, took out 2 glasses, poured one for himself and Philip each, and then said, "Are you interested in leaving the kingdom of Asra and going it alone?" Philip's originally squinted eyes opened, and he said with a serious expression, "What do you mean?" "That's what it means," Paul said after taking a sip of wine. Philip also picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and said, "You seem to only want to live a free and easy life before. When did you become interested in this aspect? People can change. I heard that your son was sent to my family. Darius in the palace is also very dissatisfied with your old man. Don't you plan to prepare something in advance?" Paul looked at him with sharp eyes and said. Philip was stunned, took a deep breath and said, "What are you going to do?" "I plan to go to the land of strife to build a territory, but I lack management talent." Paul stated his request, "Leave it to me." Philip said this, which meant he agreed. "Then from now on, we can be regarded as cooperating. If you need anything, you can ask me." Paul raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. "I want to form a private army, so I need a lot of fine iron to make equipment. Can you get it?" Philip joked. "It's really possible. How much do you want?" Paul smiled even more. 3,000, no, 300 sets. Paul said a very low number. In fact, he was worried that Paul was bragging and gave him a step down. However, what Paul said next shocked him. He waved his hand and said, 300 is nothing like a private army. I'll give you 30,000 sets." Philip, The next day, Paul sent 30,000 sets of armor, as well as 30,000 swords, spears, and shields. Philip didn't ask for it in vain and gave Paul 5,000 gold coins. In fact, these armors and weapons are far more than this price. The price of fine iron, plus the cost of forging, is at least tens of thousands of gold coins. But now that Paul and him are in a cooperative relationship, there is no need to care about the money. If you want money, you can create unlimited gold when you become the awakened demon king and learn the material creation skill. Philip had the equipment and began to recruit soldiers in the name of the city lord. For what his son and Paul did, Lord Saros acted as if he didn't see it and didn't have any interference. Whether it is the political struggle in the kingdom of Asra or the space-time rift over Roa City, these are potential crises. Since Philip wanted to prepare in advance, how could he stop it? In the original plot, both Saros and Philip thought about supporting Rudy to rise to power. It's a pity that the transfer incident suddenly broke out, causing the entire Fatoa territory to become ruins. Not only did Philip die, Saurus was also executed by Darius. Philip was recruiting troops, and Paul was not idle either. He would go to the disputed areas every day to plunder and massacre. As he devoured more and more people, the time for the fifth fusion became shorter and shorter. After 1 month, there is only 1 year left in the cooling period. However, on this day, Sinais told Paul that she was pregnant. Paul was so pleasantly surprised, he didn't expect that he would be a father so soon. Although Rudy is his nominal son, he is not his biological son, but the son of the dead Paul. This time Sinais is pregnant, and she is her own flesh and blood. Just when he told everyone the good news and planned to celebrate, an accident happened. Lilia also told everyone that he was pregnant. She couldn't hide this kind of thing. If you don't hide it, your belly will get bigger day by day, and it will be even harder to explain. Lilia's pregnancy shocked everyone. In their large family, there were only 2 men, Paul and Rudy. Rudy was still a child, so it was obvious whose the child belonged to. Sinais couldn't believe it. She even thought that Lilia met the man she liked after coming to the Lord's mansion. Paul looked helpless. This terrifying world-correcting power, even if the real Paul died, could not stop the birth of Nolan and Aisha. Ristina looked at Sinais and Lilia with envy, wondering why she was not pregnant. Lilia, who is the father of the child? Sinais asked with a forced smile. In fact, everyone present could guess who it was, but she just didn't want to believe it. Lilia lowered her head and did not answer. Sirenus also looked at Paul and sighed. Rudy was shouting in his heart that his father had overturned. If his parents divorced and he was still so young, what would he do in the future? However, while Sinais was waiting for Lilia to answer, Paul stepped forward and said, "Sinais, I'm sorry." Sinais's eyes were full of fear of details and finally turned into anger and heartache. Snapped, she slapped Paul hard in the face, then turned and ran away. The moment she turned around, she felt a soreness in her nose and could no longer control the tears in her eyes. Sirenus said to Paul, "After all these years, you still can't change your bad habits." After saying that, she went after Sinais, afraid that she would do something stupid. Ristina gave him a helpless look and then chased after him. Lilia looked at Paul apologetically and said, "I'm sorry." There's no need to say sorry. Since you've done some things, you have to take responsibility. Paul didn't panic too much. In this world, polygamy has always been advocated. Sinais couldn't accept it, mainly because she was a Milesian. Paul hated the Miris religion and the holy kingdom of Miris from the bottom of his heart. The church instills ideological prisons into believers, and the state monopolizes and blocks magic, preventing the magic system in this world from growing. If there is a chance in the future, I will destroy this church and country. When night fell, Kairnu and Ristina were still giving guidance to Sinais. Although Sinais was angry, she didn't do anything drastic. Now she needs time. As a Merisian, the rules she has to abide by conflict with reality. Then she had to choose one of 2 options, remain a Milesian or become Paul's wife. One is Faith, and the other is my favorite husband. Which one to choose instead? Paul didn't bother Sinais, and neither did Lilia. She felt guilty and wanted to apologize, but she also knew that now was not the time. During dinner, Paul cooked some delicious food and asked Rudy to take it to Sinais. "Go and persuade your mother. If it can calm your mother down, I will teach you a powerful magic." Paul seduced Rudy. In the original work, Paul cheated on Lilia, and it was under Rudy's persuasion that he chose to accept Lilia. Of course, the most important thing is that Sinais and Paul have a deep relationship, and at the same time, they are not willing to leave Lilia. Rudy's words only gave Sinais a step down. "Really? Rudy looked at Paul with disbelief. Of course, have I lied to you? Paul nodded and assured. Then let me try. Rudy took the food and went to Sinai's room. Although he complained about his father's troubles, he also didn't want his parents to divorce. As a reincarnated person, he knew very well how miserable children from divorced families would be. Now he is living a very comfortable life, and naturally he is not willing to ruin it. The next day, Sinai's mood seemed to have recovered. She talked and laughed with everyone, just like before, except Paul. Not only did Paul not pay attention, he was relieved. She knew that Sinai's was trying to show her face again, letting herself know that she was angry, and the consequences would be serious. During this time, the more worried and fearful Paul appeared, the happier Sinai's was. Only by letting Sinai's know that she cannot do without her can her little emotions be calmed down. Coaxing women still requires some skills. So in the following time, Paul did not go to the place of dispute, and he changed his tricks every day to please Sinai's. For example, giving gifts, cooking all kinds of delicious food, and doing some romantic things. Women are all emotional and are most susceptible to this. What's more, the world itself allows polygamy, and the source of Sinai's inability to accept it is just the canons of Millie's cult. After a week, Sinai's finally gave up her faith and chose love. On the night of the reconciliation, Paul had to hand over the money several times in order to please her. The racial skill, self-regeneration, coupled with the additional skill, super speed regeneration, the recovery ability is so powerful that it can last forever. The next day, Lilia found Sinai's and apologized. Sinai's didn't know what she said to Lilia, and the two women resumed their previous relationship as best friends. In this incident, it seemed that Ristina saw some hope. If possible, she also wanted her relationship with Paul to be above board. It's just that Lilia's loss has just passed, so it's not suitable to be exposed yet. Now that Alice has accepted Lilia, it is said that she has given up her faith and is no longer a Milesian. So what's the difference between accepting one and accepting two? Paul didn't know what Ristina was thinking. After settling the matter between Sinai's and Lilia, he went to the land of dispute again. The cooldown time for the fifth fusion is still 1 year, and Paul plans to devour more humans as quickly as possible. Only by completing the fifth fusion and becoming the awakened demon king can you truly be invincible in this world. Only by being invincible can you protect everything and live a stable life. He searched all parts of the land of conflict, and whenever he found a war, he went over to devour the soldiers of both countries. Over time, he earned the title of a human devil. But some civilians who were saved during the war called him the Angel of Salvation. However, whether it is a devil or an angel, he does not care about these titles. Everything he did was for his own benefit. There is no pure good or evil in the world, only interests. Half a month passed, and the small countries in the land of disputes all stopped fighting. They were originally a small country with few soldiers. If you continue to be devoured by Paul like this, your country will be completely destroyed. At the same time, after half a month of devouring, Paul finally eliminated the last year. The fifth fusion is ready to begin. This time the fusion will become the awakening demon king, and it is expected that there will be a lot of movement. Paul did not return to the Lord's mansion. Instead, he found a deserted wilderness and set up a barrier. System, start merging. Ding, this fusion requires a large amount of human souls to provide nutrients to the Demon King's seeds. Damn it, why didn't you tell me in advance? Paul was a little speechless. Where could he get human souls? Information, enough human souls have been stored in the stomach pouch space. At this time, the great sage's voice sounded. It turns out that the great sage had predicted this day long ago, so when Paul devoured humans, he preserved all the human souls. There are now more than 30,000 souls in the stomach pouch space. Open the stomach pouch space and use these souls as nutrients to provide monster seeds. At the same time, the sound of the world simulated by the system also sounded. In form, confirm the nutrients needed for seeds to germinate and whether the human soul meets the evolutionary standards. After the confirmation is completed and the specified conditions are met, the evolution into the Demon King will begin. Information, the individual name is Paul Tempest, and he is about to start evolving into the Demon King. Information: you are about to start evolving into a Demon King. Your body tissue will be rebuilt and you will evolve into a new race. Along with the sound of the world, Paul lost consciousness and his body turned into slime. The red body, like a fireball, was constantly surging, like boiling fat water. At the same time, it also bloomed with colorful light. Confirmation completed, the racial slime has super-evolved into a demonic viscous spiritual body. Successful. All body functions have been greatly increased, and you can transform into a physical body or a spiritual body at will. Then you can reacquire the various skills and resistances that the old individual had. Success. Acquired new unique skills: infinite regeneration, universal perception, demon hakiness, enhanced clone, and universal silk. Success. Acquired new resistances: natural influence is invalidated, status abnormality is invalidated, psychic attack resistance, holy demon attack resistance. Success. In summary, evolution is completed. Information: the unique skill, Great Sage, has petitioned the voice of the world to apply for the evolution of Great Sage. Understood: the application for the unique skill, Great Sage, has been accepted. The unique skill, Great Sage, begins to challenge evolution. Fail, challenge again, fail, challenge again, fail, 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 fail. Information: the unique skill, Great Sage, sacrificed the unique skill, Mutant, and after receiving the blessing of the evolved Demon King, he challenged again and succeeded. The unique skill, Great Sage, evolves into the ultimate skill, King of Wisdom. Request to evolve Glutton. Use Heartless as a sacrifice to execute success. The unique skill, Gluttony, evolves into the ultimate skill, King of Gluttony. After evolving into the Demon King, the fusion does not end. In this evolution, many skills have been integrated and evolved. Perception-type skills, such as magic power perception, heat source perception, and sound wave perception, have all been integrated and evolved into universal perception. There is also sticky steel wire, which was originally an additional skill obtained by swallowing black spiders, but now it has evolved into universal silk and has become an inherent skill. The so-called inherent skills are actually the innate skills of the race. Slime's original racial talent skills, absorption, self-regeneration, and dissolution, have also been integrated and evolved, such as absorbing, dissolving, and automatically integrating into the King of Gluttony. Self-regeneration evolves into infinite regeneration. These are the skills that the voice of the world integrates when evolving the Demon King. Next, it was the King of Wisdom's turn to start integrating skills. Analyze the Storm Dragon in the stomach bag space and obtain the third ultimate skill, Storm King, again. In addition, this skill was obtained because of the analysis of Infinite Prison. Based on the Infinite Prison, the King of Wisdom integrated many skills such as Black Fire, Black Thunder, Sticky Thread, Steel Wire, Clone Technique, Inherent Enchantment, multiple enchantments, super speed regeneration, etc., and created the fourth ultimate skill, King of Oaths. Of course, the integrated skills did not disappear, but merged into a more advanced skill, and this skill contained multiple abilities. For example, Black Thunder and Black Flame have been destroyed, but Black Thunder and Black Flame can still be released through King of Oaths. King of Storms, summon the Storm Dragon, restore the Storm Dragon, and use Storm Magic. King of Oaths, Infinite Prison, Law Operation, Universal Barrier, Space Domination. In addition to the evolution of his own skills, the battle pet Storm Dragon in the stomach bag space has also been evolved and strengthened. For example, Storm Dragon's Explorator evolved into the ultimate skill, King of Exploratorium. After this fusion, the exposed strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only did he become the awakened Demon King, he also gained 4 ultimate skills. The most important thing is that you can summon the Storm Dragon to fight in the future. The Storm Dragon also has an ultimate skill. This is equivalent to having 5 ultimate skills, which is terrifying. After the fusion was completed, Paul's body floated into the air, and when the 7-colored light ended, he transformed into a human form. From this moment on, he had his own human form instead of imitating others. This human form is the former first human form. Mainly based on the appearance of the previous life, it combines the advantages of Paul, Jing, and the more than 30,000 human beings who were devoured by him. This is a perfect body that combines many advantages. Under Paul's deliberate action, his originally red hair turned into silvery white. Silver hair and red eyes, this is the standard male protagonist. Needless to say about his appearance, he is definitely more handsome than before. When Paul regained consciousness, he felt the destructive power within his body. The awakened Demon King is powerful enough to rival or even crush the gods of this world. It seems that as long as you are willing, you can easily destroy the world. This is the devil. The system generated a property panel. Ding, the generation was successful. Name, Paul Tempest S*X. Male age, 5 years old race. Demonic viscous spirit body protection. Emblem of the storm, sword master's protection swordsmanship. Kingamiryu god, Mizugamiryu god, Hokugamiryu god magic, elemental magic, physical magic, summoning magic, elf magic, demon magic, dragon magic. Inherent abilities: infinite regeneration, omnipotent perception, omnipotent transformation, devil's domineering power, strengthened clones, omnipotent silk ultimate abilities. King of wisdom, king of gluttony, king of oaths, king of storms special abilities. Fierce fire, dance of the sky, bright sword heart, I fight and I am. Special resistance: invalid against pain, invalid against corrosion, invalid against poison, invalid against physical attack, invalid against natural influence, invalid against abnormal status, resistance to mental attack, resistance to holy demon attack stomach space. Storm dragon infinite prison, high-level elf of fire Ifrit. Equipment held: edgeless sword, training great sword, wolf's end, red knight, fantasy great sword. Lost demon, black ball motorcycle, black ball battle knife, black ball enhanced server in addition to system card skills. Other small skills have been integrated into ultimate abilities. Compared with the previous attributes, the current attributes look much simpler. The overall strength has increased countless times. Now facing the 7 major powers in this world, Paul can crush them with one hand. Even against dragon gods and human gods, he can defeat them with his ultimate skills. From this moment on, there is no longer any threat. You can run rampant in the jobless world. After evolving into the Demon King, Paul immediately teleported to the space-time rift above Roja. King of Wisdom, can you devour it? Information: you can swallow the magic power of chaos and repair the cracks in time and space, but you cannot swallow the cracks directly. Paul nodded to express his understanding. After all, the space-time rift was not a physical existence, but a split in space. If the crack is eaten away, it will only create a larger cavity. Then fix it, said Paul. Learn. Immediately, he used the King of Gluttony to swallow up all the chaotic magic power around him and the power of time and space that permeated the cracks. Then use the Oath King to repair the cracks. The space-time rift that was originally a small black hole completely disappeared in the sky above Roya City. In this way, the transfer incident can be regarded as solved. For a time, many strong men felt it. When Paul returned to the Lord's house, all the women gathered around him. Why have you changed your appearance again? Seeing eyes looked at Paul's silver-white hair and asked in confusion. Because the potion still has some potency left in the body, and it has only been completely digested and absorbed now. Paul used the potion as a cover. Doesn't that mean your strength has improved again? Kairnu asked in surprise. Yeah, Paul nodded. For a moment, all the girls took a deep breath. Paul was so powerful before, and now he has improved. How powerful should he be? Have you reached the god level? Doesn't that mean that Paul can already compete with the 7 major powers? However, they have no idea that Paul is now more powerful than the 7 major powers. Did you solve that thing in the sky? Ristina suddenly asked. Well, that was a space-time rift, and it was quite dangerous to stay on it, so we solved it easily, Paul admitted. If the people of Fetoya territory knew about this kind of thing, they would definitely regard you as their savior. Luo Kixi said with emotion. It's a pity that Paul solved the crisis privately, and none of these people knew about it. I don't care about reputation, I only care about you, as long as you are safe, Paul said nonchalantly. Hearing this, all the girls blushed with embarrassment. Only Sinai's eyes were fixed on Paul, flashing slightly fiercely. After experiencing the Lilia incident, she finally realized that her sisters were all interesting to her husband. But what can be done? She has renounced her faith and is no longer a Milesian. Lilia accepted them all, and it didn't seem to matter that there were so many Luo Kixi, Kairnu, and Ristina. However, it cannot be easily accepted on the surface. If he is too indulgent, Paul, that damn pervert, will provoke many more women in the future. After Paul was frightened away by Sinai's eyes, he came to the martial arts venue. He planned to try new skills and powers, and by the way, let the King of Wisdom merge the swordsmanship of the 3 major schools to create his own swordsmanship. However, as soon as he arrived at the martial arts venue, he saw Alice and Sylphie competing. Alice uses swordsmanship and Sylphie uses magic. Both men are extremely talented and are inseparable from each other. Just after dozens of moves, Sylphie fell into a disadvantage. After all, the magic system in this world is not yet mature, and its combat effectiveness is far inferior to fighting spirit. Seeing this, Paul planned to teach Sylphie himself. He shouted to the other side, "Sylphie, come here, I will teach you something." "Ah, okay." After hearing this, Sylphie hurried over. Seeing this, Alice snorted in displeasure. But she didn't leave, just to see what Paul wanted from Sylphie. Paul didn't care about Alice peeking, because the other party had no magic talent and wouldn't be able to learn it even if he watched. During this time in the Lord's mansion, he also collected a lot of magic from this world. With the existence of a great sage, he can learn any magic just by looking at it. Paul did not teach Sylphie the magic outside this world, but asked the King of Wisdom to make slight modifications to increase its power, or to fuse and evolve it. Sylphie, like Paul, also possesses the factor of the demon god Laplace, so her magic talent is very high, and she does not need to chant to cast magic. In the original book, Rudy taught her magic, and she learned it instantly. The magic that Paul taught her was actually Rudy's magic in the original book. For example, chaos, water ball, water cannon, steam, dense fog, thunder, electric shock, fire break, lava, hurricane, sandstorm, swamp, earth gun, rock bomb, vacuum wave, flash fire, hellfire bomb, blasting earth fortress, frozen field, frost nova, absolute zero, ice spear blizzard, thunderous cumulus, etc. Many of these magics are mixed magics created by Rudy in the future. From elementary level to emperor level, there are many types. Paul did not intend to teach Sylphie everything at once, but taught him bit by bit from low to high. He plans to train Sylphie to become a god-level magician like Rudy in the future. Currently, Sylphie has learned most basic and intermediate magic under Luo Kixi's guidance. After Paul supplementarily taught her a few basic and intermediate magic spells, he began to teach her advanced magic. Teach the fire element first, then the earth element, and then teach her how to mix the 2 types of magic. Sylphie is very smart and can learn things quickly. It didn't take long to master the advanced mixed magic of fire and earth, lava. Alice looked at it with envy and ran over and said, can you teach me the air dance technique and I'll give you money?" Paul wanted to laugh a little when he saw her look. The little girl is too arrogant and cannot lower her head. But she also wanted to learn Wukong very much, which made her extremely confused when facing Paul. "Okay, but you have to call me Uncle," Paul said with a smile. "Uncle, Uncle," Alice gritted her teeth and shouted with difficulty. "Good niece, Uncle will teach you." Paul laughed and stroked her little head. Alice wanted to open his hand, but when she thought of Wukong jutsu, she endured it. Next, Paul used the clone technique to create another self and asked him to teach Sylphie magic. As for the main body, it teaches Alice the art of air dance. The 2 little girls were shocked when they saw the clone technique for the first time. They looked at Paul, who was divided into 2, with their mouths open in shock. After Alice reacted, she hurriedly asked excitedly, "Uncle, what kind of ability is this? Can you teach me?" She thought to herself that as long as she learned the clone technique, she would be able to fight 2 against 1 in the future. "You can't learn this," Paul said, shaking his head. "The clone technique is the ability that Rimuru gained from swallowing the elf Ifrit. It is an innate ability of the elf. This natural ability cannot be taught. After Alice heard this, she immediately showed a disappointed expression. When Paul saw this, he couldn't bear it, so he asked the King of Wisdom, "Can you create a clone magic based on the principle of clone magic? Tell me yes. Then create one. The magic system will be based on that of this world. Learn." Almost instantly, the King of Wisdom created it. The calculation and deduction ability of the current King of Wisdom has been improved many times compared to that of the Great Sage. This speed is too fast. Paul checked the magic and found that it was still a superior. "Although I can't teach you the magic of cloning, I have a cloning magic here. Do you want to learn it?" Paul suddenly asked Alice. "Learn, I want to learn," Alice said excitedly immediately. Not to mention her, even the well-behaved Sylphie showed desire in her eyes after hearing this. "Then you two will learn together," Paul said with a smile. Advanced magic was not difficult for Sylphie, and it didn't take long for her to learn it. But for Alice, who has no magic talent, it is a bit difficult. In the original book, Alice learned an intermediate fire magic from Rudy, but it also took a lot of time. Advanced magic is much more difficult than intermediate magic, and Alice may not be able to learn it. After all, this little girl's thinking is relatively simple and a bit naive. In desperation, Paul could only explain it to her carefully. Try to explain the difficult points as simply as possible so that Alice can understand. In order for the little girl to surrender and call her uncle in the future, Paul also risked his life. Finally, under his careful teaching, Alice learned the magic of clones in 3 days. After learning it, she couldn't wait to use it, and then the main body and the clone had a fight. After the fight, she ran to show off to her grandfather, father, and mother. After Luo Kixi learned about it, she also came to ask Paul for advice on clone magic. Naturally, Paul would not hide anything from Luo Kixi. In his eyes, he had long regarded Luo Kixi as his own woman. So he started teaching Luo Kixi again. Although Luo Kixi does not have the factor of demon god Laplace, she is still very talented in magic. Paul just released it once and then explained it casually. It only took her half a day to learn it. After Alice showed off her clone magic in front of her relatives, she ran back to learn the air dance technique. After all, this is her first goal. Paul again taught carefully. However, this time, Alice showed great genius and learned it in only half a day. In the following days, Paul taught Alice and Sylphie every day. It wasn't until 3 months later that Philip found him and said that he had been trained as a private soldier. After the last meeting between the two, Philip began to recruit private soldiers and then conduct sparring exercises. After 3 months, he finally built an army of 30,000 people. This army is divided into 3 arms: infantry, archers, and cavalry. There are 10,000 soldiers in each category, among which the infantry is divided into sword and shield soldiers and spearmen. 5,000 soldiers with swords and shields, and 5,000 soldiers with spears. All the soldiers were wearing the sophisticated armor that Paul sold to him last time, and they were full of momentum. Paul followed Philip to the barracks. After taking a look, he nodded with satisfaction. Even the royal family of the Asra Kingdom may not be able to produce such a well-equipped army. Just raising more than 30,000 private soldiers is very expensive. In addition to the more than 8,000 soldiers in the Lord's mansion, plus the current 30,000, the finances are already in serious deficit. Paul didn't care. After becoming an awakened magician, he has learned the skill of material creation. After leaving the military camp, Paul took Philip to a deserted place and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a pile of gold appeared in front of the 2 people. Paul asked the King of Wisdom to process the gold a little and turned it into a pile of Asra gold coins. When Philip saw this scene, he was dumbfounded and said in shock, "What kind of magic is this? Why can you conjure gold coins out of thin air?" "You don't have to worry about magic. There are a total of 100,000 gold coins here. Is it enough to support this army?" Paul shook his head and then asked. That's enough," Philip said with a laugh. "Okay, I'll take them to the land of dispute in a while." Paul nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Winter is coming, and the Fatoa territory once again ushered in a heavy snowfall. Because the space-time rift disappeared, there was no magic chaos, and the weather returned to normal. The snow this year was not as crazy as last year. It only fell for one day and then stopped. Sinis was a little worried about the villagers of Buna village, so she specially grabbed the 3 girls, Jairnu, Luo Kixi, and Ristina, and together they used the air dance technique to fly back and check it out. After making sure that all the fellow villagers were fine, I came back with confidence. Paul was also helpless about this. Sinai's and Lilia's bellies were already getting bigger and they would give birth soon, but they still dared to go out and run around. If this kills little Nolan in her belly, who should she cry to? Those are my own flesh and blood. I just don't know if the child I gave birth to as a monster and Sinis will be the Nolan in the original book. This year's winter is not very long, and by mid-February next year, the chill will have faded. In late February, Sinis and Lilia gave birth to 2 girls. Paul named his 2 children Nolan Tempest and Asia Tempest. The 2 children are exactly the same as in the original book. The only difference is their talent. Because they inherited Paul's Demon King bloodline, these 2 children have terrifying talents. In the original novel, Asia is extremely talented, but Nolan is a bit mediocre. Now both of their talents are top-notch, whether it is swordsmanship or magic. In addition, they inherited 2 major blessings from Paul at birth. Norin inherited the coat of arms of the storm, and Asia inherited the protection of the sword master. Good guys, when these 2 little guys grow up, they will definitely grow into gods. After Paul checked their talents and qualifications, he couldn't help but smile. The blood of the Demon King is much more powerful than Rudy's Laplace factor. Coupled with their respective blessings, his future achievements will definitely be higher than Rudy's. Before I knew it, I had changed so much of the plot of Jobless. With the arrival of spring, the political disputes in the Asra kingdom have become more serious. The Fatoa territory disappeared due to the threat of time and space rifts. Darius, who originally had political disagreements with Saros, planned to deal with Saros in advance. The excuse has been made, that is, last year's snowstorm caused great damage to the population, food, and economy of Fatoa territory. Darius felt that Saros failed to manage his territory well, so God sent a punishment. In order to appease God's anger, Saros must be beheaded. On this day, Paul was teaching 2 little girls, Alice and Sylphie. The cheap son Rudy came to find him and said, "Dad, did you say you wanted to teach me a powerful magician?" Paul thought about it and then said, "The front end was too busy and I forgot about it. Now tell me what kind of magic you want." Rudy was speechless for a while. He was busy teaching Alice and Sylphie every day. "Am I your son, or are they your daughters?" For a moment, he actually felt as if someone had robbed his father, and he felt very sour inside. After thinking for a while, Rudy said, "Dad, do you know how to use enchantment magic?" It was obvious that this kid was deliberately trying to embarrass Paul. The enchantment magic in this world is monopolized by the Holy Kingdom of Millies, and outsiders simply don't know it. "Simple, let me teach you a magic trick called Inherent Barrier." Paul agreed immediately. This time it was Rudy's turn to be shocked. He was sure that his father was also a reincarnated person, and he also had a cheat. But as he got to know more deeply, he realized that his father's plugin was a bit scary. Paul didn't know what Rudy was thinking, but he just asked the King of Wisdom to create a barrier magic based on the principles of the inherent barrier and the magic system of this world. There are 3 types of enchantment skills he knows, namely inherent enchantment, multiple enchantment, and universal enchantment. The last universal barrier is one of the abilities of the ultimate skill, King of Oaths, and is much more powerful than the previous 2. The so-called omnipotence means that it contains everything. The ultimate ability cannot be converted into magic for Rudy to learn. Even if it can be converted, Rudy will not be able to learn it. Simply transform it into the lowest level enchantment skill, inherent enchantment. In 3 seconds, the King of Wisdom completed the transformation and transferred the relevant knowledge to Paul's mind. "Dad, do you really know how to enchant magic?" Rudy asked with a shocked look on his face after he came to his senses. Paul raised the corners of his mouth and said nothing. He just stood up and gave a demonstration. There was no chanting, just a snap of the fingers, and with him as the center, a semi-circular barrier appeared covering the 2 of them. The magic name of this move is also called inherent enchantment. According to the levels of this world's magic system, it belongs to Emperor-level magic. Even if Rudy's talent is terrifying, he can't learn it quickly. After all, the level is here, and Rudy is still a 6-year-old child. Currently, the upper limit of magic he can use is only at the holy level. After getting the magic he wanted, Rudy ran to the side and started practicing. At this time, Sylphie ran to Rudy and asked, I want that too. Okay, I'll teach you. Paul touched Sylphie's little head lovingly. Not far away, Rudy's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this scene. Sure enough, Alice and Sylphie are your daughters, I picked them up. After becoming the devil, Paul became lazy. He no longer goes to the guild to take on quests, and he no longer goes to the land of conflict to kill people. There is only 1 year of cooling time before the next fusion. The transfer incident has been resolved, and his strength is basically invincible in this world, so he doesn't care about this year. Most importantly, he didn't want to devour humans anymore. As for why the 6th fusion time became shorter, he asked the system. The answer given by the system is that after the cute king Rimuru became the awakened demon king, his subsequent growth was relatively simple. For example, name the king of wisdom and make it the core of theosophy. Then it swallows and analyzes the storm dragon and evolves itself into a dragon species through the terrifying calculation power of the sanity core. According to Paul's guess, the 6th fusion is the evolution of the wisdom core by the king of wisdom. It has nothing to do with himself, so the cooldown time is very short, only 1 year. If nothing else, the 7th fusion is to evolve into a dragon species. So the 8th fusion should be that Rimuru was knocked into the end of time by Yuuki during the final battle, and then received a large amount of void collapse energy at the end of time. The so-called collapse of nothingness energy is the power to destroy and create the world. The total amount of void collapse Rimuru obtained at the end of time was enough for him to create tens of thousands of worlds. From that moment on, Rimuru was the true god of creation. This is also the reason why the Rimuru template is the 8-star god card. During the day, he teaches Iris and Sylphie, and at night, he fights Landlord with Sanis, Lilia, and Ristina. These little days are as enjoyable as you want them to be. Half a year later, Luo Kixie's strength improved and she became a Water King-level magician. After becoming king-level, Luo Kixie felt a bottleneck. It seems that I have reached the end. After discovering this, Luo Kixie was a little unwilling. She still hasn't learned the Emperor-level magic that Paul helped her transform last time. She wants to become an Emperor-level magician or even a God-level magician. Magic is her lifelong belief. For this reason, Luo Kixie found Paul and wanted Paul to teach her. This makes Paul very embarrassed. He can teach her a lot of magic, but a person's talent is fixed. If he wants to become an emperor, he must break away from the magic system of this world. There are many worlds with magic. For example, most of my magic comes from the world of Moe King. Magic in the jobless world is relatively backward and requires too much talent. Paul thought for a long time and finally thought of a way to make Luo Kixie stronger, which was to enhance his talent. As for how to enhance it, it is naturally the Laplace factor. There are many people in this world who have the Laplace factor, such as Rudy and Sylphie. This is why they are very talented in magic and can even release magic without chanting. All he needs to do is find someone who also possesses the Laplace factor, devour it, and then transfer it to Luo Kixie. In this way, Luo Kixie's magic talent will be improved. With her proficiency in magic, breaking through to the Emperor level shouldn't be a problem. It's a pity that this world is not the world of the cute king, and there is no voice of the world. If there is a voice of the world, he can name Luo Kixie, make her a member of his family tree, and then let the King of Wisdom strengthen her and even directly teach her magic and skills. The cute King Rimuru used this method to turn all his subordinates into strong men. The system can simulate the sound of the world, but it can only be used by yourself. Paul told Luo Kixie his method, but she immediately rejected it. She couldn't do such a thing by transferring the factor of devouring others to herself in order to become stronger. Paul sighed helplessly. He could only say that this girl was still too kind. Paul didn't say anything else, thinking that once the King of Wisdom evolves into a sane core, Luo Kixie's talent problem should be solved. At that time, let alone Luo Kixie, Cenes, Lilia, and Ristina will all be strengthened so that they can become stronger. He becomes the Demon King, and in the future he will even become the god of creation, with an endless lifespan. If the women around him are mortals, how long can they stay with him? Decades later, both Cenes and Lilia grew old and even died. Luo Kixie and Ristina may have longer lifespans, but hundreds of thousands of years later, they will still grow old and die. In order to prevent this from happening, they must be made stronger so that they can live longer. So in the following time, Paul pulled all the girls down to the martial arts arena and taught them. The 3 girls Cenes, Luo, Kixie, and Sylphie learn magic. The 4 girls Alice, Kairanu, Lilia, and Ristina learn swordsmanship. The swordsmanship of Paul's 3 major schools has reached the divine level, even surpassing the founders of the 3 major schools under the deduction of the King of Wisdom. It is absolutely appropriate for him to teach the 4 girls swordsmanship. As the girls become stronger and stronger, they are all eager to find someone to fight with. Especially Alice, she is the most restless. So Paul asks Cenes, Kairanu, and Ristina to restart the Black Wolf Fang team and recruit the 4 girls Alice, Luo Kixie, Sylphie, and Lilia into it. Then the 7 girls went to the guild together to pick up the mission and go out to experience combat. As for Paul, he became a housewife and took care of his children at home. But he also enjoyed it, playing with Nolan and Aisha every day. In addition, he also used the clone technique to create a clone, leading Philip's 30,000 private troops to quietly sneak into the land of disputes and begin to devour the territory. Time flies so fast, and Paul spends a year of lying down peacefully. The cooldown for the 6th fusion is over. System, start merging. Paul said while lying on the Taishi chair, basking in the sun. Ding, start merging. Ding, please name the King of Wisdom. At the same time, the King of Wisdom in Paul's body also gave birth to a trace of emotion. Is it puzzlement, confusion, or joy? At this moment, as a skill, it showed emotion. Just call it Babada. Paul did not name the King of Wisdom's seal, because in his opinion, it was very likely that he would travel to the world of the cute king in the future, so there was no need to give him the same name. As for the name Babada, it was because he remembered a Huxia comic he had read in his previous life. The little devil Babada in it is indeed very lovable. I am now in eternal bliss. As the emotional voice of the King of Wisdom sounds, the time of evolution has arrived. I am Babada, the core of sanity and the unifier of abilities. I am with Lord Paul's soul, the executor of the auxiliary master. Lord Paul forever. Please take care of me. After the King of Wisdom evolved into the core of sanity, computing power once again entered a new dimension. This power is almost omnipotent. At the same time, the cooldown time for the 7th fusion came out. It's actually 0. That is, continuous fusion is possible. System, continue to integrate. Ding, start merging. Ding, swallow the scorching dragon Veligrinder. At the same time, the mental core Babada began to help Paul analyze the storm dragon in the stomach bag space. First, evolve the stomach pouch space into the imaginary space, then transfer the storm dragon to the imaginary space, and then devour it bit by bit. In the original work, the process of Rimuru devouring the storm dragon was painful. At that time, the storm dragon lost its mind and would resist when it was devoured again. The domineering power of its own dragon spirit made Rimuru suffer even more, but Paul is different. His storm dragon is a battle pet rewarded by the system. It has no thoughts of its own and will only obey its orders. So when it was swallowed again, the storm dragon did not resist, nor did it exude dragon spirit domineering energy. With the existence of the Storm King, as long as the core is not destroyed, even if the storm dragon is swallowed, it can be resurrected and summoned. The analysis of the predatory storm dragon has been successfully completed. From now on, it is possible to transform Lord Paul's body structure into the same as that of a dragon. Do you want to execute it? Yes. As Paul evolved into a dragon, he digested and absorbed the storm dragon faster. It almost didn't take long for them all to be devoured. Then, he established the Corridor of Souls with the searing dragon Veligrinder, allowing her to become one of Paul's ultimate skills, the Searing King. Not only that, the Sane Core Babata also integrated the ultimate skills of the Storm Dragon and the Searing Dragon. Storm Dragons, King of Chaos, evolves into King of Chaos. Scorching Dragons, King of Salvation, and Paul's, King of Oath, merge and evolve into the King of Fire God. With so many ultimate skills as the basis, the Sane Core Babata began to finally integrate the evolutionary skills for Paul. Babata directly merged his mother body, King of Wisdom, and King of Gluttony, sacrificed King of Storm and King of Searing at the same time, and obtained the magical skill God of Void. The God of the Void not only inherited all the abilities of the 4 ultimate skills, but also gained more and stronger abilities. In addition to these 4 ultimate skills, the remaining ultimate skills and all other skills are all integrated together and evolved into the King of Feng Rang. Since then, Paul has only 3 skills left: the Core of Sanity, the God of the Void, and the King of Feng Rang. Of course, all previous skills can be used, and they are all included in these 3 skills. After 2 consecutive fusions, coupled with racial evolution and the fusion of many ultimate skills, Paul's consciousness fell asleep for a long time this time. When he woke up, he once again felt the change in his strength, a power more powerful than the awakening of the Demon King. It's as if this world is under his control. Then came the racial evolution. After becoming a dragon, his human form became more perfect and handsome. The most important thing is that male hormones are bursting. This is the benefit brought by the dragon species. Coupled with the artifact that he had swallowed and absorbed in the past, the general's nose, his ability in that area is extremely powerful, and he is full of temptation to the opposite S*X. The system, based on my current situation, generates an attribute barrier. Ding, the generation was successful. Name, Paul Tempest S*X, male age, 7 years old, race, dragon demon viscous star god body protection. The protection of the great devil, the emblem of the storm, the protection of the sword master, the grace of friendship. Swordsmanship, Kingamiryu god, Mizugamiryu god, Hokugamiryu god magic. Elemental magic, physical magic, summoning magic, elf magic, demon magic, dragon magic, theosophical core. Babata inherent abilities: dragon spirit dominance, infinite regeneration, universal perception, universal change, attribute transformation, law control, thought control, future prediction. Ultimate ability: God of Void, King of Feng Rang special resistance. Invalid against pain, invalid against corrosion, invalid against poison, invalid against physical attacks, invalid against natural influences, invalid against abnormal status, invalid against mental attacks, resistance to holy and demonic attacks, stomach space. Storm Dragon, Searing Dragon, Fire Elf. Equipment held: Edgeless Sword, Training Great Sword, Wolf's End, Red Knight, Fantasy Great Sword. Lost Demon, Black Ball Motorcycle, Black Ball Battle Knife, Black Ball Enhanced Server. Paul smiled as he looked at the brand new attributes. Even though I had guessed it beforehand, I was still very excited after seeing it with my own eyes. Then, he checked the attributes of the Sanity Core, the God of the Void, and the King of Feng Rang. Sanity Core: thinking acceleration, analysis and identification, parallel calculation, chanting and abandonment, integration and separation, food chain and all things. God of the Void: soul violence, imaginary space, dragon seed liberation, scorching heat storm, dragon seed nuclearization, scorching heat storm, time and space domination, multi-dimensional barrier. The King of Feng Rang: ability creation, ability copying, ability gifting, and ability preservation. Unfortunately, the God of the Void also lacks the ability of void collapse. According to Paul's guess, the 8th fusion should be able to obtain the collapse of nothingness, energy. 7 fusions have now been completed, and the 8th fusion is the last one. It's just that the cooling time of the 8th fusion is a bit long. It actually takes 10 years. But it doesn't matter, I am invincible now anyway. Except for the lack of void collapse energy, in other aspects it is almost the same as Rimuru in the final stage. On the other hand, he also has more card skills than Mulu. When enough cards are accumulated in the future, it is not impossible to exchange for an 8-star god card. His future will eventually surpass Rimuru. After evolving, Paul realized that he had no clothes on. Just like Rimuru, he is always naked after evolving. Using material creation with a wave of his hand, he created a jet-black full-body suit. However, just a set of clothes created so casually is mythical equipment. Go and test your strength. As Paul spoke, he flew into the sky, then broke through the atmosphere at extremely fast speeds and reached outer space. Soon, he found a target. It was a meteorite floating in the universe, and its system was equivalent to the size of a celestial body. Paul took out the black ball sword and then used dragon seed nucleation to summon the storm dragon. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared, it was not in the form of a dragon, but instead turned into a sword core. Paul installed the sword core on the black ball sword, making it a dragon core sword, a creation-level weapon. He didn't use any force, just waved it in the air at the meteorite. The next moment, the meteorite, which was as big as a celestial body, was cut in half. The cracked part produces an electrical discharge, maintaining the meteorite's cross-section. This power is too powerful. If the dragon core is installed on Wolf's End and Fantasy Greatsword, the weapon power will definitely be stronger. If you use it with all your strength, it will definitely be easy to destroy a world. After testing the power, Paul also planned to go back. But before leaving, he suddenly discovered that the meteorite he cut in half actually contained a large amount of metal. Paul flew over and checked it out. The metal content is very high, and there is more than one metallic element. In addition to the common iron, copper, silver, and gold, there are also precious metals such as palladium, nickel, osmium, and platinum. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the entire meteorite. Useless rocks and soil are converted into magic power, and all useful metals are extracted and then stored in the imaginary space, which may be used in the future. After returning to the Lord's mansion, Paul, who was in a good mood, came to the kitchen, planning to make some delicious food to celebrate his improvement in strength. He hummed a little tune and worked with his own hands, leaving some of the servants in the kitchen at a loss. However, there is an old saying that goes well. Good fortune lies in the presence of misfortune, and misfortune lies in the presence of good fortune. While Paul was cooking happily, Kairnu ran back to the Lord's mansion and found Paul with a somewhat anxious expression. "What's wrong with you? Are you running away in such a hurry?" Paul asked with a puzzled look on his face as he looked at Kairnu, who rushed into the kitchen. "Alice has been captured. Can you find her?" Kairnu asked eagerly. "Alice was captured? Is the other party stronger than you?" Paul was a little surprised. Kairnu was originally at the peak of the Sword King's strength. This year, under Paul's guidance, he had broken through to the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor is the most powerful existence besides the God level. There is only such a small group of God-level people in this world, and they will not take action easily. In other words, the Sword Emperor is already the world's top combat power and can basically walk sideways in most places. No, she ran out on her own and was caught. Kairnu sighed and then explained what happened. It turns out that after the three women, Sinis, Kairnu, and Ristina, restarted the Black Wolf Fang team, they pulled several other women into the team and then performed the mission together. They adhere to the principle of safety first and experience second, and only take on some satisfactory tasks each time without too much danger. But after completing a few tasks, Alice found it unchallenging and wanted to take on more difficult tasks. Sinis and the other girls did not agree, and then Alice took over a task in private and ran to carry it out. As a result, he was caught by the mission target. By the time the girls of Kirinu rushed over, the other party had already left. After hearing this, Paul frowned wildly. "This little girl is really worrying. Go and tell Sinis and the others not to worry, I'll go get Alice back," Paul said as he put down the cutting knife and took off his apron. Kairnu nodded and left. Paul took his time and washed his hands, then wiped them dry. The next moment, his figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he had arrived at a bandit's den. After evolving into a dragon species, his omnipotent perception range is too large. The moment it spread out, Alice was found. At this time, she was trapped in a small dark room. The doors and windows of the small dark room were sealed. Alice was lying on the ground, her body was dirty, and there were injuries everywhere. The blood left at the corner of his mouth dyed a small area of the ground red, and there were some broken teeth mixed in the blood. Paul walked over and picked her up with some distress. "It hurts," Alice cried out in pain. "It's worth the pain. It's time to reign in your unruly personality in the future," Paul said, and used healing magic on her. The healing magic in this world is only spread among primary and intermediate levels, while the upper level is controlled by the Holy Kingdom of Millies. But with the Sanity Core Babata, one can easily deduce advanced healing magic based on elementary and intermediate healing magic. It can even continue to deduce higher levels of saints, kings, emperors, and gods. This is something that this world doesn't have. What Paul is using now is the God-level healing magic deduced by Babata. How powerful is God-level healing magic? The moment Paul used it, all the injuries on Alice's body recovered. Not only that, but the hidden diseases in his body caused by practicing swordsmanship for a long time were also cured. Not only his injuries, but also everything about his body has recovered and is in the healthiest state. Secondly, physical strength, mental energy, and magic power are all restored to full state. "Paul," Alice said in surprise after recovering. "Call Uncle." Paul knocked her little head. This time, Alice was not angry about being hit on the head, but instead smiled. After being caught, she was tortured and abused. Now being saved by Paul has left an indelible mark on the little girl's heart. At this moment, Paul, like Kairnu, had become a person recognized by her and a very important person. Paul didn't know what the little girl was thinking, he just hugged her like a princess. "I'll help you get revenge," he asked Alice. "Yeah," Alice nodded. Then she told Paul that among the gangsters was her former tutor. Because she had been beaten and even fired by her in the Lord's mansion before, I had always held a grudge against her. From the mouths of those gangsters, she also learned that other tutors in the Lord's mansion were also with them. After Paul heard this, he immediately understood. In the original work, Alice was also kidnapped by these people. But in order to gain Alice's trust and to get Alice to temper her eldest lady's temper, Rudy discussed with Philip a kidnapping scene. As a result, those tutors really acted it out and tied up Alice and Rudy together. I have to say that the power of correction in the world is truly terrifying. I have changed so many plots, both Lunuo and AI, Zai can be born. The same goes for Alice. It seems that she must go through this experience. This is good. It can allow Alice to grow. The most important thing is that he has gained the little girl's trust and has become one of the most important people in her heart. I can only say that those gangsters were very helpful. In order to thank them, let them die easily. Alice was held in her arms as if she were being held by Princess Paul. Looking at his extremely handsome face, she immediately fell in love. So handsome. For a moment, her face turned red. Paul hugged Alice and kicked open the door of the small dark room. The violent movement immediately attracted all the gangsters. When they saw Paul, they were all stunned. Obviously, they had also met Paul in the Lord's mansion and knew how powerful he was. "Damn it, how did you find out?" the leader of the gangster asked. At this time, he was very scared in his heart. Paul didn't speak, he just looked at the other person with his eyes. Then a blue flame suddenly burst out from the other party's body, covering his entire body. It didn't even have time to scream, and it turned into ashes. This horrific scene made everyone terrified. Alice looked at Paul with admiration. It's so powerful that it can kill people with just one glance. She really wanted to learn this ability. Immediately afterwards, the remaining gangsters also spontaneously combusted one by one. In an instant, everyone died. "Uncle, what is your ability?" Alice asked obediently. "This uncle shouts that it is as sweet as you want it to be. This is magical fire. I can use it without chanting, but you can't." Paul shook his head. When Alice heard that this was magic, she immediately withered. She knew that her magic talent was not good, and she would definitely not be able to learn it. "But if you want to learn, I can let you learn directly. But what can you give me?" Paul smiled teasingly. Alice's eyes sparkled again, and she saw her arms wrapped around Paul's neck and then kissed him hard on the lips. After the kiss, Alice even said in a cooing tone, "Uncle Paul, I am your most well-behaved niece. Damn it, I was actually attacked." And the tone of her voice is so similar to the girl from Baeadeawanwen in her previous life. "It's so offensive. Don't speak in this tone again." Paul held her big hand and pinched her butt. Alice's face turned red immediately, but she still nodded obediently. Paul took her out of the gangster's den, found a deserted place, and pointed his finger between Alice's eyebrows. King Feng Rang's ability is activated, and the ability is given. This is to give the Coppet ability to the appropriate person, and also to cancel the gift. Through this move, Paul made a copy of the magical fire and gave it to Alice. In an instant, Alice learned to be fierce. "It's amazing, I learned it so easily," Alice said in surprise. After speaking, he kissed Paul twice on the face. Paul didn't care, but enjoyed it very much. Such a cute little girl, no one can dislike her. After Alice finished the kiss, she ran to test the magic. Fierce fire is one of the black magic in the world of Harry Potter. Using this magic, you can summon magical fire that becomes more and more powerful. These fires can mimic the form of some monsters, constantly attacking the enemy regardless of friend or foe. Hunt down anything that can burn. After Alice learned it, she immediately summoned a fire dragon. Her flames were a different color than Paul's, bright red. Different people use Lihuo, which will show different colors. Voldemort used fierce fire, which appeared orange-yellow, just like ordinary flames. When Grindelwald uses fierce fire, he will appear blue. When Paul uses fierce fire, the color is the same as Grindelwald. The blue flame looks weird and mysterious. After Alice played for a while, Paul said, "Alice, it's time for us to go back." Alice responded, "Okay, but I don't want to fly back with dancing sky." "I want to walk back." Paul agreed, "It's all up to you, let's go." "Yes." Alice agreed and quickly ran back to Paul. The two of them were chatting and wanted to go back. Encountering some low-level monsters on the road, Alice used fierce fire to burn them to death. Along the way, the little girl couldn't be more happy. After walking for a while, she couldn't walk anymore. Paul had no choice but to create a park bench with a wave of his hand, and then let her sit down and rest. After seeing this, Alice felt sweet in her heart and was extremely happy. At this moment, she suddenly felt envious of Sinai's. Why is such a perfect man like Uncle her husband? If he is mine. He shook his head hastily, not daring to think about it anymore. She took off her leather shoes and rubbed her sore feet with her little hands. When Paul saw this, he sat down immediately after her, put her little feet on his legs, and started massaging her. Alice exhaled comfortably, but after reacting, I felt a little shy. Even if she has a carefree personality, she still knows that girls' feet cannot be touched by men casually. Paul didn't think much about it, he just felt that Alice's little feet in white silk were very soft. As the Lord's granddaughter, her clothes are made of the best materials. The white stockings are very smooth, wrapping the soft and boneless feet, and are very comfortable to knead. Unknowingly, a long time passed, and Paul, who was originally helping Alice knead her little feet, turned into playing with her. "I can't help it, it feels so good that I can't control it." Alice didn't refuse and let him play with a blushing face. Neither of them was talking, and they seemed a little quiet. Alice still couldn't help but find a topic and said, "How did you conjure the bench just now?" "That's the special skill, material creation, which can transform magic into anything." Paul explained to her. "Can I learn this?" Alice suddenly became energetic. Anyone who sees this skill, like the creator, wants to learn it. "I can't help you with this." Paul shook his head. "Material creation is a very advanced skill. Even if I give it to Alice without auxiliary skills, she can at most create some simple elemental substances, but cannot directly create items. For example, Paul wants to create a car. He only needs to create the raw materials needed for the car, such as steel, rubber, plastic, and the like. As for how to construct engines, cylinders, tires, seats, etc., the sane core Babata will help him calculate and generate them. This is the power of support skills. In the world of cute kings, strong people will have auxiliary skills. For example, Storm Dragon Seeker, Diavolo's Great Sage, and Benimaru's Grand Marshal. These skills all have the ability to accelerate thinking and calculation. It's like bringing your own supercomputer, which allows them to do many things they can't understand. Paul's sanity core can no longer be regarded as a supercomputer. Even if it is said that she is the system in the novel, it is not an exaggeration. Alice doesn't have these auxiliary skills, so even if she barely learns material creation, she can't create a finished product. Okay. Alice showed a disappointed expression. Don't be frustrated. You work hard to become stronger. When you grow to God level, you might be able to learn. Paul touched her head and gave her an encouraging look. Sure enough, after hearing this, Alice's eyes became excited again. It was only after she was finished getting excited that she remembered that Paul's hands had been touching her feet, and he had touched her head just now. Well, she was disgusted by herself. As the sky grew dark, Paul stood up and said, "We should go back." Alice nodded, stood up and put on her leather shoes. Paul waved his hand and the bench turned into magic again and disappeared. He took Alice's little hand, and the two of them disappeared in an instant, appeared again, already in the Lord's mansion. Alice was once again shocked by Paul's power. This ability to move instantly was too tempting. Thinking of Paul saying that as long as she reached the God level, she could learn many of his skills, she became more motivated than ever. The girls of Cyrenu breathed a sigh of relief when they learned that Alice was back. They surrounded Alice and asked her some information. When Paul saw this, he left quickly, otherwise he would be questioned by the girls again later. During dinner, he did not eat with the girls. Instead, he took a bottle of home-brewed wine and went to have a drink with Philip. The two of them drank and chatted about the future of the world. For example, after taking over the territory of the disputed land, should we establish a new country, and then who will be the emperor? Paul has no interest in power. In his opinion, strength is the most important thing. Having strength means having power. Philip didn't have much interest. His purpose was just to overthrow his family and take his son back from his family. Of course, there are also the political disputes over separation from Asra. In the end, the two agreed that they could try to assist Alice and let her become the empress. Late at night, Philip passed out drunk. As a demon king and a dragon, Paul would naturally not get drunk. He asked his servant to inform Philip's wife Hilda and ask her to come and take Philip back. Not long after, Hilda came over. Looking at Philip, who was as drunk as a dead pig, his brows were so frowned that they could kill a fly. Paul on the side nodded politely to her. He had been coming to the Lord's mansion for more than a year, and this was the first time he saw Hilda so close. Her eyes were as full of arrogance as Alice's. She has the same long red hair and an extremely perfect figure, with curves even higher than those of Sini's. In terms of appearance, she is not inferior to Sini's, and she is beautifully dressed. She is a real lady, tusk, a beauty in the world. Paul lamented in his heart that Philip had such a wife, but he still missed Cyrenu. It seems that this guy, like Saros, is particularly fond of orc women. Almost all the servants in the mansion are female orcs. But thinking about it carefully, I am also a Neptune, so I am not qualified to talk about Philip. Hilda also looked at Paul a few times and then said, "You have changed so much." After speaking, she ordered several maids to help Philip leave without waiting for Paul's reply. She and I knew each other before? Paul was a little surprised. In the dead of night, Paul stood on the windowsill of the attic, looking at the moon and feeling sleepy. I don't know if it's because of drinking or because I'm in a high mood after evolving into a dragon species and completing 7 fusions. No intention of sleeping at all. In this case, let's try the other abilities of the God of the Void. According to the setting, the God of the Void has the ability to control time and space and can travel through time and world planes. The cute King Rimuru also used this ability to return to the Sakura Kingdom before reincarnation. Paul still cares about traveling across the world. Can I also return to Daxia before reincarnation? As soon as he thought of this, he decided to give it a try. However, after some testing, he showed a disappointed expression. Impossible to cross. The Earth in the previous life seemed to be in a higher dimension. In other words, the world I am in has no reincarnation. In my previous life, the Earth was just a novel, a comic, and an animation. This is a fictional world, belonging to the second dimension. No matter how powerful the creatures in the second dimension are, they cannot interfere with the third dimension. This is the level of dimensions. Three-dimensional authors can modify the settings of two-dimensional creatures at will to make them stronger or weaker. For two-dimensional creatures, the author is the supreme existence. But in the third dimension, the author is also an ordinary person. Paul wants to break through the dimension and return to the previous Earth, but his current strength is far from enough. Of course, in addition to being unable to travel through the three-dimensional world, the God of the Void can travel through the two-dimensional world at will. Paul can travel through two-dimensional worlds such as novels, comics, animations, and movies in his previous life. But there is a prerequisite: you must know the coordinates of those worlds. Without coordinates, you can only travel randomly. Since you can't go back, just try traveling through another world. Immediately, he used the God of the Void to tear apart the hexahedron world of Wuji reincarnation. The world's barriers are as fragile as paper in front of him. After leaving the hexahedron world, Paul did not travel far and came to a relatively close world. Also tear open the world barrier and then enter. In one continuous day, Paul traveled through several worlds. There are modern times, ancient times, different worlds, etc. But they are all unfamiliar worlds. After all, there are too many two-dimensional worlds. Although Paul has seen many animations, novels, and movies in his previous life, it is impossible for him to have seen them all. I simply brought some local products from those worlds and came back. The biggest gain from this time travel is that in the modern world, Babada, the spiritual core, has absorbed a lot of scientific and technological knowledge. Although the sanity core is awesome, it is impossible to calculate something out of thin air that has not been touched before. With modern knowledge of physics, chemistry, etc., we can use this as a basis to deduce more advanced knowledge and technology in the future. Back at the Lord's mansion, Alice couldn't wait to find Paul and pestered him to call her swordsman. After experiencing the last incident, she trusted Paul even more. Paul did not refuse, took out a wooden sword, and taught Alice swordsmanship. In the past, Alice only learned the sword god style from Kairnu, while Paul also taught Alice the water god style and the north god style. Alice has outstanding talent and can learn swordsmanship instantly. It only took one morning to get started with Mizugami-ryu and Hokyugami-ryu. When she was tired from the exercise, she took Paul and sat under the martial arts venue to rest. During the break, he took off his shoes and asked Paul to squeeze his feet. It seemed that after being pinched by Paul last time, I liked this feeling. It was very comfortable. Even Paul, a pervert, refused. Alice's little feet are very beautiful, her skin is white and tender, and her toes are crystal clear, very perfect. Wearing white stockings, looking at it makes people itchy and makes them want to hold it in their hands and play with it. At night, Paul's clone came back. During this period of time, the clone led an army of 30,000 people to crusade in the disputed areas, annihilating several small countries, and had already secured a piece of territory. This territory is very large, occupying 1/3 of the disputed land. For a time, the changes in the land of dispute aroused the vigilance of many surrounding countries. The Ranoa Kingdom and Bijianlilu Kingdom in the north, the Asra Kingdom in the west, and the Shalong Kingdom in the south are all investigating the origin of this army. Unfortunately, with Paul's cover, they couldn't find anything. In their eyes, this army seemed to appear out of thin air. Only some of the smarter senior officials of the Asra Kingdom thought of the recruitment of soldiers in the Fetoya territory some time ago. But without evidence, they couldn't attack Fetoya territory. After acquiring such a large territory, Philip immediately sent a large number of managers there. A few days later, Paul sent his doppelganger there again. Naturally, it is impossible for the several kingdoms surrounding the land of conflict to watch all their fertile land being occupied by an unknown force. So they also sent a large number of soldiers to assist the remaining small countries in the disputed land to fight against this mysterious force. Paul didn't care. Although his clone is not as powerful as his main body, it is not something that cats and dogs can deal with. If it weren't for the lack of management personnel and the need to digest the occupied territory first, he would want to conquer all the disputed areas in one go. 1 year passed quickly, and Rudy and Sylphie were both 8 years old. Alice is already 10 years old. According to the custom of this world, a birthday is celebrated every 5 years. The 10th birthday is the second birthday in life and needs to be held grandly. As the little princess of the Lord's mansion, Alice's birthday is naturally a big event. All the respectable nobles in the Futoya territory came over. The little girl has been forced to learn dance these days and is very unhappy. She doesn't know why, but she just hates these aristocratic etiquette. I can't always learn to dance or anything like that. During several dance classes, I would sneak up to Paul and complain to him. For this reason, dance teachers will also be helpless. As the eldest lady, Alice has a bad temper, and she doesn't dare to scold him harshly. For this reason, she could only turn to Paul for help. Paul didn't agree directly, he just said he would do his best. On this day, Alice ran to Paul early in the morning and pulled him to practice swordsmanship with him. After arriving at the martial arts venue, Paul said, "Today I'm going to teach you a new sword technique called blade waltz." Yes, he blended swordsmanship and dance together. As long as Alice can learn this set of sword skills, then she can learn the dance steps. Sure enough, as soon as she heard about the new swordsmanship, Alice immediately got excited and said, "I want to learn it, teach me quickly. You stand at the plate and watch carefully." Paul nodded with satisfaction. Alice hurriedly followed the instructions, keeping her eyes on Paul, unwilling to leave. Paul took out a rapier and held the sword in his right hand towards the forward, with his left hand behind his back, in a posture similar to Western fencing. Next, his steps began to dance. As the pace moved, he quickly thrust the rapier forward, then dodged and gave way. At this moment, it was as if there was someone in front of Paul who was competing with him. The steps are graceful, the posture is noble, and every move is full of skill. Alice's eyes were tightly attracted. She liked this set of swordsmanship so much. Noble and elegant, yet lethal. After finishing the sword dance, Paul asked Alice, "How many did you remember?" Alice reacted and said happily, "I remember half of it." "Not bad, I'll demonstrate it a few more times." Paul nodded, very satisfied with Alice's swordsmanship talent. Next, Paul demonstrated several more times. Alice quickly memorized them all and started practicing on her own. The movements were a little stiff at first, but under Paul's guidance, I quickly became familiar with them. Mastering this set of swordsmanship is basically equivalent to mastering the steps of the waltz. Sure enough, teaching is also a technology. There are no students who are born stupid, only teachers who cannot teach. Teaching students in accordance with their aptitude and utilizing strengths and avoiding weaknesses is the key. After teaching Alice the waltz, Paul was also thinking about what gift to give her at the birthday party. As a little princess in a lord's mansion, there is definitely no shortage of ordinary gifts. What do you want to give? Let's see if it's in the card. Paul took out all the cards and began to look at them. Last time, I spent 1,000 one-star white cards to exchange for a 4-star purple card, leaving 867 one-star white cards left. In the past 3 years, I have accumulated another 1,103 tickets. There are currently 1,962 one-star white cards, 4 2-star green cards, and 2 3-star blue cards. 2-star green card, Traveling Sword, Dark Iron Sword, Advent Sword, and Sword of Corruption. 3-star blue card, Infinite Martial Arts Training, The Knight Will Not Die with Bare Hands. Good Guy, the 4 2-star green cards are all weapons from Genshin Impact. The 2 3-star blue cards are good, both have the abilities of Lancelot, the heroic spirit of the moon-shaped world. With endless martial arts training, it is equivalent to being omnipotent in martial arts, proficient in swords, guns, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, and 18 kinds of martial arts. It's also good that the knight won't die with his bare hands. Any item he holds in his hand can become his own noble phantasm. Infinite Martial Arts Training. The training of martial arts, which was known as unparalleled in a certain era, completely integrated the mind, skills, and body, and exerted powerful fighting ability without any mental influence. The knight will not die with his bare hands. He can give the weapons and treasures in his hands attributes and control them. Although these two abilities will not add much strength to Paul now, but the attributes and settings of these two skills are very good. If I accumulate more abilities in the future, I might be able to integrate and evolve Babata into a new ultimate ability. Just as Paul was thinking this, the voice of the sane core Babata came. Master, your sword heart is clear. The sword master's protection and endless martial arts have the same attributes, and they can be combined to create a more advanced existence. Then let's unify, Paul said nonchalantly. The integration is successful. Congratulations to the master for obtaining divine protection. God of War. Paul showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect the skills to be integrated into protection. After checking the attributes, he immediately smiled. Martial God, the god of martial arts. He is proficient in all fighting skills and weapons. He can enter a state of emptiness and meditation anytime and anywhere. His mind, skills, and body are perfectly integrated. He can use any holy sword or magic sword. When using the sword, he can maximize the sword's power. Power, kill the unkillable. I should have 3 more protections. How about integrating them together? Paul suddenly remembered that he still had a lot of protections. What about the Great Demon King, the Storm Emblem, the Favor of Friendship, and so on? Received, now unite for the Master. Ever since the King of Wisdom evolved into the Core of Sanity, Babata has obviously had his own thoughts, and his speech is no longer mechanical, but full of humanity. Fortunately, Babata is not as rebellious and disobedient as Rimuru's seal. Rimuru later wanted to regain his male body, and Seal could obviously help him recover. But in order to monopolize Rimuru, he didn't want him to have a harem, so he didn't help him recover. It can be said that Rimuru was completely controlled by Seal in the later stage. As for why Babata is so obedient, it's actually easy to understand. Because Paul's power comes from system cards, as long as the system is there, no matter how powerful Babata evolves, he must listen to Paul. In comparison, Babata is much better than Seal. It didn't take long for Babata to complete the integration. Master, the integration is complete. You have gained new protection. The Devil. Demon God, the god of magic, the god of monsters, increases the total magic value, strengthens magic talents, strengthens the power of magic, improves the life level of monsters, and makes them infinitely close to gods. Paul, who possesses the God of the Void, indeed has the strength of the Creator God. But he himself is still a monster, and his life level is equivalent to that of a demon king. After evolving into a dragon, his life level has been improved a bit, but he is still not a true god. However, the new protective demon has raised his life level to a level that is infinitely close to that of a god. For monsters, magic is life force. The Devil's protection increases Paul's total magic power, which is equivalent to increasing his life level. After Rimuru evolved into a dragon, his total magic power was 68 million. Although it is a dragon clan, it is an evolved sub-dragon clan after all, and cannot be compared with the real dragon clan. But after he uses Dragon Liberation, he can combine the magic power of the Storm Dragon and the Searing Dragon, and the total magic power is 146.63 million. Paul is fused with the Rimuru template, so the total amount of magic power is naturally the same. But the Devil's protection directly increased his total magic power to 100 million. If he were to use Dragon Liberation and combine the magic power of the Storm Dragon and the Searing Dragon, the total magic power would be as high as 237.95 million. In addition to improving magic power, Demon God's protection can also strengthen magic talents and enhance magic power. Any magic can be done at a glance. The same magic is released, and the power is increased by 1,000%, which is 10 times. All in all, the Devil's protection is quite powerful. Since then, Paul has only 2 protections left, namely, the God of War and the God of Demons. But the comprehensive attributes and settings are stronger than the previous 4. It's a pity that Nolan and Aisha were born early and only inherited the coat of arms of the Storm and the protection of the Sword Master. If they inherit the Demon God and the Martial God, they can go further in the future. After integrating the skills, both 2-star and 3-star cards were used. All weapons are loaded into imaginary space. The imaginary number space is the evolution of the stomach bag space, similar to the chaotic world, infinite in size. Things stored inside need to be isolated, otherwise they will be assimilated into nothingness and collapse energy. Next, Paul checked the one-star white card. There are many types of one-star white cards, most of which are ordinary daily necessities or food. After looking through all the one-star white cards, I only found a few rings and necklaces. Paul selected a platinum ring and then used time and space control to carve some runes on it and process it into a storage ring. The space inside is not very large, 100 cubic meters, which is enough for Alice to use. It should be fine to use this as a birthday gift. Just thinking about it, he took out another dark iron sword and copied an identical one. Alice likes swordsmanship, so I gave her another sword. You need to collect the original version for yourself. When you have more collections in the future, you can hit people with weapons like Gilgamesh. So make an exact copy and give the copy to Alice. Although it is a copy, my copy is exactly the same as the original. I am not like the heroic spirit Emiya, who copies disposable items. Having prepared the gift, Paul was not in a hurry to take it out and saved it for his birthday. At this time, Alice was also tired from practice, so she ran over quickly and sat down on his lap. Her little red face looked at him with excitement. Paul smiled and touched her little head, then picked up her little butt and put her on his left side. Alice smiled and put her 2 little feet on Paul's legs. Paul understood what she meant, took off her shoes, and kneaded her feet. Alice immediately narrowed her eyes in comfort, enjoying herself very much. She sweated a lot because of the intense exercise during sword practice. The little feet were soaked with sweat, and the white stockings had become transparent, and the toes inside could be seen. Paul didn't dislike it either. Although Alice's little feet were wet with sweat, they were still very clean and did not smell at all. The two of them remained silent for a long time. After a long time, Alice suddenly said, "Uncle Paul, can I marry you when I grow up?" Paul was stunned for a moment, then said, "As long as you are willing, I will marry you." Alice smiled and said, "This is what you said, I remember it." After she finished speaking, she put on her shoes and ran away quickly. Alice's birthday arrived as scheduled, and the entire Lord's mansion was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, making it lively. Countless nobles and celebrities came to congratulate them, and they all brought their children. Naturally, their purpose was to get their children to marry Alice, the little princess of the Lord's house. On this day, everyone got up early and started busy. Only Paul, sleeping in. He thought there were too many people, so he didn't go. There are 2 birthday parties, noon and evening. The evening show is the home game, so Paul plans to go there in the evening. I slept until noon, and when I got up, I saw Sylphie walking over with some food. "Uncle Paul, these are for you to eat," Sylphie said politely. Knowing that Paul didn't go to eat, the little girl finished the meal as quickly as possible and then brought some to Paul. Paul was moved in his heart. He touched the little girl's head lovingly and said, "Sylphie is still sensible." After washing, he ate all the food Sylphie brought. After eating, he asked Sylphie, "Are you free this afternoon? There is nothing else to do in the afternoon except practicing magic." Sylphie replied, "Well, just give me a try," Paul said with a smile. Immediately, he took Sylphie to practice magic. The method she used to practice magic was taught to her by Rudy, which was to use magic constantly to exhaust her own magic. Then wait for the magic power to recover and you will get an increase. This method of practicing magic is only suitable for children. Because children's bodies have not yet matured, all body functions are developing and growing rapidly. After the magic power is exhausted, it will also stimulate the body and use the development period to drive the magic power to grow together. Of course, although ordinary people can also use this method, the growth rate is definitely not as fast as Rudy and Sylphie. Because these 2 little guys have the factor of the demon god Laplace, this will promote the growth of their magic power. After Paul watched Sylphie practice for a while, he waved her to him. "Uncle Paul, what's the matter?" Sylphie asked with a puzzled look on her face. "You are practicing too slowly. Let me teach you another method," Paul said and started to demonstrate. The earth elements in his hand gathered together to form a piece of semi-wet and semi-dry soil, and then he controlled the shape of the soil. Soon, a clay figure appeared. The appearance of the clay figurine is lifelike, and the facial features are clearly visible. This little clay figurine looks exactly like Sylphie. Awesome, Sylphie said with admiration. From now on, you can practice using earth magic, just like me, until you can easily create every detail of the clay figurine, Paul said to Sylphie. This practice method was actually thought of by Rudy in the original novel. Not only can you consume magic power, but you can also practice controlling magic power. It's a bit similar to climbing trees and treading water in Naruto, which is to practice chakra control. As long as Sylphie can create a lifelike clay figurine and every detail is correct, her control will reach an astonishing level. In the future, when you release magic, you will be more relaxed and attentive. Yeah, I know, Sylphie nodded, and then started practicing on the side. Paul nodded with satisfaction and watched from the side, giving some pointers from time to time. Time flies, around 3 in the afternoon. Paul stopped Sylphie and took her to the kitchen. Today is Alice's birthday, so naturally a birthday cake is indispensable. Making cakes in this world is a bit difficult. It's difficult to bake a cake without an electric oven plugged in. Primitive wood-burning ovens are difficult to control the temperature and can easily burn cakes. Of course, Paul could use material creation and directly create cakes. You can also ask Babata to make a cake, but then the soul is lost. Only pure handwork can reflect the sense of ritual. As the saying goes, participation is the most important. In the following time, Paul and Sylphie got busy. Beat eggs, twist eggs, bake cakes, make cream, etc. After working for several hours, I finally made a 3-layer cake before dark. When Sylphie saw the cake for the first time, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She knew that this cake must be delicious. Because when they were helping Paul, the leftovers of the cake and the extra cream were all eaten by the two of them. In the evening, the banquet officially began. Alice, as today's protagonist, was dressed up very beautifully by Hilda, like a real princess. It's just that Alice doesn't seem to like the corset on her body very much. Fortunately, she practices swordplay all year round and does a lot of exercise to keep her in good shape. She doesn't feel restricted when wearing a corset evening dress. Many nobles in the venue were holding wine glasses and talking to each other. This scene made the banquet very strange. It was more like a noble acquaintance banquet than a birthday banquet. Think about it, among these nobles, who is really celebrating for Alice? They are all here to curry favor with Lord Sorrows and make friends with other nobles. However, the children brought by the nobles were all attracted by Alice's beauty. When they came, they received the mission given by their elders and pursued Alice as much as possible. Paul was sitting eating, but Senize ran over and said, "Honey, let's go dance." "Okay, I'm going to change clothes." Paul nodded. "I'm waiting for you." Senize showed an expectant expression. She was born into the family of Count La Toria in the Holy Kingdom of Millis. She had excellent grades and image during her studies in school and was known as the benchmark for rich ladies. But later, he quarreled with his mother and ran away from home to become an adventurer. During this period, he was almost sold into slavery by a liar, but fortunately, he was rescued by Paul and joined the Black Wolf Fang. Since she ran away from home, she has never lived the life of a noble daughter. But the etiquette and dances of the nobility are still recorded in her heart. Paul pretended to go out, found a deserted corner, and waved casually. The clothes on his body turned into a black noble tuxedo. Coupled with his golden proportions and perfect appearance, he couldn't be more handsome. When Paul returned to the banquet hall, he immediately attracted the attention of all the women present. "This guy is so good at attracting bees and butterflies," Ristina complained unhappily. "I already have several sisters, and I really don't want to have any more." Senize was also deeply attracted by her husband. At this moment, she found that her husband was so strange. Paul today is much better than Paul in the past. Her love also transferred from Paul in the past to Paul in the present. This Paul is the one he loves most. Paul walked to Senize's side and made an inviting gesture. Senize was a little excited and put her slender hand on Paul's hand with a blushing face. Next, the two began to dance. At this moment, all the women present were envious of Senize. Even Alice looked unhappy and said, "Today is my birthday, Uncle should dance the first dance with me first." From this moment on, Alice decided in her heart that she must snatch her uncle away from Sinai's. After Paul and Sinai's finished dancing, some bold women were eager to give it a try and wanted to invite Paul to dance. But before they could take action, Lord Sorrows arrived. He clapped his hands to silence the noisy hall, and everyone looked at him. "Welcome, everyone. Today is my granddaughter Alice's 10th birthday ceremony. We have also prepared delicacies collected from all over the kingdom of Asra. Enjoy it." After Sorrows finished speaking, Alice beside him also made a noble gesture to everyone. For a moment, everyone applauded. Next, the banquet begins. First, Alice came on stage to perform a dance. She danced a solo waltz. The graceful pace made everyone's eyes brighten. In fact, they had heard very early that the granddaughter of Lord Sorrows was very unruly and did not look like a noble at all. But Alice's performance today broke the rumors. This is the real daughter of a great noble. After the dance, the next step was for the guests to give Alice birthday wishes and gifts one by one. It's just that the gifts given by these nobles are too tacky, either gems or pearls. As the daughter of a lord, Alice has been lacking these things since she was a child. Although I didn't like it in my heart, I still pretended to accept it happily. One after another, everyone finally gave away gifts. Even Ristina, Sinis, Lilia, Luokixi, and Sylphie also gave their own gifts. Finally, only Paul was left. Alice looked at Paul with expectation in her eyes. Paul smiled slightly, came to Alice, and took out a ring. When the nobles present looked at it, they all showed disdain. "Just a platinum ring, too shabby." Alice doesn't feel this way. In her opinion, anything is the best as long as it comes from Paul. At this time, Paul suddenly said, "Alice, this ring is a magic prop, called a storage ring. It has 100 cubic meters of storage space inside. If you want to carry things with you in the future, you only need to inject a little magic power into it." After Paul finished speaking, he started to demonstrate. After injecting a bit of magic power, the ring flashed with light, and then he took in a table filled with delicious food. Injecting magic power again, the table was released again. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. Especially the nobles looked at the ring in Paul's hand with red eyes, eager to snatch it away. Not only the nobles, but also Ristina, Sinis, Kairnu, Lilia, Luokixi, and Sylphie looked at the ring, their eyes full of desire. Alice is the happiest. She likes this gift so much. She excitedly stretched out her little hand and asked Paul to take it for her. Paul smiled slightly and wanted to stay on Alice's right index finger. But Alice's eyes moved slightly. As if she thought of something, she raised her right ring finger. Paul was slightly startled, the corners of his mouth raised, but he didn't say anything more. Rings worn on different fingers actually have different meanings, especially the ring finger. The ring finger of the left hand represents marriage. The ring finger of the right hand represents passionate love. Alice asked Paul to put the ring on her right ring finger. Actually, she wanted to express that she liked Paul and was passionately in love with him. Of course, most people present didn't see it. Apart from Alice and Paul, only Ristina seemed to notice it. At this moment, she understood that this little girl Alice was also her love rival. Good guy, uncle-nephew love, this guy Paul is really a vegetarian. However, just when everyone thought Paul had given away the gift, Paul once again took out a gorgeous black longsword. Dark iron sword. After Alice saw the sword, she fell in love instantly and was firmly attracted to it. "This sword is for you too," Paul said and handed it over. "Thank you." Alice took the sword and then kissed Paul in full view of the public. However, everyone didn't think anything of it and just regarded it as a friendly expression. Just like the younger generation in the family receives a gift from the elder and kisses the elder. No one would think that way. Of course, Ristina comes out. This woman with vicious eyes has already seen the clues. After giving the gifts, it's time for fun, eating, drinking, and having fun. Paul didn't stay long and left directly. Late at night, until the banquet was over, Alice changed her clothes and ran over to find Paul. She had already tasted it from Sylphie's mouth, and Paul prepared a unique meal for her. So at the banquet, she didn't eat anything, leaving her belly empty. Not only Alice came, but Sinai's and the other girls also came. The home field is over, but they still have sister fields privately. After all the girls arrived, Paul didn't hide it and rolled out the 3-layer cake directly on the cart. Snow-white cream, topped with various fruits, chocolate, etc. In the middle, there is Alice's name and 10th birthday wishes. The moment she saw the cake, Alice was stunned. "Is this prepared for me?" she said excitedly. Sylphie had already told her that this thing called cake was delicious. "Of course, your name is written on them." Paul said, took out 10 small candles, inserted them, and lit them. "What does this mean?" Cenes asked in confusion. "Of course I'm making a wish and blowing out the candles, but before doing it again, we have to wish Alice together." Paul said and took the lead in singing the birthday song. It was the first time for all the girls to hear this kind of song, and they thought the melody was simple, catchy, but also very nice. So we started singing along. "Happy birthday to you." Alice was extremely moved. Compared to the main banquet, she liked it here better. It was so warm. After singing Happy Birthday, Paul asked Alice to close her eyes and make a wish in her heart, and then blow out the candles. Alice did as she was told. She didn't know what she wished for, but looking at the corners of her mouth, you could tell that she was happy. After blowing out the candles, everyone sat around and ate the cake. It was the first time for all the girls to eat cake, and they immediately fell in love with it. Desserts are girls' favorite, not to mention cakes. After Alice's birthday party, the girls all expressed their envy around Paul intentionally or unintentionally for Alice's storage ring. Paul understood what they meant, so he refined 6 more storage rings and gave one to each of Cenes, Ristina, Lilia, Kairnu, Luo Kixi, and Sylphie. As for his cheap son Rudy, he simply ignored him. This made Rudy very angry. As a father, he only had eyes for women. The days that followed were very uneventful, until news came from the land of strife that the war was getting intense. As the major kingdoms sent their armies to the land of dispute, there was complete chaos there. Philip asked Paul for help, and Paul thought about it for a while and then thought of sending 2 women, Sirenis and Ristina. The 2 women are powerful, and Kirianu has been promoted from Sword King to Sword Emperor and can completely sweep the battlefield. It's just that Kairanu is Alice's guard. If she is sent there, Alice's safety. Philip hesitated. "Alice is with me every day now. Do you think she will be in any danger?" Paul said speechlessly. "Yeah, how could I forget this?" Philip slapped his forehead and immediately ran to make arrangements. On the other side, when Cenes and the other girls learned that Kairnu and Ristina were going to the battlefield, they also wanted to go with them. However, Paul directly objected, and she had to take care of the child. If Cenes runs off to the battlefield, who will take Nolan with her? The same goes for Lilia. She also wants to take care of Aisha. In the end, Luo Kixi could only accompany Kairnu and Ristina. As a Water King-level magician, her lethality on the battlefield is even greater than that of Kairnu. Alice also clamored to go, but neither Philip nor Hilda could agree. Alice was angry for several days. In order to make the little girl happy, Paul had an idea in mind. When I came to Alice's room, I found that the little girl was still sleeping in, hiding under the quilt and unable to get up. She originally loved practicing swordsmanship, but she hadn't gotten up early to practice swordsmanship for several days. Paul walked to the bed and sat down, lifting the corner of the quilt to expose her little head. Alice immediately smiled when she saw it was Paul, but then he thought of something and pretended to be unhappy again. This change of face is too fast. "Alice, do you want to go out and play?" Paul said seductively. "Where are we going to play?" Alice looked bored. In order to protect her, her grandfather and parents did not allow her to travel far away. Every time he leaves the house, he needs the protection of Kirianu. Most importantly, no travel outside the city is allowed. Over the years, she has played all over Roya City. She thought Paul meant going out for a walk around the city. "Another world, do you want to go?" Paul whispered in her ear. After hearing this, Alice was stunned. Then she looked at Paul strangely, as if questioning whether the other party thought she was a fool. "Don't you believe me?" Paul said, pretending to be disappointed, and his eyes showed that you didn't trust me. Of course I believe you, but how is it possible to go to another world?" Alice saw Paul's eyes and explained immediately. "As long as you trust me, just tell me whether to go or not," Paul asked again. Go. Alice stood up and said. However, she was lying on the bed wearing only loose pajamas. When she stood up, her pajamas fell off. Paul was immediately delighted. The little girl reacted and didn't scream. She just quickly got into bed again with a slight blush. Paul coughed twice awkwardly and said, "Get up quickly and wash up. I'll wait for you." After saying that, he left Alice's room. After coming out, he thought that since he was going to take Alice to play in other worlds, he might as well take Sylphie with him. These two little girls must be exhausted from staying in the Lord's mansion all day. It is the right age to play, leaving them with a wonderful childhood. So, he went to find Sylphie and told her that he would take her to play in another world. Sylphie, like Alice, had a look of disbelief, but this was what Paul said, and she had to believe it. So tangled, so contradictory. After waiting for a while, the two little girls were ready. Now they all have storage rings, so they can carry a lot of things with them without having to pack them in big bags. This time, I am taking you to travel to another world. You cannot tell anyone about this, otherwise I will not take you there next time. Also, if you go to another world, you must listen to me and don't run around and talk nonsense. Do you understand? Paul began to vaccinate them. The two little girls looked at each other. Why did they feel like they were really doing it? Could it be? When they thought of this, they all couldn't help but swallow their saliva, feeling a little hopeful and frustrated about the unknown. Don't worry, Paul gave them a look and then casually tore open the world barrier. After seeing this, Iris and Sylphie were both shocked. Paul took the two women's little hands and stepped directly in. This time it was also a random time travel, and he didn't know what kind of world he would go to. Arario, a huge city built on an underground labyrinth, is full of legend. This is a place where the gods gather. All races live together, join the families of different gods, make friends, and engage in adventure, trade, entertainment, battles, etc. When Paul, Alice, and Sylphie appeared in the city, they were all shocked. Paul was shocked that he was transported to a world he was familiar with. I have seen the encounter in the dungeon many times in my previous life. Alice and Sylphie were shocked because they had really traveled to another world. The scenery in front of them could not appear in their world. The huge city walls, retro Western-style buildings, and the towering Tower of Babel that seems to connect heaven and earth are so majestic. On the bustling streets, people come and go. In addition to humans, there are also a large number of demihumans, such as orcs, elves, dwarves, small humans, etc. For Alice and Sylphie, everything here is so novel. We really traveled through time. Alice jumped up happily after realizing it. Then, as soon as she finished shouting, Paul covered her mouth with his hand. There are many gods living in the city, and it would be troublesome if they were discovered. Although he is not afraid of those gods with his current strength, there is no guarantee that those gods have any special methods. Remember what I told you? Paul glared at Alice. Alice nodded obediently and did not dare to scream again. When I watched anime in my previous life, whether it was the jobless reincarnation world or the dungeon encounter world, all I spoke was Japanese. But in this world, the language is actually different. If you speak Japanese, that's because the author and producer are from Sakura country. With Babata by his side, Paul learned the language of this world in a second. Then he instilled language knowledge into Iris and Sylphie through the power gift of the King of Fengren. After the two women learned the language of this world, Paul told them some of the settings of this world. Arario, dungeons, gods, dependents, favors, monster fighting, and upgrades, etc. When the two women figured it out, they all opened their mouths in surprise. Can we join the Familia? Alice asked expectantly. As long as you join the Familia, you can get favors and then defeat monsters and level up. This is much better than practicing hard on your own. Alice firmly believes that as long as she uses her grace, she can definitely surpass Master Kiryanu. Not only Iris, but also Sylphie. Both she and Paul can only learn magic but not fighting spirit due to the demon Laplace factor. But the blessings of this world seem to strengthen the physical body. As long as the level is high, the physical body will naturally become extremely powerful, and there is no need for fighting spirit at all. For a moment, both women were looking forward to the favor. Alice was the first to ask, "Can we join the Familia?" You can't join the Familia. Although the gods here have sealed their divine power and become like ordinary people, they can see through lies. If they ask about your origins, how will you answer? Paul shook his head and refused directly. How could this happen? Alice looked disappointed. What a pity. Sylphie showed the same expression. Don't be disappointed, maybe I can also give you a favor. Paul suddenly said with a smile. When they heard this, the two women were dumbfounded. Alice asked in confusion, Isn't it only the gods who can grant favors? Uncle, you are not a god. Who says it's not? Paul smiled mysteriously. Seeing his smile, both Alice and Sylphie felt their breath hitch, and then they looked at him in disbelief. Uncle, are you a god? Alice couldn't believe it. Not yet, but it will be soon. Paul said confidently, although he has magical skills such as God of the Void, which makes him comparable to the god of creation. But the body is still a dragon species, a dragon demon sticky star god body. This time when I came to the dungeon to encounter the world, I had to get some divine blood, and then let Babata evolve myself again. Just like the last time it swallowed and analyzed the storm dragon and then evolved into a dragon species. This time, if he could analyze the secret of God from the divine blood, he would be able to evolve into a god. Divine blood is not uncommon in this world. When the main god of the dependent family renews the favor to his dependents, he will drop a drop of divine blood. So Paul was confident that he could easily obtain the divine blood. If you can't get divine blood, then just devour a god. As for favors, this one is simple. Regardless of whether he can become a god or not, he can leave it to Babata for analysis. As long as you analyze the favors, you can develop all your women into dependents and then give them favors to make them stronger. When he thought of this, Paul already had a plan in mind. He first used material creation to create some coins of this world, which was Wally's. Then he took the two little girls Alice and Sylphie to a better hotel and opened 2 rooms. 1 room for myself and 1 room for Alice and Sylphie. Originally, he planned to open 3 rooms, 1 for each person. But the 2 little girls didn't agree. They wanted to live together. Obviously, they were still a little scared after coming to this world. It's better to live together and have a companion. After opening the room, Paul first took the 2 little girls to try the delicacies of this world. Although the backgrounds of both worlds are modeled after ancient Europe on Earth, the civilization of the dungeon encounter world is much higher than that of jobless reincarnation. Because of the existence of the gods, the families under their command even built things that were not in line with the level of civilization, such as glass and glass derivative glasses. There are also many delicious foods in this world, which is an eye-opener for both Iris and Sylphie. After the 3 of them filled their stomachs, they went to the dungeon. Alice is most looking forward to the monster she is about to see. As soon as we entered the first level and walked along the cave for a short time, we encountered 3 goblins. So ugly. Alice looked disgusted. Do you want me to take action? Paul asked. No, I'll do it, Alice said and took out the dark iron sword from the storage ring. Immediately, she slashed at the goblin with her sword. The 3 goblins also launched a counterattack, but Alice was much stronger than them. Under the training of Kairnu and Paul, Alice is now an advanced swordsman. It is estimated that it won't be long before she can reach the level of a holy swordsman, and then she will be a sword master. In just a few moves, all 3 goblins were killed. Alice was a little excited about her first kill, and she didn't care that the goblin's blood was splattered on her body. Paul shook his head helplessly, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the blood from her face. Immediately, the 3 of them continued to go deeper. Along the way, they encounter not only monsters, but also other adventurers. These adventurers looked at Paul with 2 little girls, and they were all a little curious. Some even showed greedy eyes. That's right, it's greed. Before entering the dungeon, Paul had already found out. The current encounter in the dungeon is still 7 years away from the start of the plot. In other words, Aurario is currently in a period of darkness and turmoil, when the dark faction is at its most arrogant. Those dependents of evil gods dared to commit crimes even in Aurario City, let alone murder and robbery in the underground city. Paul didn't care at all. With his creation god-level strength, is he still afraid of a few ants? All the way deep into the dungeon, Alice becomes more and more courageous as she fights. Later, even Sylphie couldn't help but feel itchy and join the battle. Alice fights in close combat, and she uses magic for remote support. The cooperation was a bit chaotic at first, but as the number of battles increased, their cooperation became more and more perfect. After reaching the 11th floor, when a large monster appeared, Alice and Sylphie couldn't stand it any longer. At this time, Paul could only take action. I saw the sword finger on his right hand, using the finger as a sword, making a slight stroke. A terrifying crescent-shaped sword light flew out, killing all the monsters. Paul is like a swordsman who can kill any monster in front of him with one finger. When Alice saw it, her eyes immediately filled her heart with admiration. "This is so handsome. This trick is so cool, I want to learn it too." Alice came to Paul and shouted. "This is not a move, it's just a casual blow after your strength reaches a certain level." Paul explained helplessly. "A casual blow?" Alice was dumbfounded. She knew that Paul was very strong and even stronger than Kairnu, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. No wonder he can travel across the world and says he wants to become a god. At this moment, the two little girls Alice and Sylphie's admiration for Paul had reached an unparalleled level. The three of them continued downward, heading to higher floors. As the floors get deeper and deeper, they encounter more and more monsters. Paul also used his devouring ability and swallowed some monsters. Although these monsters cannot bring him any improvement in strength, they can increase the variety of mimics. Although it has the universal transformation skill, it can change into any appearance. But that's just a change in appearance, while mimicry is a change in all aspects. Not only can you transform into different people or monsters, but you can also possess their skills. Time flies so fast. The three of them don't know how long they have been walking, and they don't know how many monsters they have killed. They actually arrived at the 17th floor. This time, there is the presence of the floor master. Sure enough, when they stepped into this level, the walls of the cave began to shake. As the rubble collapsed, a huge figure appeared. "Floor master, giant Goliath? What kind of monster is this?" Alice said in horror. "It's too big." Sylphie also looked frightened. "No way, Goliath is too powerful. According to the level of this world, it is equivalent to a level 4 adventurer. However, the floor owner has a size advantage and the ability to regenerate himself. His overall strength is stronger than that of level 4 adventurers." Goliath discovered the three Pauls and attacked directly. I saw his big hand clenched into a fist and smashed it down hard. At the same time, a group of people appeared secretly and launched magic attacks on the three Pauls. After following him all the way, I finally couldn't help but take action. Paul showed a disdainful expression. He didn't dodge or dodge, letting Goliath's fist and magic hit him. Alice and Sylphie both closed their eyes in fear. However, the imagined pain did not appear. When they opened their eyes, they saw a transparent barrier surrounding them and Paul, and all attacks were blocked outside the barrier. "How can this be? What kind of magic is that? You've got some serious trouble, hurry up. Fall back, hurry up." For a time, the adventurers who followed all chose Teipao. However, their reaction speed was too busy in Paul's eyes. I saw him stretching out his right hand and shaking it towards the group of people. Then the group of people seemed to be squeezed by the invisible squeeze of space, and they were crushed directly. Weak, too weak. After integrating the Rimuru template, Paul experienced what it means to be invincible. After dealing with that group of people, Paul looked at Goliath again. At this time, Goliath was constantly waving his fist and smashing into the barrier. But the barrier is extremely hard. No matter how hard it is hit, it will not budge. "You guys should be able to provide me with some magic power." Paul smiled. He removed the barrier and then launched a devouring attack on Goliath. In an instant, the huge giant was consumed and swallowed into the imaginary space by him. Then, also in an instant, it was thoroughly analyzed, digested and absorbed by Babata. Alice and Sylphie, who witnessed the whole process, deeply realized what it means to feel safe. Too strong, invincible, this made them follow Paul as if they were not afraid of anything. For a time, the original fear completely dissipated. "Let's go to the 18th floor. The scenery there is nice," Paul said to the two women. Nice scenery. Is there any difference on the 18th floor? Sylphie grasped the key and asked curiously. Although there are monsters on that floor, they will not attack adventurers, so the adventurers established a supply town on that floor. Paul explained to the two women while leading them down to the 18th floor. Soon, they came down. What comes into view is a grassland and virgin forest. The monsters here are like animals, living in the forest and not attacking humans. The breeze blows, mixed with the aroma of green grass and earth. Is this really underground? Alice was shocked. It's so beautiful. Sylphie also said, it's indeed beautiful. Paul had only seen it in anime in his previous life, but in reality, he was much more beautiful than in anime. Should we go deeper? Alice asked Paul. If you don't go down anymore, you won't be able to defeat the monsters below. Paul shook his head. Then do we have to go back? Sylphie asked. If possible, she didn't want to walk back, she was too tired. The distance from the first floor to the 18th floor is really long. If you don't go back, I'll take you to pick some delicious fruits. Paul said and took them into the woods. There are many trees on the 18th floor, including many fruit trees. The fruits produced by these fruit trees can be used. Not only can they quickly replenish physical strength, but they also have a particularly high sugar content and are very popular among adventurers. Paul took the two women to pick some and taste them. The taste is similar to pipa, but much sweeter than pipa. When Paul took a bite, he felt it was so sweet. This sweetness is almost 2 or 3 times sweeter than the sunshine rose grapes from the previous life. Although it is sweet, it does not make people feel like eating candy, but it tastes quite good. After Iris and Sylphie ate one, they couldn't stop anymore. Okay, don't eat too much. It's not good for your health. You can put it in the storage ring and eat it slowly in the future. Paul said to the two women. When the two little girls heard this, they immediately thought of something, started picking wildly, and then transferred to the storage ring. Paul shook his head helplessly, and then found a few larger fruit trees, uprooted them, put them into the imaginary space, and planned to take them back to the jobless reincarnation world for planting. In this way, if you want to eat this fruit in the future, you don't have to go out to pick it. After picking the fruits, Paul took them to the supply town on the 18th floor, planning to take a rest. Things in the supply town are very expensive because transporting them down from Aurario above requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Even staying here is quite expensive. Some adventurers would rather pitch a tent outside than live in a supply town. But Paul didn't care. What he lacked most was money. I casually created some coins and stayed in the largest store. In the room, Paul asked Babata to start analyzing the favor. Although the following adventurers were crushed by him, they were still devoured in the end. At this moment, Babata began to analyze the blessings on them. It took a while, but not long. Master, the analysis has been successful, but even if the master learns it, he still needs divine blood to use it. The master is not a god yet. After hearing what Babata said, Paul showed a disappointed expression. It seems that divine blood is still needed. The world of dungeon encounter is now in a dark and turbulent period. When the God's Return event begins, you can obtain a large amount of divine blood without having to do anything yourself, and you may even be able to devour a complete god. So Paul didn't plan to grab it directly, he just had to wait. At night, not long after I fell asleep, the door to the room was opened. Then Alice ran in quietly and got into his bed. Paul woke up when the door was opened, but when he found out it was Alice, he didn't pay attention. The little girl got into his bed, and Paul slipped it into his arms and used it as a little pillow. Alice's face turned slightly red and a smile appeared on her lips. Neither of them spoke, just enjoying the tranquility of the night, and then slowly fell asleep. However, it wasn't long before there was a knock on the door. Sylphie ran in with a worried look on her face and said, "Uncle Paul is not good, Alice is missing." The two of them slept in the same room, but when Sylphie woke up in the middle of the night, she found that Alice was missing. After all, she was in a different world. She was worried that something might happen to Alice, so she immediately came to see Paul. However, when Sylphie broke in, she saw a scene that made her blush. Alice was actually in Uncle Paul's bed, and she was still lying in Uncle Paul's arms. This Paul rubbed his head helplessly and said, Alice was scared at night, so she came to me. You must be scared alone in the room, so come up and sleep together. Sylphie was a little at a loss. Paul was too lazy to talk nonsense and pulled her up with a wave of his hand. He waved again and the room closed automatically. Cover yourself with quilt and go back to sleep. Just like that, two little girls, Alice and Sylphie, were held in his arms, one on the left and the other on the right. The two little girls looked at each other and closed their eyes in embarrassment, pretending to sleep. Then not long after, the three of them really fell asleep. The next day, Paul took two little girls to pick some special fruits from the underground city. Then he used the god of the void to tear open the world barrier and left the world of Dikuo with the two little girls. Instead of going back, they continue randomly to the next world. Appearing again, Paul and the three came to a doomsday-like world. The sky and the earth cracked, the stars shattered, dark clouds covered the entire sky, red flames burned in the clouds, and the sky was filled with black ash, as if black snow was falling. Seeing such a scene, Paul thought he was in hell. Alice and Sylphie were even more frightened and grabbed his arm tightly. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came. Someone is fighting in the distance. The explosion was like a nuclear weapon being detonated, and the intense light could even blind people's eyes. Without any hesitation, Paul cast a barrier to protect Alice and Sylphie. He didn't care, but not the two little girls. The strong air current spreads, and this destructive power is already equivalent to the level of a demon king. Alice and Sylphie were completely shocked when they saw this. Is this humanly possible? Paul created a clone and asked the clone to protect the two little girls, while his real body went to the place where the battle was. In an instant, he reached his destination. Looking around, I saw countless robots fighting several black dragons in the sky. Those black dragons were extremely powerful. The largest and most powerful one among them had black-red flames burning all over its body. Every time it breathed out, it would cause the continental plate to collapse and collapse. Good guy, even if this strength is placed in the world of Meng Wang, it is still a first-class powerhouse, no worse than the 4 dragon species. After careful observation, he finally knew which world this was. Game life, and it was 6,000 years ago. The scene in front of me is the battle between the mecha type and Yanlong. At this moment, Paul felt a little excited. There is a star cup in the game life world. If you get the star cup, you can become the only god in this world. However, he is not very interested in the star cup. The powerful settings of the star cup only work in this world. If you get it from other worlds, the star cup will have no effect. What Paul wants is the essence of the divine seed. As long as you can analyze the divine marrow, you can evolve from a monster to a god. That is the evolution of life level and the jump of class. The battle there was fierce, and organic armor species and Yanlong's subordinate dragons were constantly dying. Paul was not polite and devoured all the dead mecha species and slave dragons. Analytical machine armor allows Babata to obtain more calculation methods. The armor species in the game world are still very powerful, especially their computing power and copying ability. Analyzing the dragon essence species will allow Paul to obtain a large amount of magic power and more dragon species information. Paul is also a dragon now, and he can perfect himself through information about other different dragons. If possible, it might be possible to evolve into an innate dragon species. Paul is also a dragon now, but a weirder one. The battle between Mecha Zhang and Yan Long was fierce, and in the end, Mecha Zhang paid a lot of casualties and completely killed Yan Long. However, just when they were about to recover Yan Long's body, Paul suddenly became confused. I saw him mimicking the appearance of a storm dragon and descending on the battlefield in an instant. A dragon roar, mixed with endless storm wind and black thunder, directly forced the mecha type back. Paul did not plan a killer against the mecha because they are a group of admirable beings. This world still needs to wait for them to change. Unknown dragon species. For a moment, not only the armored ones were shocked, but also the other powerful men who were secretly observing the war were also shocked. Paul ignored them, swallowed Yanlong and its subordinate dragons, and then disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he returned to Alice and Sylphie, and then took them directly out of this world. This time, I accidentally came to the world of game life and happened to encounter a battle between the mecha and Yanlong, and I had already made a lot of blood. So he doesn't plan to travel to other worlds and will return to the world of jobless reincarnation first. He needs time to digest a large number of Yanlong, subordinate dragons, and mecha species. This time, he felt that his strength would be improved. After returning to the world of no-job reincarnation, Paul went into retreat. This made Alice and Sylphie curious about what was going on, but they didn't ask any more questions. After seeing the battle between the armored species and Yanlong in the game life world, their eyes were completely opened. That is the real strong man. Paul returned to the retreat room and fully cooperated with the analysis of the mental core Babata. The first thing to analyze is the mecha type. This kind of mechanical life is like a special computer with supporting calculation methods. Each link of the armor species includes an observation body, an analysis body, a design body, a combat body, and a link command body that coordinates the entire link. In theory, it can be infinitely learned and strengthened. Together with the flugel, it is a race that successfully killed gods during the Great War. There were many corpses of mechas devoured this time, including all the machines. As long as Babata can successfully analyze it, he can obtain the calculation method of the mecha and then integrate it into himself to strengthen his computing power. In the future, Babata can also be summoned by Paul in the form of a mecha to assist in battle. It took a whole day to analyze, and Babata finally integrated all the body calculation methods of the mecha species. Not only has the computing power been greatly increased, but as Paul guessed, it can also transform into a mecha. With Paul's summons, the huge magic power turned into machinery and then slowly formed a female robot. Your appearance. Paul was speechless as he watched Babata transform into a mecha, because Babata's current appearance is actually Gan Yu from Genshin Impact. Except for the fact that he has no horns on his head and some characteristics of a mecha type, he is exactly the same as Gan Yu. Master, do you like it? Babata came to him and asked coquettishly. Paul blushed and didn't answer. When I played Genshin Impact in my previous life, my favorites were Gan Yu and Qiqing. You have turned into Gan Yu, how could I not like it? Don't worry, there are still a bunch of dragon species that need to be analyzed. Paul knocked her little head. Master, don't worry, I am the most powerful mental core in the world. After absorbing the calculation method of the mecha species, my calculation ability has been improved. It's just a dragon species. I can complete the analysis very quickly. After Babata finished bragging, he began to calculate with Paul. They use parallel computing at the same time, which is equivalent to two supercomputers connected. As a result, computing power has been greatly improved again. However, unexpectedly, the analysis of the dragon spirit species was a bit difficult. The dragon spirits in the game's life world are the most top-notch existences even when compared to the dragons in various worlds in the second dimension. Each of their scales contains the maximum amount of magic power that the flugel can control, and the dragon elves are made of hundreds of millions of scales. This shows how much magic power the dragon elves have. The scales of dragon spirits not only have a lot of magic power, but also have strong defense. Even the flugel's ultimate move, Sky Strike, cannot break the scales. The most terrifying thing is that the existence form of dragon spirits is different from other races. Their existence form is multiple space-time life forms. While the flugels can only see fluctuations in space, dragon elves with higher racial rankings can even see fluctuations in time. Their existence spans multiple times, so the dragon spirit species is centered on the present and exists across the past and future times at the same time. They do not exist in the form of points in time, but in the form of surfaces, covering the past, present, and future at the same time. Compared with other creatures that can only wait to recover after being damaged, dragon spirits can recover instantly by correcting the past and future. They can also reflect and concentrate the power at many points in time, at the current point, to achieve infinite increase and obtain power that is powerful enough to rival the gods. The essence of the dragon spirit is reflected time and space, and the body is just a container for the condensed time and space to stay. But even the container is the hardest substance. Therefore, the scales, body, and bones of dragon spirits are extremely hard, harder than any mineral that exists on the ground. Even after death, the body will remain forever. Generally speaking, the dragon spirits in the game world are simply too strong. The magic power of each scale is equivalent to that of a flugel. There are hundreds of millions of scales on the body. How much magic power does this have? Paul couldn't imagine it. Anyway, there are much more than the storm dragon. 3 days later, Yanlong and his subordinate dragons were finally successfully analyzed. After obtaining the desired information, the corpses were transformed into magic power. There is so much magic contained in those scales, not to mention there are so many dragons. Therefore, Paul's total magic value skyrocketed from the original 100 million to 300 million. If dragon nucleation is used, the total magic power will reach 437,956,566. But magic is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the new dragon species information and the power of time. Master, do you want to integrate the new dragon species information? Fusion! The next moment, Yanlong's factors and a large amount of dragon species information were integrated. The sticky star god body of the dragon demon, a life form of multiple time and space. 2 different dragon species physiques merge with each other. Paul's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took, but when he woke up, he heard Babata's voice. Congratulations, Master, you have now evolved into a multi-dimensional space-time star dragon. You are no longer an acquired sub-dragon species, but a true innate dragon species. After hearing this, Paul checked his body. Sure enough, his body has changed from a slime to a dragon. It looks like a western dragon, with scales all over its body black and shining with metallic light. The dragon's claws are extremely sharp, and the dragon wings spread out behind it are even more huge. If it were not possible to control the size of the body, this retreat room would be collapsed. Now the life level of his body is infinitely close to that of a god. Master, in addition to the evolution of your body, you also gained Yanlong's talent of time and space. I integrated it with the god of space and time of the god of void to evolve the new ultimate ability, god of time and space. After Paul heard this, he was immediately stunned. God of time and space, that is the magical skill of the strongest brave Chloe. In the world of Cute King, there are only 3 people with god-level skills in the end. They are Rimuru's god of the void, Guy's god of the abyss, and Chloe's god of time and space. The god of time and space may not be as powerful as the god of void, but it is the most difficult ability to deal with. The god of time and space. Time and space domination, time stopping, infinite rewind, predictive attack, reading the future, memory transfer, time and space travel, infinite prison, absolute cutoff, space transfer, space blockade, and time and space strike. I already have the god of void, and now I have the god of time and space. I want to go further and further on the road to invincibility. Transforming into human form, Paul found that he had new changes. Silver hair, red eyes, handsome appearance, these have not changed. The only change is the eyes. The original human pupils have turned into vertical oval pupils. These are dragon pupils. Also, the corners of the mouth are slightly raised, giving people a gentle yet evil feeling all the time. This is not good, it will scare people, Paul said and swiped his finger in front of his eyes. The next moment, the dragon pupils disappeared and turned into normal human pupils. When I came out of the retreat room, I saw 2 little girls sitting at the door. It was Alice and Sylphie. Uncle, you finally came out. When will we go to another world again? Alice asked excitedly. After some time, I will give you a favor so that you can fight monsters and upgrade, Paul said, touching her little head. After some time, the dungeon encounter will reach the point where the gods send each other off. I went to fish in troubled waters and see if I could swallow a complete god. There is also the game Life World, where it won't take long for the male and female protagonists to meet and then start killing gods. He can take the opportunity to obtain the marrow of Artash, the god of war. Using the gods of the 2 worlds as the object of analysis, you can definitely evolve yourself into a true god. When Alice heard that it would take a while, she immediately showed a disappointed expression. When Paul saw her look, he couldn't bear it. Finally, he said, "Do you really want to go to another world?" "Yeah," Alice nodded. Whether she was fighting monsters in the dungeons of the Dikuo world, or seeing the battle between the armored species and Yanlong in the game life world, she was extremely excited. Although she was scared during the journey, she was no longer afraid as long as Paul was by her side. For the unknown world, her desire to explore is unprecedented. In fact, let alone Alice, as long as a normal person has the ability to travel through another world, he can't help but want to explore it. Curiosity about the unknown is human nature. Let's do this. You too will practice swordsmanship and magic seriously from today on. As long as you can reach 19 and reach the holy level, I will take you to another world. Paul said to the two women, "Give them a goal and let them fight for it. In this way, they won't keep thinking about another world. As for how long it will take to complete, that's up to them. This is what you said, let's pull the hook." Alice agreed immediately. "Okay, hook up." Paul smiled and hooked up with Alice and then with Sylphie. Afterwards, Hyunlu was dragged by Ellie to practice swordsmanship and magic. Seeing the two of them leaving, Paul also breathed a sigh of relief. When he came to the yard against the wall, he dug several large holes with a shovel, and then planted the fruit trees he brought back from the 18th floor of the underground city. In order to be able to plant, Paul not only watered them, but also used magic to guide their branches. Suddenly, Paul thought of something. The healing magic of this world seems to help the trees grow. In the original book, when Luo Kixi taught Rudy magic, she accidentally broke the tree that Sinis was carrying. In the end, Luo Kixi was just a healing magic, and the tree trunk was connected back. Not only that, the little tree grew and bloomed ahead of schedule. From this phenomenon, healing magic can promote the growth of trees. Thinking of this, Paul decided to give it a try. He found the smallest fruit tree and cast divine healing magic on it. The huge power of life enveloped the fruit tree, causing it to bloom with dazzling green light. Immediately afterwards, the roots of the fruit trees began to extend crazily underground, and the trunks also began to swell at this time. In just a few seconds, the tree trunk, which was originally as thin as a calf, had become as thick as a waist. Not only that, it also grows to a height of 30 meters and is covered with bright yellow fruits. "Good guy, there will be no shortage of fruit to eat from now on." Paul showed a smile. Immediately, he used divine healing magic on several other fruit trees, turning them into huge fruit trees. Pick all the fruits on the trees, keep a small half for eating, and use the other half to make wine, whether it's the past life or this life. Paul is a non-smoking man, but he likes to drink. When he lived in the village of Buena, he planted grapes around his house and used them to make wine. The wine was not sold for money, it was all drank at home. But after the snowstorm, the grapes were destroyed. After arriving at the Lord's mansion, he stopped growing vegetables and making wine. Sinis and Lilia did not make soap to sell money. It seems that in just a few years, their lifestyle has completely changed. The fruits from Xiacheng are particularly sweet and have high sugar content, making them the best for making wine. Generally, the sweeter the fruit for winemaking, the better. For fruits that are not sweet enough, rock sugar needs to be added. Paul used material creation to create a huge container, washed the winemaking fruits, then sterilized and crushed them, and poured them all into the container. Add yeast and pectin, pour cold boiled water, and finally seal. You only need to wait half a month to drink this special fruit wine from the underground city. After Paul finished brewing the wine, Sinis and Lilia arrived holding Nolan and Asia. "What are you doing? Why are there so many trees in the yard?" Sinis asked with a strange look on her face. "This is a fruit tree I got from a mysterious place. I have already picked the fruits. You can taste them." Paul said and took out some fruits. There happened to be outdoor tables and chairs in the yard. After the two women sat down, they held the baby in one hand and picked up the fruit with the other hand to eat. As soon as they took it into their mouths, Sinis and Lilia frowned wildly. "It's not sour, it's sweet." "This is so sweet, it's almost too sweet. Where did you get such sweet fruit?" Sinis asked in surprise. Paul did not answer but asked, "Do you like eating?" "Of course I like it, but it's too sweet. I think it can be dried and made into tea." Sinis suddenly had an idea. Good idea, you can give it a try. Paul's eyes also lit up. You can also squeeze it into juice, dilute it with water, and add ice cubes to make a delicious drink. Lilia also had an idea. I think you two should open a drink shop. The business will definitely be booming, Paul said with emotion. After teaching the two girls many delicacies and drinks from their previous lives, their minds seemed to have been opened, and they often studied various delicacies in the kitchen. Because of my open mind, sometimes the things I research are delicious, and sometimes they are dark dishes. If Paul hadn't been immune to toxins, he would have been poisoned to death by various dark dishes. Fortunately, after years of hard work, the two women are now very skilled in cooking. In the days that followed, the two little girls, Alice and Sylphie, worked hard to practice swordsmanship and magic. On the other side of the disputed land, the situation was finally stabilized thanks to the support of Ristina, Kairnu, and Luo Kixi. Intelligence is coming back every day, and preparations for a counterattack have begun. According to Philip's request, the entire triage area must be taken over within 2 years, and then a brand new country must be established. By then, even if Asra's regime changes and some high-level officials, led by Darius, want to confront their family, they will have a way to retreat. Paul had a very leisurely life these days. He cultivated a field in the huge yard of the Lord's mansion, planted some fruit trees, and then used healing magic to ripen them. Suddenly, the entire yard turned into a fruit forest filled with all kinds of fruits. When Paul had nothing to do, he used various fruits to make wine. He did not use distillation technology to make high-quality liquor, but only made sweet fruit wine and sparkling wine. The fermentation time of fruit wine and sparkling wine is not long, and you can drink it in half a month. So he built a taishi chair and sat in the orchard to bask in the sun and taste wine every day. In your spare time, you can study some delicious food and teach Alice and Sylphie how to practice. In the evening, I had a landlord fight with Senise and Lilia. This little day is so comfortable. Of course, he has also been paying attention to the progress of the two worlds of dungeon encounter and game life. As long as you have been to both worlds once, you know the coordinates and can travel infinitely. Paul would visit these two worlds every few days. Only 3 months have passed since the events of the gods' return of the dungeon encounter have begun, and Arario is about to enter the darkest 7 days of death. When Paul traveled to Arario, this beautiful city was already in flames of war. It's all about fighting, and dead people and corpses can be seen everywhere. The adventurers from the Dark Sect broke into the family camp directly, killed all the family members and gods, and sent the gods back to heaven. The gods of this world descend to earth and need to block their divine power, so they were in the room just like normal people. Once the seal is released and divine power is used, they will return to heaven. If they are killed by adventurers without using divine power, they will still return to heaven. For a time, pillars of light kept appearing in Arario. These light pillars connect heaven and earth, representing the death of gods and being sent back to heaven. Paul had no intention of changing the plot, nor did he interfere. He has only one purpose now, to find a slain god and then devour him. The main reason why he didn't kill him himself was because he didn't want to conflict with the gods of the other world. He will bring the girls over for fun in the future. If there is a conflict, how can he bring people over? Universal perception, instantly detecting the entire Arario. Found it. In an instant, Paul found a dying god. Teleporting to the scene, he saw several dark faction adventurers besieging a god. That god felt wronged and seemed to want to gain divine power. It's a pity that it's too late. He was stabbed several times. Paul's arrival surprised the adventurers from the dark faction, and they attacked without saying a word. Court death. Paul's eyes turned cold, and he slapped several dark faction adventurers to death. The dying god also showed a shocked expression. He pointed at Paul and said, "You don't." However, before he finished speaking, he picked it up. The body fell to the ground, and then a beam of light appeared connecting heaven and earth. Paul did not hesitate. The barrier enveloped the body, and the light beam from heaven could not be felt and disappeared automatically. Then he devoured the god's body and soul. The gods of this world are immortal. Even if they die, they will be resurrected in the future. It's just that the time for resurrection is a bit long, at least 10,000 years. Therefore, Paul was not worried about this god reporting on him after his resurrection. 10,000 years from now, how strong will I be with the system? After the devouring was completed, Paul did not linger. He directly tore open the world barrier and returned to the world of jobless reincarnation. Back to the orchard, Paul saw two little girls, Alice and Sylphie, being thieves. One is picking fruits secretly, and the other is drinking secretly. I am the two of you. If you want to eat fruit, just pick it. If you want to drink fruit wine, just tell me. Don't prepare to look like a thief in the future. Paul said suddenly. The two little girls were startled, but when they saw it was Paul, they breathed a sigh of relief. Now they also feel that Paul is very kind to them and very tolerant of them. Whatever they asked for, Paul would give it to them. No matter what they did wrong, Paul would not blame them. Compared to Sylphie, Alice can feel it more clearly. After all, she and Paul had an agreement to marry each other when they grew up. Uncle Paul, I'm sorry. Sylphie came to Paul and said, fruit wine also has a certain concentration. Although it tastes good, you have to drink it. Alcohol will damage the body, not to mention that you are growing up now. Paul touched her little head lovingly. Sylphie enjoyed it so much that she narrowed her eyes. Alice looked a little disgusted and ran to Paul's side, looking straight at him. Paul was so amused that he reached out and touched her little head. Alice immediately smiled. Afterwards, Paul picked some fruits and put them on the table, and then brought out some drinks and snacks. He lay on the Taishi's chair, drinking wine and sunbathing, while the two little girls sat eating snacks and chatting. Why don't you two practice swordsmanship and magic today? Paul saw that they were chatting happily, so he joined in. HMPH, my swordsmanship has reached the holy level. Alice said proudly immediately. I can also cast the water saint level magic, thundering cumulonimbus. Sylphie also said. Paul showed a surprised expression and said, You are making progress so fast. Of course, don't look at who I am. Alice's little face became even more proud. After saying that, she took off her shoes, jumped directly onto the Taishi chair, then sat on Paul and said, You promised me, as long as we reach the holy level, you will lead us go to another world. Sylphie saw Alice's actions from the sidelines and envied her boldness. She also seems so close to Uncle Paul. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will definitely not break my promise. Paul held her butt with both hands and changed her seat. I just rode on my thigh and the pressure was uncomfortable, so I lifted it up a little. Alice's face was slightly red, and she stretched out her little feet in front of Paul. Uncle, please rub them for me. Paul smiled and grabbed a little foot with one hand and started playing with it. Sylphie on the side was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Alice was so comfortable being kneaded by Paul that she forgot that Sylphie was still watching. Paul turned to look at Sylphie, who had a dull look on his face, and waved to her. Sylphie's breathing became a little rapid, but she still came to Paul with a red face. Paul hugged her and pulled her down on the imperial chair. Fortunately, this chair is wide enough. Alice and Sylphie are still children, so it is not too bulky. Paul spread his legs and let Alice and Sylphie sit on one lap. Take off your shoes, and Uncle will help you rub them, Paul said to Sylphie. Sylphie was a little at a loss, her pointed ears wagging rapidly. Don't be shy, Paul said again. Sylphie nodded, carefully took off her shoes, and then stretched out a pair of white and flawless little feet in front of Paul. Paul compared Alice's feet and found that the two little girls' feet were about the same size and both were perfect. This made Paul, who had a special hobby, couldn't put it down. He would pinch this and rub that, having a great time playing with it. After playing with it for a while, he felt that something was missing. So he conjured up a pair of white silk and carefully put it on Sylphie. He originally wanted to change into black stockings and silk stockings, but Alice and Sylphie were both still children and couldn't control it. White stockings are better, most suitable for their current age, pure and innocent. The two little girls also liked having their feet played with by Paul, and they were so comfortable that they forgot about things in the other world. When night fell, Paul went to the retreat room after dinner. Summon Baba Tower, and then calculate alongside her to analyze the devoured god as quickly as possible. This analysis also took 3 days. After the analysis was successful, Babata obtained the Emperor's divine information. Master, although you can evolve your body into a god by integrating the existing god information, it should be a relatively low-level god. If you want to become a high-level god, you need more god information. Paul nodded understandingly. Just like I want to analyze the storm dragon myself and then evolve into a dragon species. Although it is a dragon species, it is a sub-dragon species, which is one level lower than the real dragon species. It wasn't until he devoured Yanlong and many of Yanlong's subordinate dragons that he evolved into a true dragon species. Presumably, the same goes for evolving into a god. You need to devour more gods and analyze and obtain more information about gods. Fortunately, there are many gods in the game life, and there is also a Supreme Star Cup. In addition to the game life world, there are also gods in the jobless reincarnation world. For example, there are dragon gods and human gods hiding in Wuji. With so many gods around, Paulus didn't worry about not having enough to devour. However, this analysis is not without gain. By analyzing the god of the wrong world, Paul derived divine power from him. This is a power higher than magic, a power that only gods can use. When he first analyzed the fantasy sword, Paul's magic evolved into true ether. True ether is the magic power of the gods, a kind of power that is infinitely close to divine power. Now, all of Paul's magic power has been transformed into divine power. After coming out of the retreat room, Paul found himself blocked by Alice and Sylphie again. "Are you two waiting here for me to come out of seclusion?" Paul asked with a smile as he looked at them. "Huh, uncle, you clearly promised us to go to another world, but you ended up going into seclusion," Alice said unhappily. "It's not that I forgot about it, it's not too late to go now." Paul pretended to just remember. "Really? Let's go now." Alice jumped up excitedly. Okay, go now." Paul patted her little head lovingly. This time he didn't plan to go to the wrong world because there was a war going on there and there was no need to join in the fun. Also, don't play the world of life, which is full of spirit corpses that are harmful to human beings. Without their own protection, Alice and Zilu would not be able to withstand the erosion of the spirit bones. This time he planned to go to a random world again to see what kind of world it was. In the past, a person tested the ability of the god of the void and randomly traveled through more than a dozen strange worlds. But taking Alice and Sylphie through 2 times, they were both familiar worlds. I wonder if the 2 little koi can bring good luck again. Paul first went to wash up and change his clothes, and then left with the 2 women. At the same time. In the world of Demon High School, there is a battle between heaven and hell. A 3-way war between angels, demons, and fallen angels. The 4 great demon kings of the first generation, as well as all the cadres of the fallen angels, are besieging God. This is a civil war, but the Nordic gods, Greek gods, Huxia gods, and Insin are all waiting and watching. Yes, this is a world with many gods. Compared with other pantheons, the biblical pantheon is special because it has only one God, the only God. Although God was besieged, he was powerful and not at all inferior. Moreover, there are 4 archangels under his command. All of them are 12-winged beings, and their strength is not that of the 4 demon kings. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel. The 4 archangels led the army of angels, defeating the demons and fallen angels. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Paul brought Alice and Sylphie through time. When the 3 of them saw the battle in the distance, they were all stunned. "Good guy, it's the same as last time." The last time I randomly went to the game world, I happened to encounter a battle between the mecha type and Yanlong. What world is it this time? Paul's divine power spread out, and he soon figured it out. Angels, demons, and fallen angels are all creatures in the Bible. Is this Devil High School DxD? And it's also a time when the 3 major powers in the Bible are in civil war. After understanding the world, Paul was ecstatic. The background of this world is too big, including all the gods, Lijeaha. In other words, what this world lacks most is God. Looking at the besieged God in the distance, Paul suddenly became interested. Alice and Sylphie on the side were once again stunned. The war scene in front of me was even more terrifying than the last time the mechas fought against Yanlong. This is a race war, and all three forces have mobilized millions of troops. This scale is so grand. You hide here and don't run around. I'll go to you as soon as I go. Paul created a clone to protect the two women, while his real body blended into the sounds of the battlefield. The battlefield was full of corpses, and Paul devoured countless of them. There are angels, there are demons, and there are fallen angels. Then he transformed into a seraph and joined the fight. While fighting, he devoured the corpses on the battlefield. All these corpses were transformed into their own divine power. The more he devours, the more his divine power becomes. But Paul's purpose was not to devour these corpses, but to devour God. According to the original plot, this war will lead to the death of God, the 4 first-generation demon kings, and many fallen angel cadres. The 3 major forces in the Bible suffered heavy losses and finally had to cease the war. After all, there is more than one pantheon in this world. Once they suffer heavy losses, they are likely to be devoured by other pantheon forces. Paul was waiting for an opportunity to devour God. Sure enough, the battle lasted for a while, and both God and the 4 demon kings suffered many injuries. Not only that, their strength is declining. The opportunity is coming. Paul's eyes lit up and he was ready to take action at any time. After another battle, God and the 4 demon kings used all their strength, and then they all fell down. This scene made both angels and demons stunned. They have been at war for so long, and they have never thought of completely killing each other. But now, the 4 demon kings have died together with God. For a moment, everyone present could not accept it. Not only the angels and demons, but also the fallen angels were confused. Fortunately, their losses were minimal, with only a few high-level cadres dead. However, at this moment, Paul took action. He directly used the God of Time to freeze the time and space at the scene for 917 seconds, and everyone fell into a state of time suspension. Then he appeared next to the corpses of God and the 4 demon kings, and devoured the corpses of God and the 4 demon kings in front of all angels, demons, and fallen angels. After doing all this, he disappeared and left again. The time stop ends and the angels and demons go crazy. They actually watch the bodies of God and the demon king being snatched away. Damn it, which force is it? The top leaders of angels and demons were all furious. On the other side, after Paul devoured God and the 4 demon kings, he returned to Alice and Sylphie. Alice and Sylphie, I'm sorry this time, we have to go back. Paul gave the 2 women an apologetic look. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence this time. I just happened to travel to the world of Demon High School and happened to encounter a war between the 3 major forces in the Bible. The same goes for the life world in the last game. It seemed as if it had been deliberately arranged in order to allow itself to devour more gods. Or are Alice and Sylphie really coy, bringing them good luck? It doesn't matter. Seeing a battle of this scale, it's a worthwhile trip. Alice shook her head and said indifferently. So good, Paul touched the little heads of Alice and Sylphie and took them away through time. After returning to the world of jobless reincarnation, Paul went into seclusion again. It's still the same as before, summon Baba Tower, and then analyze it together and perform parallel calculations. In 5 days, all the analysis of God and the 4 demon kings was finally completed. Coupled with the corpses of angels, demons, and fallen angels devoured on the battlefield, Paul's total divine power has reached 900 million. If dragon nuclearization is used, it will exceed the billion mark. However, it is not yet time to evolve into a god. It is still necessary to devour more gods and analyze and obtain more information about gods. In the days that followed, the calmness returned to the past. After witnessing the battle between the armored species and Yanlong, as well as the battle between the 3 major forces in the Bible, Alice and Sylphie no longer clamored to go to another world. Now, in their perception, other worlds are very dangerous. Over there in the land of disputes, the war is getting more and more intense. Ristina, Kairnu, and Luo-Kixi each led an army of 10,000 people and directly began to push those small countries flatly. The surrounding troops sent to support were all wiped out by the 3 women. In just 1 year, all the countries in the land of disputes were wiped out and unified. For a moment, all the powers were shocked. The unification of the disputed lands means that there will be another super empire in the central continent. The most important thing is that the areas of dispute are all plains, with fertile land and rich resources. Occupying such a territory, this new force will become stronger and stronger. In the Lord's mansion, after Philip learned that the disputed lands were unified, he happily drank Paulo all night. The two discussed all night how to deal with the disputed area. In the end, the views were surprisingly unified. Jiang. In this regard, Saros also strongly supports. Immediately afterwards, a large number of workers were mobilized for post-war reconstruction. Since we want to build a country, we must build a big city as the capital. The location of the capital was chosen in the center of the disputed area. A week later, Ristina, Kairnu, and Luo Kixi all came back. The night Ristina came back, she pulled Paul into her room and violently took advantage of him. As the saying goes, a break is better than a new marriage, and Paul satisfied her ruthlessly. The next day, Paul woke up early and heard noises coming from the martial arts venue. He washed up, had breakfast, and went to the martial arts venue. At this time, Jairnu and Luo Kixi were checking the learning status of their respective apprentices. Kairnu competed with Alice, but she didn't expect that Alice had actually reached the holy level. On the other side, the same goes for Luo Kixi. She was also stunned when she saw Sylphie performing her special skill, thundering cumulonimbus. These two little girls, one is 11 years old and the other is only 9 years old, both of them have reached the Bible level. Almost at the same time, Kairnu and Luo Kixi looked at Paul. "You don't have to look at me like that. I'm just giving some pointers. The main thing is for them to work hard on their own," Paul said with a smile. He could see the efforts of the two little girls. "Alas, it seems we have to work hard, otherwise our disciples will catch up with us," Kairnu said with a feeling. "It's too difficult for me to go further." Luo Kixi shook her head. With her talent, reaching the king level is already a feat. It is almost impossible to break through to the emperor level. After hearing what Luo Kixi said, Paul seemed to think that he had forgotten about her. "I have thought about enhancing Luo Kixi's magic talent a long time ago. As a result, I immediately forgot about it. There wasn't much that could be done before, but now there are ways. He has devoured so many powerful beings, including monsters, elves, dragons, angels, demons, fallen angels, etc. Almost all the information about these races is stored in Babada, the core of sanity. Through that information, it is very simple to copy some of the outstanding talents of these races to Luo Kixi. Luo Kixi is a demon, so copy some of the demon's talents to her." "Luo Kixi, I have a way for you to break through to the emperor level," Paul suddenly said to Luo Kixi. When Luo Kixi heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Really? What can you do?" she asked immediately and impatiently. Emperor level, that was her lifelong wish. "You'll know if you try it." Paul didn't guarantee it, but his tone was full of confidence. Luo Kixi also believed in Paul. After all, the man in front of him had already created many miracles. "Ever since I met Paul, it seemed like there was nothing he couldn't do. When he was in Baina village, he casually modified the thundering cumulonimbus and upgraded this magic from the holy level to the emperor level. As a result, he has not learned it yet." "Okay, I'll try." Luo Kixi nodded firmly. Paul smiled and then snapped his fingers. Then a barrier appeared in the smoke field. Only he and Luo Kixi were inside the barrier, and Kairnu, Alice, and Sylphie were all outside the barrier. Immediately, he pointed at Luo Kixi's brow. Luo Kixi was startled for a moment, and then fell into a coma. Paul used his divine power to hold her body up and let her float in the air. Then, Lu Xiangxi's clothes automatically fell off. She was completely naked, displayed in front of Paul's eyes without any reservation. Paul looked at it with admiration for a few times and then began to transform her. Countless magic powers gathered towards Luo Kixi's body. Gradually, an energy cocoon formed outside her. Paul extracted some race information of magic-talented children from the information of many races that he had devoured. Then the information is integrated and transformed, and then input into Luo Kixi's body. Then use divine power to transform and evolve Luo Kixi's body. match her body with the information, and then merge into one. In fact, this transformation method is rather clumsy. If this world has the voice of the world, it can establish the soul corridor through naming, and then directly strengthen it through the soul corridor. It was through this method that Rimuru later promoted all his subordinates to the level of Demon King. It's a pity that the world's setting is different, which greatly limits it. However, after Paul devoured the god of the demonic high school world, he also obtained a method for making a reincarnation system. As long as there is this reincarnation system, any race can be reincarnated into an angel. It's just that the system is too troublesome to create, and Luo Kixi doesn't necessarily want to change the race. Paul gave up the idea of reincarnating Luo Kixi into an angel. As time passed, the energy cocoon wrapped around Luo Kixi turned into an eggshell again. Then Luo Kixi felt as if she had returned to her mother's womb and been recast, and her body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. For a full day and a half, the magic power of the entire Roya city was almost drained, and the transformation was completely completed. There were cracks in the eggshell, and then Luo Kixi burst the eggshell from the inside and walked out. Those broken eggshells turned into magic power again and were sucked into Luo Kixi's body. After Luo Kixi regained consciousness, she felt her powerful talent. This time, not only was her talent strengthened, but her strength was also upgraded from king level to emperor level. There are not many emperor-level magicians in the entire jobless reincarnation world. The most important thing is that Luo Kixi feels that she can cast spells without chanting. Great, thank you, Paul. Luo Kixi excitedly threw herself into Paul's arms and hugged him tightly. Paul was slightly startled because Luo Kixi was naked at the moment, but you would be a fool not to take advantage of it. Paul also hugged Luo Kixi and touched her smooth back with a pair of big hands. Wow, so smooth. However, his touch made Luo Kixi feel something. She looked down and screamed. Paul hurriedly took out his clothes and said, "Stop barking. If you bark again, you will attract people." In fact, inside the barrier, the sound cannot be transmitted at all. Moreover, Paul also protected his privacy so that the outside of the barrier could not see what was going on inside. He deliberately lied to Luo Kixi just to make her stop screaming. Sure enough, when Luo Kixi heard this, she immediately didn't dare to scream. She glared at Paul with a blushing face, quickly took the clothes in his hand, and put them on. Only then did Paul remove the barrier. The three girls of Kirinu who were waiting outside came to Luo Kixi immediately and looked at her changes. In fact, there are no changes. This renovation is mainly internal. Jirnu asked Luo Kixi, "Can your current talent break through to the king level?" A breakthrough has been made. Luo Kixi showed a confident smile. Great master. Sylphie was happy for Luo Kixi. Then you can cast emperor-level magic now? Give it a try. Alice also looked forward to it. This emperor-level magic is too powerful. Once it is used, not to mention the martial arts venue, the entire Lord's mansion will suffer. Luo Kixi also wanted to try it, but the environment did not allow it. "It's easy, let's go out for an interview," Paul said suddenly, then he snapped his fingers and teleported away with the girls. Appearing again, it was already in a plane hundreds of kilometers away from Roja City. The girls were already used to Paul's godlike methods. They all looked at Luo Kixi, looking forward to her magic. Luo Kixi nodded, then took out his staff and started to cast magic. However, she soon realized that she didn't seem to have emperor-level magic. The only emperor-level magic seems to be the thundering cumulonimbus that Paul helped her transform. But everyone has seen the thundering cumulonimbus. The emperor level is just more powerful. Paul seemed to be aware of Luo Kixi's distress, smiled slightly, and used missing conveyance to say to her, "Relax, I'll give you something." Luo Kixi heard Paul's voice and immediately nodded happily. Immediately, Paul transmitted some emperor-level magic to Luo Kixi's mind. Because it was given through the ability of King of Fengren, Luo Kixi learned it instantly. Next, Luo Kixi began to perform magic. She was seen shaking the staff in her hand and began to cast magic without any chanting. The temperature around her began to drop rapidly as she shook her staff. Absolute zero. He shouted the name of the magic directly, and then with Luo Kixi as the center, a cold air quickly spread out, and then everything around him was frozen. In an instant, the entire plain turned into a world of ice and snow, and everything was frozen. Of course, the children of Kairnu were not frozen because Paul was there. "It's amazing, this magic is so beautiful," Alice shouted happily after seeing it. Sylphie also looked excited, thinking that she should improve her strength quickly and learn this move. Kairnu praised in admiration. "If you had been promoted to the emperor level earlier, we wouldn't have had to fight in the land of disputes for a year. It's not that exaggerated." Luo Kixi also smiled and then removed the magic. In an instant, the ice and snow began to merge. After returning to the Lord's mansion, Paul helped the girls improve their talents one by one. Currently, among the girls, Ristina, Kairnu, and Luo Kixi are the strongest, and they have all reached the emperor level. Next are the 4 girls Sinis, Lilia, Alice, and Sylphie, all of whom are saints. Sinis and Alice were not at odds with each other originally, but now she was caught up by a little girl, and she was immediately unconvinced. So in the following days, in addition to taking care of Noran every day, she also started practicing. Paul was not stingy either, bringing out all kinds of sword skills and magic for the girls to choose and practice. There's a lot of magic from other worlds, but all of them have been converted into magic from this world by Babata according to the principles. In addition, there are more advanced healing magics deduced by Babata, as well as barrier magics and divine strike magics. These magics were originally monopolized by the Holy Kingdom of Millis and were never spread outside the country. But for Paul, it was easy to create. With the abnormal ultimate ability of King of Feng Rang, the most important thing Paul lacks is skills. After seeing so many skills and magic, the girls were all stunned. Then they started picking out what they liked. Sinis even gave up on the path of assisting the wet nurse, and it was time to cultivate output. Although Paul could directly give it to them and let them learn it directly. But that would be boring. Unless it is necessary, let them learn by themselves. Just like now, it is such an enjoyable thing to watch Jiang Che practicing swordsmanship and magic in the martial arts venue every day. Of course, he is also observing the progress in the game life world. At present, the male protagonist Rick has met the female protagonist Hubie, and the two are also experiencing everything in the original plot. In addition to teaching the girls every day, Paul also goes to the game world from time to time to learn, copy, the magic and skills of that world, and incorporate them into his own King of Feng Rang. Many skills and magic in this world are actually good and very practical. For example, the Flugels' Sky Strike, Divine Strike, and Sky Shift, as well as the elf's Void Zero Protection, One Move First Protection, Immovable Second Protection, Eternal Third Protection, and Eternal Fourth Protection. Please give me flowers. As Paul collected all the skills and magic of all major races in the world into the King of Feng Rang, Babata took action again, and he unified it. Then, King of Feng Rang evolved into a new god-level ability, God of Feng Rang. God of Fengren, weaving of power, creation of power, copying of power, gift of power, preservation of power, manifestation of imagination. There are 2 more abilities than before, power weaving and imagination manifestation. Power should be something that only God can control, right? Gee, this is interesting. Paul is stealing the knowledge of this world, and at the same time he is secretly watching and protecting the male and female protagonists. Since he wants to use them to lure out the Star Cup, he will naturally not treat them badly. They all died in the original work, so let's save their lives this time. Time flies, and another year has passed. Before they knew it, Rudy was 10 years old, and Nolan and Asia were 3 years old and could talk and walk. Paul took his 2 daughters with him every day and doted on them extremely. This made both Alice and Sylphie a little jealous. According to the original plot, this time period is when the transfer incident broke out. But now that the cracks in time and space have been filled, there is no need to worry about being transferred anymore. On the other side, the craftsmen sent by Philip to the land of dispute also built the city. Then Paul went to that city himself and proclaimed the founding of a nation, the Empire of Storms. Paul is a named monster, and his last name Tempest means storm. Using the surname as the country name is simple and clear. As for the newly built super-large city, it is the imperial capital of the Stormwind Empire, Stormwind City. With the establishment of the Stormwind Empire, Saros announced to the outside world that he would officially break away from the Kingdom of Asra and led all the people in the Fatoa territory to migrate to the Stormwind Empire. Wind Empire. For a time, all countries in the central continent were in shock. They never expected that the one who conquered the land of dispute would be the Lord of Fatoa, Saros. The most outraged among them was the Kingdom of Asra and the Grey Rat family. They demanded that Saros hand over the land of dispute to be accepted by the Kingdom of Asra. But Saros simply ignored it. He has long been tired of the political struggles in the Asra kingdom over the years. This is the most appropriate time to leave. That night, Paul personally went to Greylat's home and picked up Philip's eldest son, who was Alice's brother. After doing all this, Paulo ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor. Originally, he didn't want to be the emperor. Wouldn't he feel comfortable lying down? But Alice is too young, and Philip is unwilling to take the role. In the end, it could only be Paul. After Paul proclaimed himself emperor, the first thing he did was to declare Sinais as his queen and Lilia as his concubine. Rudy is the first prince, Nolan is the second prince, and Aisha is the third prince. In fact, he also wanted to adopt Ristina, Kairnu, Luo Kixi, Alice, and Sylphie's children as concubines. But if she did that, Sinais would probably explode. Things have to be done step by step, don't rush. In the new Storm Empire, Paul did not adopt a feudal system, but a centralized system. He divided the entire disputed land into 9 states, with the imperial capital in the center, which was Jiangsu. The remaining 8 states are exactly like a circle around Jiangsu, just like the 8 diagrams. At present, most of the officials in the empire are officials from the former Fatoa territory, as well as some officials from small countries in the former disputed areas. After those small countries were destroyed, these officials also became loyal to the Storm Empire one after another. Saros himself was directly canonized as a prince by Paul. Philip was named chief minister. Paul was too lazy to bother with management and other matters, and left all the power to Delos and Philip. A month later, a banquet was held in the palace. First Prince Rudy's 10th birthday. In addition, Sylphie is also 10 years old, so we happen to be together. For a time, the entire Stormwind City became lively. Paul, this guy, became a fool that day. Start your happy life directly. In the early morning, Ristina left again, and neither Sinais nor Lilia knew it. But when the 2 women woke up, they were all stunned. Sinais lost her temper at Paul, while Lilia blushed. Paul doesn't care either, keep going. Sinais stopped losing her temper this time because she was too tired. Being an emperor is hard, but being a coward is very satisfying. The life of wine pool and meat forest makes people degenerate. A few months after the establishment of the Storm Empire, some countries here sent troops to attack it, especially the Kingdom of Asra, which was the most vicious. But the thunder god is big and the raindrops are small. Now Jairnu has been named the chief swordsman of the Storm Empire, and Lu Kixi has also been named the chief magician of the palace. With these 2 emperors taking action, basically no army from any country can resist. In addition to the 2 of them, Ristina was also named the head of the Palace Knights by Paul. She was asked to form an all-female knighthood specifically responsible for protecting the harem. Paul stayed in the harem every day to accompany Sinais' children, unless there was a major event that required his nod to confirm. All other minor matters were left to Saros and Philip. On this day, the plot of the game Life World finally reached the advanced stage. Use the last 251 seconds and the life of the whole family to exchange for a possibility in the future. Using one's body as a chess player can defeat half of the sky's chess pieces. Defeat the strongest god with the weakest power. They make the impossible possible. They use their monstrous strategies to completely rewrite the order of the world. That couple who were shattered to pieces deserve tribute. When Paul came to the game Life World, the war here had already begun. When the heroine Hubie was setting up the last of 32 traffic control points, she met Jibril, a flugel who was out hunting. "Oh, are you walking alone?" Jibril fell from the sky and landed behind Hyubi, showing an excited expression. Hyubi was startled when he heard this voice. This is the god-killing weapon, the flugel? If it were before, Hyubi would never be afraid of the flugel. Because the mechas are all connected bodies, they usually act together. To deal with one mecha species alone is to become the enemy of the entire mecha species. The greater the number of mecha types, the stronger the strength. Yanlong was simply overwhelmed by the number of mechas. Although the flugel are powerful, they are not as good as Yanlong. It's a pity that Hyubi was disconnected by the connector, and now she is no match for the flugel. Nowadays, when encountering this situation, there is only a dead end. Because I sensed a slight reaction from the elves, I decided to come over and have a look. Who would have thought that there would be such a big harvest? Although Jibril's tone was polite, her eyes were filled with disdain. As she finished speaking, the wings on her back also spread out and she greeted Hyubi, Gian, scrap metal. At the same time, Paul also felt the battle, so he teleported over. In fact, he didn't want to change the plot at first. It was like a dungeon meets the world. He didn't interfere, just swallowed a god and left. But this time is different. When I watched anime in my previous life, I was very unhappy and it was hard to get over it. Now that I have encountered it, if I don't change it, I will feel very uncomfortable. When he first watched Game of Life, he liked the character Jibril very much. But after watching the theatrical version, he just wanted chicken stewed with mushrooms. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, my heart has been shaken again. She's so beautiful that I can't bear to touch her. The angelic girl is as beautiful as a god. She has a rotating geometric wheel of light on her head. She grows a faint light from her waist. In terms of aerodynamics, she has wings that are too small to allow her body to float in the air. Her flowing long hair still fluttered even though she was in a windless room. Whenever her hair swayed, it would reflect light like a prism, making it look like a rainbow. Wow, this good looks has stuck in my heart. On the other side, Hyubi forced himself to calm down and then warned Jibril. Warning, if you become hostile to this unit will implement corresponding measures. Are you the only auditor? Jibril showed a sarcastic smile and then continued. I have confirmed that there is no connector within a radius of 100 kilometers, so this is a good opportunity for you to challenge the flugel. Hyubi waited until she couldn't deceive the other party, but at this moment she thought of her alliance with Rick. Hubby, 1, can't kill anyone. Jibril, fortunately, mechas don't have the concept of death. Hyubi, 2, we won't let anyone die. Jibril, so please don't resist fearlessly. Hyubi, I refuse. Jibril, what? Article 6 of the Covenant, any violation of the above regulations will be regarded as defeat. She doesn't want to lose, she wants to help Rick. The only way now is to beg for mercy. This machine is a discarded machine and has no value, so I hope you can let me go. Jibril was stunned, a little shocked. A mecha type with no concept of death would actually beg for mercy? This showdown is a new continent. Jibril has already noticed that Hyubi is different from other mecha species and is probably a special existence. The mecha is afraid of death and begs for mercy, and it is also a defective item that has been unconnected. This is a rare item among rare items. Jibril said while showing an expression of obsession. At this moment, she became more and more interested in Hyubi. Obviously, Hyubi didn't know that Jibril didn't agree with other flugels. She was the final individual and also an extra individual. When she was first born, she was the weakest of all the flugels, but she is obsessed with the unknown and likes to learn. Improve your own strength through constant fighting. Eventually, she grew into the strongest individual among the flugels, possessing power stars that other flugels could not match. Jibril's existence itself cannot be understood even by Artash, the god of war who created the flugel. She was called an abnormal knowledge seeker by the blank space that traveled through 6,000 years later, and she had a perverted desire for the unknown and knowledge. Hyubi's existence only aroused her interest even more. She must figure out all the unknown things. Seeing this, Hyubi knew that this battle was inevitable. She directly started the pre-war combat strength analysis, but the result was that the winning rate was 0. Even so, you can't give up. Read code 1673B 743E1F255 script e-startup order. Let. The human clothes on Hyubai disappeared and were replaced by various mechanical weapons and armor. She pointed the muzzle of the cannon at Jibril and begged again. Final advice: put all your armor, combat power, and tactics on the line and start begging for mercy. Jibril's mouth showed a sarcastic look, and the energy in her hand gathered into a black sickle-shaped weapon. Isn't the mecha race a race that analyzes the individual being attacked and then imitates it? You just want to declare war on me. It's really ridiculous. Got it. Excessive amplification. In an instant, the muzzle of the cannon in Hyubai's hand shot out a blue-white beam of light, which instantly hit Jibril. Taking this opportunity, she flew in the opposite direction. Hyubai's attack had no effect on Jibril, and Jibril had even guessed that she wanted to escape. I saw her using the Tian Shift skill and instantly moved in front of Hyubai, blocking her way. Now that the battle has begun, Jibril will not be polite. She waved the sickle, calculated the time when Hyubai would reach her, and then slashed down. Hyubai used the fastest speed because he was escaping, and now he couldn't stop. In desperation, she could only conjure up a blue energy line, then grab it with her hands and forcefully stop her body. This caused Jibril's blow to miss and miss. However, the energy thread was cut off. Hyubai grabbed one end of the thread and then waved it out, passing over Jibril's head. At the same time, the muzzle of the cannon in her hand was pointed at Jibril again, and then the sky suddenly changed. All-round crossover. Beams of light were shot out one after another. These light beams had built-in tracking capabilities. They dispersed instantly like cluster bombs and then began to attack Jibril from all angles. Boom, 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 the explosions roared continuously, and everything around them was destroyed in an instant. All the attacks hit, but even so, Jibril was still not hurt. The Flugil's defense was too strong, and Hyubai's attack power was too weak. A ray of light flashed out from the dust of the explosion, the smoke dissipated, and Jibril was unscathed. It actually launches spiritual skeletons everywhere. It's really a machine that loves to destroy the environment. But do you think you can defeat me like this? Jibril said with some disappointment, her tone full of ridicule. Hyubai didn't say anything. She was just thinking about how to escape and how to survive. Jibril took action again, slashing towards Hyubai. However, Hyubai's attacks just now were just to delay time, and the next step was his ultimate move. I've been waiting for this moment. I saw a black and red magic circle appearing in the sky above Hyubai. It's Yanlong's unique move, Yanlong Roar. The mecha type can copy the moves of other races. The last time they killed Yanlong, they obviously copied this move. Diankai, pseudo-canon Yanlong Roars. Yanlong Roar with 43.7% of the power of the original version is fired directly. The red beam instantly evaporated the Earth's crust, and the horrific explosion even caused a violent tsunami. Ultra-high hot soil and sand reaching thousands of degrees were instantly sent into the stratosphere. The space was shattered. Hyubai deployed the unique skill of the Mecha Armor Accelerator and prepared to jump directly to 100 miles away to avoid Jibril's perception. However, Scrap Iron, where are you going? Jibril's voice came from behind Hyubai, and she was able to enter Accelerator. At this moment, Hyubai's thinking stopped. How can it be? Although the roar released at the cost of the Dragon King's self-destruction cannot be restored to its extreme, in theory, it is enough to kill the Flugil. However, being hit directly by this attack, the Flugil in front of him was actually unscathed. In fact, the Flugil itself is a kind of magic composed by the god of war Artho, so the self-sustaining spell called Protective Magic is always deployed. Because of this, Hubei calculated that he could penetrate it with apocryphal code, Yanlong Roar. But this Flugil. No, this individual should no longer be included in the category of Flugil. This exception, Jibril, actually doubted the creator and launched a more powerful defense. Facing this supernumerary individual, whether you want to escape or survive, even if you use any logic or fallacy, it is already a matter of course. Intuition told Hyubai that she would definitely die, but even so, she still needs to win. Rick, her companions, those ghosts, everything they had staked, could not lose because of their own mistakes. Unable to agree, She absolutely cannot agree with it. It was the last resort she wanted to use against herself, who had brought herself into a certain defeat situation. Even so, that is the only way to find victory. At this time, the signaling device on Hubei's head suddenly lit up. Unit Identification Code UC27, PR Type 4 F57T9 Unit, requesting to connect to the group again. Hard analysis has been completed. Synchronize, request to connect again. Synchronize, request to connect again. Synchronize, request to connect again. After Hubei tried countless times to connect, he finally got a reply from the tribe. This machine has permanently lost connection. It is judged to be a serious error factor, and the request is rejected. Negative rejection of the request, even if it is Ainjai, any report needs to be analyzed. Urgent request for connection. Request connection. At this time, Hubei's body had been damaged in many places, and cables were exposed one after another. She was driven into the ground, hiding under the rocks and shivering, begging for the connection of the tribe. However, at this moment, Jibril followed closely and came underground and launched another attack. Correction, someone can correct the stubborn guy. Facing Jibril's attack, Hubei was knocked from the ground to the surface again. She was powerless to fight back, but she was still holding on. I originally didn't want to give it to anyone. I love Rick and I don't want to break up with him because I'm very shy. All the hearts I got from Rick belong only to hubby himself, but now I want to give it to him. I leave this feeling to you, don't you understand yet? Idiot! Stop talking nonsense and pass this feeling on. A burst of energy hit Hubei again. The ground turned into a sunken basin, and Hubei in the center was extensively damaged. As I expected, the body is indeed broken. However, the tribe's answer made Hubei even more desperate. Jibril was walking towards Hubei step by step, and Hubei stood up hard. I know. Contradictions and flaws, but still functioning despite this, are abnormal. I know this too. Impossible, this is unreasonable. But this is reality. The heart I got from Rick is a fact. From the above, it is judged that it is a valuable data sample. The data is started simultaneously. There are still 251 seconds before completion. During this period, any behavior that damages the body is completely prohibited. With her hoarse roar, she finally connected to the tribe. Hubei transferred the heart she received back to the tribe, and within 251 seconds of transmitting the data, the tribe would fully protect her. Individual mecha and connected bodies are completely two concepts. At this time, Jibril also walked to Hubei's side, with black flames burning in her hands. The battle has come to an end here. The final blow, completely destroying the opponent. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. I saw powerful energy erupting from Hubei's body, and his damaged body was recovering quickly. Open the whole code, build it, use the combat algorithm against the unknown, start it. In an instant, countless metal circuits appeared behind Hubei and then turned into huge metal technology wings. This feeling is the heart. Born as a machine, but given life, I will. Risk everything in these 251 seconds. Now, Jibril saw Hubei's change and said seriously, "With such huge wings, are you mocking me?" As a flugel, wings are their representative. However, the wings of the flugel are not large and are very inconsistent with the proportion of the body. Now that Hubei has created such a large pair of mechanical wings, in Jibril's view, it is a sign of ridicule. Open all codes, use all the weapons, all firepower, and all devices owned by the mecha type, and open them to the limit at the same time. It unfolds stupidly huge steel wings made of props made only for killing and destruction. But the burden on the body was too great, and Hubei's appearance began to melt. Hubei said to Jibril seriously, "Hubei, I haven't told you my name yet, this is my precious self given to me by Rick." After hearing this, Jibril said the same. "That's it, I'll give it to Jibril, I'm glad to meet you, and then it's time to say goodbye." At this moment, she no longer despised Hubei. From the beginning of scrap metal to the battle to now, the strength Hubei has shown is enough to be remembered by her. The two fought together again. Jibril roared angrily on the land where the heaven and earth had undergone sudden changes and had been ravaged. It took me so long to destroy the analysis body of a mere machine armor type. Hubei's body exceeded its limit, and his body was gradually dissolved by plasma. It can neither react nor perceive. Hubie could barely stand amid Jibril's violent attack. She used all the weapons of the armored species and everything she had learned from humans to fight to the death. Don't stand on the other side's stage. Never give the initiative to the other party. Let the other party be careless. Let the other party understand that you are an insignificant opponent. Let the other party be alert. Let the other party have the illusion that you can't be careless. Don't predict your opponents, just induce them, and the results will be predictable. Attacks that cannot be reacted to can be predicted in advance. If you can't even predict, just induce it. Just like this, at the critical moment, dodge, block, and offset. Jibril fired another light wave. This time it was about to hit her left hand. Open, traffic control. Hubie released the traffic control with incredible reaction speed. The deflected light wave did not hit his left hand, but penetrated the chest. I finally made a mistake that looked like a mistake. It really cost me a lot of effort. Jibril showed a victorious smile. 163, however, after hearing Jibril's words, Hubei, who fell to the ground and almost fell apart, said, "Mistake? What mistake?" Moving his eyes, Hubie smiled. On the ring finger of her left hand, she kept the faintly shining ring. At this time, Jibril's magic power was also fully activated, and she said to Hubie, "I want to apologize to you for calling you scrap iron." In the sky, Jibril's magic created a complex and huge aperture. She opened her hands and said, "You are a threat that must be confirmed and eliminated here. I agree that you are worthy of being called an enemy." The magic power forcibly extracted from the atmosphere and planet is gradually compressed and condensed. As the sky strike landed, Hubei looked at Jibril's face and then said, "Hubby won this game? The code is open, but entry is prohibited." She used her last bit of strength to protect the ring. At the same time, synchronization is completed. Hubie uploaded his feelings for Rick to the tribe. Although he is going to die, with the help of the tribe, Rick will definitely be able to complete the plan and win this game. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. After watching a good show, Paul finally took action. He appeared in front of Hubei instantly, then stretched out his hand to devour the huge energy ball in the sky. In an instant, Jibril's sky strike with all her strength was swallowed up by Paul. "Who are you?" Jibril looked shocked when she saw Paul appearing. She actually didn't feel anything about this man. The terrifying aura emanating from his body was actually more terrifying than the god of war Artho. Paul did not answer him, but clasped his hands together. Snapped. With a soft sound, Jibril was wrapped in a barrier. Infinite prison. Jibril wanted to break through the infinite prison, but no matter how she attacked, the infinite prison would not budge. At the same time, Jibril had exhausted her energy due to the battle with Hubie just now, and the last full-force sky strike. Gradually, she changed from a perfect girl to a little lowly who looked only 5 or 6 years old. When Paul saw this, a smile appeared on his lips. He directly swallowed Jibril and the infinite prison into the imaginary space. "I have to take this little flugel back and train it well." Paul summoned Babata and said, "Cure her, okay?" Babata immediately said, "Simple." At this time, her body was also armored, and her appearance was still that of Ganyu, making her look very attractive. After Hubie was repaired by Babata, Paul took Babata away. The next step is to wait for her and Rick to break out the Star Cup. Paul didn't want the Star Cup, he just wanted Babata to analyze it. As the core of sanity, the more things Babata analyzes, the more knowledge he reserves and the stronger his strength becomes. Some knowledge may not be used now, but there is no guarantee that it will be used in the future. After Paul left, Hubie woke up. She looked at her intact body and couldn't believe it. She didn't know who saved her, but it was best to be alive. Without thinking anymore, he immediately rushed back to find Rick. Next, the plot unfolds like the original work, without any changes due to Paul saving Hubie. All mechas are dispatched to complete the plan for Rick and Hubby. However, due to the news of the battle between Hubei and Jibril, a large number of strong men from other races gathered at the place where the traffic control was buried. If it continues to be established, the plan is likely to be completely exposed. The remaining traffic control can only be offset. And according to the information Hubei has, even if the plan succeeds, there is a 52% chance that the manifested Star Cup will appear directly in the hands of the God of War. Because the God of War's marrow is inherently defined as the strongest, then the only way is for the mecha to materialize the attack. As long as the Kapid energy penetrates the planet, and then other mechas strip away the essence of the God of War, it is 100% sure that Rick will obtain the Star Cup. However, this also means that in order to replicate and reproduce, the mecha type that is long enough to take a blow that destroys the entire planet must die. It also means that the armored species must be allowed to fight against the strongest gods. This will definitely be a battle with countless casualties. The chess game has been set, and all mecha types are on the line to support Rick. No matter what the cost, end the order with a speech that doesn't look like a mecha type. If there is no life, then move forward. If there is no life, then conquer. If there is life, then pass away. It's over. At this moment, more than 1,200 rounds of sky strikes were fired at the coalition forces from Abantheim's back. The sudden flash of light that burned the sky and the earth made Azrael scream in surprise. Who unleashed the sky strike? For a time, the Flugel were in chaos. It wasn't until the countless mecha types appeared in front of her that she understood what was happening. Because of the actions of this group of scrap iron, the forest camp and the earth camp will definitely think that they are provoking the station in advance, so they will use their own cards to launch a comprehensive counterattack. The war was inevitable, and suddenly a loud laugh broke out. The entire Flugel fell silent for an instant. Really? You are the one who wants to kill me. You came unexpectedly early. The God of War Artho raised his right hand high. Just like that, even space and time trembled. Endless years, for the opponent who can truly be called an enemy he has relied on for too long. Even if you know you have stepped into a trap, so what? In the face of the power that can destroy everything in the world and everything in the world, everything will return to dust. So let me see what you can do. This is the declaration made by Ardash, the God of War, who is the strongest outside the world, to the figure hidden in the darkness. At this time, Paul, who was watching the show, also felt the power of the God of War. Very strong, even stronger than the awakened demon king of Rimuru world. If you don't have the three powerful skills of Sanity Core, God of Void, and God of Time and Space, you may not be able to beat the God of War. After all, the other party's definition in this world is that he is the strongest. It's a pity that if there is no if, I will be a loser. The war continued, and all the Flugels entrusted their masters' raised palms with the power of the sky strike they had gathered. The laws of the universe wail, and the order of the planet gradually distorts with its palm as the center. Artho's burly body still sat upright on the temple, with the 18 wings behind him shining with scorching light. The source of destruction that combined all the heavenly strikes and all the power he devoted was shot out instantly. Divine Strike. The moment the Senjai camp was suddenly attacked by Sky Strike, its leader Nina immediately saw through that it was not an attack from the Flugel. Because of the different reactions of the elves, and the fact that those sky strikes did not cause any deaths, she guessed that this was an active attack by an unknown enemy pretending to be the God of War camp, provoking the main camp's war effort. Despite knowing this, she had no choice but to attack. Nina immediately ordered all members of the Elf Alliance to release the full bullet technique of Void Zero protection and aim half of the 18 bullets at the God of War Ardash. Immediately afterwards, she shot at the Goblin Alliance. However, the moment she received the report that all the spells were released, a power that could not be described in words suddenly came from above Abantheim. Unite everyone and share information with all fleets, including the imaginary enemy Goblin Alliance. Unmeasurable. This is the judgment of that power. Nina, who was still planning everything just now, was stunned when she felt the gathering of divine strikes. Misjudgment, there is no time left to consider the Goblin Alliance's Marrow Blast. The top priority is to gather all the firepower on the ground to meet the huge energy that is about to fall in the sky. The Elf Camp, the zeroth protection of the void. This is a technique that causes the core of a fantasy species to self-destruct and forcibly releases its power. All 18 shots were fired. The Goblin Camp, with 12 marrow explosions that could rival them, and the 8 dragon elves who obeyed the contract, all fired 8 roars into the sky by sacrificing their lives. However, even so, there is no way to stop it at all. It is also a magical skill, and the 186th level of Void Zero protection operated by the god Kainas, the creator of the forest elf species, is not in the same dimension at all. Looking at this terrifying power that can destroy the entire planet, all creatures on the ground are in despair, and any protection is as thin as paper in front of it. Ben is fragile. Optimistic estimates suggest that after this blow, at least half of the creatures on this continent will die. And here, except for the god of war Ardex, it is impossible for anyone to survive. However, at this moment, the raging extinction energy that declared the end of the world suddenly became cheaper. 24 traffic controls were raised at the same time, and what greeted this force in the distance was the model that had been waiting for a long time. On a towering hill, you can see a scene in the other side that looks like the world is collapsing. A report came from the design body, and the design was successfully reproduced with a power of 72.8%, and synchronization started. Hubby told Rick, then raised his hand. Jiang Che, the true cannon Starkiller is entrusted to you. Rick took the cube from Hubie's hand and said, "How many of your compatriots sacrificed just to make this thing?" Hubie was silent for a moment and then said, "In the 11 machine connection, 4082 machines were eliminated and the remaining 5 machines." Rick fell silent, not knowing what to say. At this time, Hubie said again, "I will also step into the final battlefield, but after you Ardesh's divine marrow is stripped of the light, you only need to pull the trigger and activate the Star Killer to get the Star Ba." After saying that, Hubie jumped away. After the final confirmation of the remaining 9178 machines, all armor types took an oath. Bet on the soul brought by Hubie, support Rick the Willer, and strip away Artosh's marrow. Even if everyone loses their lives, we must complete it. The entire machine body, except for restrictions on weapon use permissions. The cannon is opened, the false cannon Yanlong roars. Above the sky, in the throne room, a burly man with a body twice the size of an ordinary flugel and 18 pure white wings was sitting quietly on the temple. "Allow me to give my name," Artosh said contemptuously. "Reject, the props will not be named." The mechas said. Regarding their answers, Artesio responded with a stupid answer and let out a laugh that shocked the whole time. "Why did I ask for the name of the prop? I asked for the name of my enemy." The mecha type still didn't answer because he couldn't answer. Rick is a ghost, an existence that cannot be known. If other races knew that all of this was planned by humans, then humans would completely lose their living space in this world. However, just when all the mechas were about to attack Artesio, another figure broke through a Bantheim and came to the temple above the sky. Without any nonsense, the figure fought with Artosh. This sudden change stunned all the mecha types. The figure that suddenly appeared was of course Paul. Now that he had reached this point, he didn't want to see the mecha type sacrifice again. Strip away the essence of the god of war Artho and help them yourself. Anyway, my goal is the god of war. Are you the one who hidden in the darkness and arranged all this? Artosh looked at Paul, who suddenly appeared, mistaking him for Rick. "I don't need to spend so much time and effort dealing with you." Paul smiled contemptuously. Of course, he didn't despise Rick. As a mortal, Rick is already very powerful for being able to do this. If I were a mortal like him, I would definitely not be able to do it to the extent that he does. Therefore, Paul's contempt was directed at Artesius. "The strongest spirit species, let me see your power today." Ever since he fused the Rimuru template for the 7th time and obtained the God of the Void, he had no opponent. Any strong person is like an ant in his eyes. But the god of war Artixu in front of me is different. He is very strong. His divine setting is to be the strongest and invincible. As long as he is in the game world, he is invincible. Of course, except for the only god who gets the Star Cup. After all, the Star Cup is the rule of this world, which is equivalent to the way of heaven in ancient novels. Arrogant guy. Artex snorted coldly, sat on the throne, and pressed on Paul with one hand. Paul raised his eyebrows and actually wanted to sit down and fight with himself. Who is so arrogant? Bang! In an instant, Long Ling's domineering energy exploded. Huge divine power filled the world, making the entire temple tremble. At this time, the creatures on the ground were even more trembling. They all felt it, and another terrifying aura appeared in the sky, no weaker than the god of war, or even stronger. The dragon's spirit felt a familiar feeling. Is the source of that terrifying aura a dragon? Artash was also shocked by Paul's terrifying aura. But then he burst into laughter. Finally, a decent opponent? Artho stood up, and a divine sword appeared in his right hand. Paul also took out the wolf's end, and at the same time summoned the storm dragon, turning it into a sword core. Place the sword core on the wolf's end, and it will instantly evolve into the creation weapon, the dragon core sword. Artash slashed Paul with his sword, and time and space were instantly disrupted and then shattered. Paul also slashed out with his sword, causing the space to collapse even more seriously. This planet simply could not withstand the battle between the two of them. Almost at the same time, the two of them entered another dimension through the collapsed time and space. This dimension has no time and space, no matter, no up, down, left, and right. This scene is like Broly fighting Gogeta in Dragon Ball. Dang, 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 the collision between the God of War's sword and the creation divine weapon's dragon core blade continued to sound. Even though they were not in the same dimension, powerful races such as the Flugel, the Armored, and the Forest could still feel the intensity of the battle. The powerful force of destruction even penetrated time and space, making the entire planet tremble. Paul is very excited now. After traveling through time for so many years, he has only now felt the joy of fighting. He did not use the God of the Void, nor did he ask Babata to assist. He was only fighting Artesio with his physical strength and his own divine power. This kind of close combat is the way men fight. Artash is also very happy. As the strongest god, he is invincible in the game world. As long as the Star Grail does not appear and the one god is not born, he will be invincible. But today, a man so powerful that he was shocked suddenly appeared. He used all his divine power, but he couldn't hurt the person in front of him at all. The dragon core sword in the opponent's hand is more powerful than his own god of war sword. With every collision, he could feel the god of war's sword screaming. No matter what moves he uses, the opponent can always dodge them and instantly find an opening to counterattack him. In fact, Artesio didn't know that it was Paul's precognitive ability. In addition to the predicted attacks of the god of time and space, there is also the prediction of the future by the psychic core. Even if Paul does not use the mental core assistance, this ability will appear automatically as soon as he enters combat. This is a passive ability and cannot be turned off. After a fight, Paul suddenly said, "It's time to end." Artesio was shocked. Could the other party still have some tricks? Paul smiled evilly, clasped his hands together, and said as if summoning something, "Imaginary space." In an instant, the scene changed. Artho and Paul appeared in the imaginary number space at the same time. Immediately afterwards, Paul used a trace of void collapse energy to add to the dragon core power. At the same time, he also used the absolute cutoff ability of the god of time and space. "Please give me flowers." Artho was shocked. He felt the power of death. Cut! Paul slashed with his sword, and Artesio hurriedly defended himself. But he couldn't guard against this sword. Creation divine weapon, plus void collapse, plus absolute cutoff. There is no existence in this world that can block this sword. The sword of the god of war was cut off, and his body was also cut off. Paul looked at Ardex's fallen body and withdrew the dragon core knife without changing his expression. When he walked out of the extra-dimensional space carrying Artash's body, the Flugel and Mecha waiting outside were all stunned. The Flugel couldn't believe that the most powerful father who created them died like this. The Mecha-armored ones were thankful that someone had killed Artesio for them, so they no longer had to make sacrifices. Immediately, Paul stripped away the essence of the god of war in front of everyone. A ray of light soared into the sky. On the other side, Rick, who had been waiting for the signal, saw the light and pulled the trigger directly, activating the Star Killer. Game over. In an instant, as if to absorb all the power of the gods of heaven and earth, everything turned into a ray of light, penetrating the core of the planet like a needle, destroying the elf corridor. The star cup appears. When Paul saw this scene, he didn't hesitate and swallowed the marrow of the god of war Artho, along with his body and soul. After devouring it, the figure disappeared instantly. Appearing again, he had appeared next to Rick. Rick wanted to reach out and get the star cup, but Paul said, "This is not something you can touch." But his words still couldn't stop Rick. He did so much just to get the star cup. However, the moment his hand touched the star cup, it turned into ashes. When Rick saw this scene, he was in despair. If God is born from feelings, God of games, even though my life is like dust, I am willing to give everything I have. This is my only prayer, please. If it is too dirty for a mere loser to steal the star cup, if these hands are too bloody for the throne of God, then please at least tell us that what we do is meaningful. Anyone is welcome as long as he can end this war. Let that person have the star cupped in. Along with Rick's wailing, Paul felt the birth of a new essence. It's just that there are too few believers, so it's still very weak. That's right, it should be Tedu, the god of games. Just because of her own existence, she did not directly appear to take the star cup like in the original work. Paul shook his head and said to Rick, "Stop whining, you're dead." Immediately, he extracted a trace of the star cup power from Rick's body. Then a god-level healing magic, Rick's body recovered again. The arm that had turned into ashes due to the star cup also recovered. Rick looked at Paul in shock and said, "Are you a god?" Paul raised the corners of his mouth and replied with a smile, "Not yet, but it will be soon." After saying that, he took the star cup into his hand. At this time, the armor species also came here. Hubie came to Rick immediately to check on his condition. Paul looked at all the mechas and Rick and said, "The god of war is dead, the only god is about to be born, and the war in this world will soon stop." After saying that, he disappeared. Rick looked at the disappearing Paul and couldn't help but ask Hubie, "Who is this person, and is the god of war really dead?" "We don't know who he is, but the god of war was killed by him, so we didn't sacrifice either," Hubie replied. When Rick heard Hubie's answer, he fell silent for a moment. Things have been developing according to plan, but something went wrong in the final result. I don't know whether it was good or bad. On the other side, when Paul appeared again, he had already appeared in front of the god of games. Compared to the tall and mighty god of war, she looks a little smaller and cuter. Wearing a big checkered hat, colorful eyes with patterns of squares and spades, a pink jacket, and blue shorts. Kikiki is very good-looking, and it's hard to tell whether she is a boy or a girl. Looking at Paul, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Tedu looked wary. There is no way, who asked the other party to kill the god of war. Now she has not obtained the Star Grail, she is just the weakest god among the gods. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to strip away your essence. Paul waved his hand and said. Then what are you going to do? Tedu asked in confusion. Nothing, I just want to give you the Star Cup so that you can be the only god in this world and manage the world well. Paul said with a smile. You. Are you willing to give me the Star Cup? Tedu didn't believe it. Mastering the Star Cup is equivalent to mastering the world and becoming the master of this world. But Paul said that he would give the Star Cup to himself, which is too confusing. The Star Cup is of no use to me. I'm just an outsider and don't want to be the only god in this world. But I want to borrow the Star Cup for a while now. How long are you willing to wait? Paul asked Tedu with a smile. Yeah. Tedu nodded. Immediately, Paul summoned Babata and then analyzed the Star Cup together. However, this analysis took a long time, taking a full week. After analyzing the Star Cup, Paul felt that it would be much easier to create worlds in the future. After engraving all the information on the Star Cup, Paul gave it to Tedu. The special picture shows the Star Cup, which feels a bit unreal. Just give it to yourself. This is a Star Cup. I hope you can manage this world well. See you next time. Paul said as he tore up the world barrier and left the game life world. When Tedu saw this scene, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. This guy is actually an outsider. He can travel across the world easily, no wonder he is so strong. Returning to the world of jobless reincarnation, Paul chose to retreat. This time, he plans to become a god. In more than a year, he continuously devoured gods from 3 different worlds. The information from these gods was enough to allow him to evolve into an extremely powerful god. It's still the same as before, summoning Baba Tower and analyzing it together. God of Earth, God of War, plus 4 first-generation demon kings. Analyze them all together. Time passed little by little, and this analysis took a long time, a full month. After all the analysis was completed, Babata began to integrate the information of these 3 gods from different worlds. Take the essence and discard the dross. This information is then integrated into Paul's body, changing his racial characteristics and evolving his life level. The attribute information of the 2 major protective demon gods and the god of war was also absorbed. There is also the bloodline information of the multi-dimensional space-time star dragon, which has also been absorbed. This is equivalent to the fusion of information from 6 kinds of gods: Earth God, War God, Demon God, Martial God, and Dragon God. At this moment, a sacred breath broke out in the world of Wuji reincarnation. Suddenly, all the strong men felt it. The faces of the Dragon God and the human god hiding in Wuji all changed. This is the birth of a new god. Boom, 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 bells rang in the film world, and a miraculous sound appeared in the sky. The clouds were torn apart, and a beam of light shone down from the sky. Paul was surrounded by light, with 12 white angel wings growing out of his back. Immediately, the divine essence was born. This is the essence of creation, representing the supreme creation god. The divine marrow merged with Paul's body, and the huge divinity covered the entire world of jobless reincarnation. Creation god? Number, this is impossible. The human gods in the unbounded world were frightened when they saw this scene. Not only him, but also the dragon god's pupils were trembling. The creator god, who had no job to reincarnate the world, created the hexahedron world before his death. This hexahedron represents the 6 worlds, namely the human world, the mountain world, the sea world, the heaven world, the demon world, and the dragon world. The 6 worlds combined together are like a dice. The center of the dice is the unbounded world that connects the 6 realms. The creator god handed over the management of the 6 realms to the god of man, god of beasts, god of the sea, god of heaven, god of demon, and god of dragon. These 6 gods also represent the supreme existence of the 6 realms. But something strange appeared after the death of the creator god, usurping the real god. The fake god deceived the first-generation dragon god, leading to the death of all the other gods. Today's dragon god is only the son of the first-generation dragon god, and he is only a demigod. In other words, the creator god and the first 6 gods are all dead. The current dragon god is the 2nd generation, and the human god is a fake. However, at this moment, another creation god was suddenly born. Can humans and gods not be afraid? Evolutionary order for a day. When all the visions disappeared, Paul finally evolved from a monster into a god. At this moment, he felt extremely powerful. What were once skills have become powers. System, generate property panel. Ding, the generation was successful. Name, Paul Tempest S*X, male age, 10 years old race, divine race god position, god of creation power, omniscience, omnipotence, immortality, domination of all things divine skills, god of void, god of time and space, god of abundance. Resistance, invalid to pain, invalid to corrosion, invalid to poison, invalid to physical attack, invalid to magic attack, invalid to natural influence, invalid to status abnormality, invalid to spiritual attack, invalid to holy and demonic attack. Comparing the previous attributes, the race has become a god race, and then there is an additional god, who is actually the top creation god. Also, inherent skills become abilities. By analyzing the information of the 3 major gods and integrating all the previous inherent skills, he gained the power of omniscience and omnipotence and control of all things. The previous infinite regeneration evolved into immortality. The ultimate ability evolved into a magical skill. There is also resistance. After becoming a god, the resistance to holy demon attacks becomes invalid. In general, although Paul has improved a lot this time, it is not an improvement in strength, but an improvement in race and life level. Ding, it has been detected that the host has evolved into a god species, and the cooldown time for the last fusion of Rimuru template has been cleared. Ding, do you want to merge? Suddenly, the idea of improving the system jumped out of my mind. Fusion. It's the last time and it's time to end. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of void collapse energy. Ding, congratulations to the host for completely integrating the Rimuru template. The last fusion did not improve the strength or evolve the skills. It just gave me more void collapse energy that can create tens of thousands of worlds. Let people, in addition to creating and destroying the world, this energy can also be added to the attack, so that the power of the attack can be infinitely increased. Paul waved his hand, and a mirror appeared in front of him. There are new changes in myself in the mirror, and I am even more handsome than before. He is 186 meters tall, has golden body proportions, and the muscles on his body are tight and smooth, like the most perfect work of art. Silver hair and red eyes are not demonic, but full of divinity. The 12 huge pure white wings on the back look even more holy. As soon as Paul thought, the wings on his back disappeared. Her skin was red all night long, and her long silver-white hair was tied into a ponytail. "Tisk, tisk, so handsome," Paul said in a flattering tone, and then removed the mirror. After coming out of the retreat room, all the girls wanted to come up. Sini's was the first to ask, "What happened just now? Why is there such a big movement?" "I accidentally became a god." Paul didn't lie, he told the truth. However, all the girls looked unbelieving, except of course Alice and Sylphie. The two little girls followed Paul through different worlds and saw truly terrifying existences. Paul said at the beginning that as long as he evolved into a god, he could bestow them with favors. At the thought of this, Alice and Sylphie were both excited, but they didn't show it because Paul told them to keep it secret. Paul didn't care whether the girls believed it or not, he would face it anyway in the future. "Stop talking about this, I have something new to give you which can make you stronger quickly. Do you want to learn from it?" Paul asked, changing the subject. "What?" Sini's asked curiously. The other women also looked at him curiously. "God's grace can unlock the key to the human body's potential, allowing you to defeat monsters and become stronger, practice to become stronger, and exercise to become stronger." Paul explained to the girls. There is still something about favors upgrade system. This kind of system is one where God rewards hard work. As long as you work hard, you can become stronger. Of course, the only disadvantage is that you need to complete a great achievement every time you upgrade. When the girls heard this, they were all shocked. Is there really such a thing in the world? Kairnu didn't believe it. If there really is, wouldn't it mean that everyone is strong? Of course it does, it's just that ordinary people can't access it, Paul said with a smile. "Uncle, give it to me first, we have an agreement." Alice has been to another world, so she naturally knows the favor. The girls looked at Alice and Paul, always feeling that there was something hidden between them. "Okay, I'll give it to you first." Paul patted her little head dotingly. Immediately, she asked Alice to dislike the clothes on her back, revealing her white and supple back. Sini's immediately stopped her and said, "Paul, what are you doing? This is your fault." "Don't talk nonsense, I'm giving her a favor." Paul explained helplessly. Although there is indeed something between him and Alice, it is not the time to expose it yet. Sini's wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ristina. Paul no longer cared about her, but used his divine power to force out a drop of divine blood from his fingertips. The divine blood appears golden and exudes a light fragrance. The girls asked about the scent, and they all felt refreshed and wanted to drink the drop of divine blood. I don't know why, but at this time, divine blood is like the most delicious thing in the world in their eyes. Ristina said worriedly, "Paul, why is your blood golden? I told you that I became a god, but you just don't believe it." Paul said helplessly, "Just brag, it must be related to the magic potion you swallowed." Sini's looked unbelieving. "God, what kind of existence is that? How can a mortal become a god?" Not only Sini's didn't believe it, but the other women didn't believe it either. Only Alice and Sylphie believed it, and Ristina was only half convinced. After all, she came to this time and space because of Paul's work from the future. At that time, Paul seemed to be like a god, omnipotent. Has Paul grown to that extent during this period of time? The divine blood dripped on Ellie's back and turned into a tattoo. The pattern of the tattoo is 12 wings, exactly the same as the one on Paul's back. In addition to the tattoo, there is also a sacred text. Name: Alice Boria's Greylat level, LV1 ability value, strength, 10 durability, 10 dexterity, 10 agility, 10 magic power, 10 development ability. Magic, skill. The regular attributes do not show many skills at the beginning like in fanfiction, or the ability value is off the charts. In fact, it's right to think about it, the setting of favor is to start from scratch. No matter how strong you are, your initial starting point is 0. After the girls saw this scene, they believed Paul. Seeing Eyes looked guilty, she had doubted Paul just now. Next, Paul carefully explained some systems of favor to the women, such as level, ability value, basic ability, upgrade achievements, skills and magic, etc. After the girls understood it, they all sighed that there was such a magical cultivation system in the world. It's interesting to fight monsters and level up, Kylianu said with deep interest in his eyes. When she thought about it, if the favor system was really that magical, then she would have hope of rising to the level of a car god. Not only Kylianu, but Sinis also looked forward to it. As an auxiliary nanny, she actually has a heart for close combat. Favor system, every upgrade is an all-round improvement. Even if you are a mage, as long as you level up, your physical fitness will be very strong, and the staff is not impossible for melee combat. Seeing how interested all the girls were, Paul began to bestow favors on them one by one. It's just that she has to lift her clothes and expose her back every time, which makes the girls very shy. Paul, on the other hand, feasted his eyes openly. Since the girls had the favor, they began their journey of fighting monsters and upgrading. Together, they went to the Red Dragon Mountains to the west of the Storm Empire, and then continued to fight monsters there. Paul didn't care about them. With their current strength, it was unlikely that they would be in danger. And even if they are in danger, Paul can appear beside them instantly. In the past few days, many major events have occurred in the Wind Empire. First of all, development has encountered difficulties. The surrounding kingdoms have blocked it. Fortunately, the Storm Empire's territory is all plains and there is sea to the east, so it has abundant supplies and is not afraid of being blocked. But what the next few kingdoms did was a bit disgusting. First, the Adventurers Guild announced that it would not establish a branch in the Storm Empire. As a result, there is no guild to issue quests, and adventurers cannot come to Storm Empire to receive quests. Then, Lanoa Magic University announced that it would not recruit Zyming from the Storm Empire into the academy. If you want to learn magic, you must leave the Storm Empire. In addition, there are various broker blockades and technical blockades. This has made the people of the Storm Empire panic. Many people have left the Storm Empire recently. If a country does not have a bottom-level population base, then the country will be finished sooner or later. Both Saros and Philip were confused by these things and had no idea what to do. In the morning, Paul sat on the throne, followed by various ministers headed by Saros and Philip. After listening to Philip's report, Paul said lightly, "The Storm Empire is rich in materials and is not afraid of a material blockade. As for the blockade of the Adventurers Guild and the Magic Academy, why can't we establish an Adventurers Guild of our own, and where is the Magic Academy?" When all the ministers heard this, their eyes lit up. "Yes, you can build it yourself." Philip frowned and said, "It is easy to establish an Adventurers Guild, but to establish a Magic Academy, we need a lot of magic knowledge and teachers." Paul said nonchalantly, "We have no shortage of magic knowledge. The total amount of magic I have here is only much more than that of Lanoa College. Even the high-level healing magic monopolized by the Holy Kingdom of Millies and the enchantment magic, divine strike magic, I have it here." When Philip and the ministers heard this, they all became excited. Paul continued, "We not only want to build a magic academy, but also a swordsmanship academy, one responsible for teaching magic and the other responsible for teaching swordsmanship and fighting spirit." As a Huxia traveler, Paul clearly understands that no matter what, he must know it by himself. You can't always think about getting it from others. If war comes and someone else blocks it, you will be completely finished." After hearing what Paul said, Philip already understood what he meant. Sorrows also smiled. It is indeed right to let this boy Paul become the emperor. Then, who should be the president of the two major colleges? Philip asked again. The principal of the Magic Academy will be left to the palace's chief magician, Luo Kixalainen, and the principal of the Sword God Academy will be left to the palace's chief swordsman and knight, Kairnu. Paul already has the best candidate. When the ministers heard this, they all nodded in praise. Of these two women, one is an emperor-level magician and the other is a sword emperor. They are only one step away from having magical skills. Of course, it is most suitable for them to be the principals of the two major colleges. Then, who will be in charge of the Adventurers Guild? Philip asked again. "Leave it to Ristina," Paul replied. Philip nodded. It seemed that Paul had already arranged everything. Ristina, like Kairnu, is also a sword emperor. He manages the Adventurers Guild, which is enough to suppress everyone. As for other blockades, Paul didn't care at all. Economic blockade? At worst, he would directly create gold coins for the major kingdoms, fundamentally destroying the world's monetary system. Technology blockade is even more nonsense. As a modern time traveler, Paul is afraid of technology being blocked. After arranging everything, Paul left the temple. He doesn't like to deal with these official matters, it's very annoying. So the rest of the matter will be left to Philip. www. As night fell, Paul felt a little bored staying alone in the harem. Sinis's children all went to the Chilong Mountains to fight monsters and have not been back for a long time. He had not been intimate with Sinis during this period, which made him feel uncomfortable and wanted to vent. "You have become a god, but you still can't control your lower body." Paul laughed at himself. I don't know if it was because of the artifact that he fused with the general's nose that he had a great need for that aspect. Coupled with the immortal body of a god, he is not afraid of death at all. Find out about unlimited battery life. When he thought of women, Paul remembered that there was another flugel locked in the imaginary number space by him. He just made a casual move, and Jibril, who turned into a little Lolita because her energy was exhausted, appeared in front of him. "Damn it, who are you? What kind of place is this? Why can't I feel any elf power?" Jibril was released and immediately asked Paul. Paul also answered patiently, "This is a hexahedron world." It is no longer the world of Despad, the name of the planet in the game Life you used to have. The magic here is different from the power of the elves in your world. If you want to use this world, you need to let your elf corridor adapt to the magic power for a period of time. As he spoke, he looked at Jibril's wings. The source of Flugel's power is their wings. Jibril was slightly startled when she heard Paul's words and then said excitedly, "A different world? Is it really a different world?" At this time, she had no anger at being kidnapped, but only excitement and excitement. She is always so eager for the unknown. "Of course, from now on you will follow me and become my exclusive maid, and I will take you to all different worlds." Paul seduced Jibril. Jibril was silent for a moment and then said, "So, what's going on with my original world now?" Paul didn't hide anything and told him about his subsequent killing of the god of war, the appearance of the Star Cup, and the transfer to Tedu. Jibril sighed slightly after hearing this. She also did not expect that her creator, the invincible god of war, would be beheaded by the man in front of her. What surprised her even more was that the man in front of her actually gave away the Star Cup. Ignoring the Star Cup means that this man is so powerful that he does not need the Star Cup. Jibril took a deep breath and finally asked, "Then what race are you?" "Me, now I am a god," Paul replied with a smile. "Divine species, that's it." Jibril smiled. Now that the god of war is dead, there is no need to be loyal to him anymore. Jibril is different from other Flugels in that she is not die-hardly loyal to the god of war. She is only interested in knowledge and the unknown. Paul is now also a god, more powerful than the god of war, and the most important thing is that he can travel across the world. Loyalty to such a master is acceptable. Immediately, she came to Paul and knelt down on one knee, offering her loyalty and saying, "Jibril, I would like to be loyal to my master forever." Paul nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand and said, "Get up." With a wave of his hand, a burst of divine power penetrated into Jibril's body. Jibril, who had turned into a young girl due to exhaustion of her strength, turned back into a young and beautiful girl. "Thank you, Master," Jibril thanked. "Well, from now on you will be responsible for guarding the safety of the Storm Empire. You can learn the knowledge about this world by yourself." Paul nodded. "Understood." Jibril nodded. At night, Paul lay in bed unable to sleep. Without Seeing Eyes by my side, I felt a little lonely. Then, he thought of the cards he had accumulated. After such a long time, I have accumulated a lot of cards. There are currently 2,722 one-star white cards, 7 2-star green cards, 5 3-star blue cards, and 1 4-star purple card. 2-star green card, 1 Sword Shura, 1 Rakshasa, Holy Mother's Chant, Starburst Air Slash, Flying Sword Style, Dance of 3 Suns and Moons, and 3 Stages of Ignorance. 3-star blue card, Sky Blade, Sky Pride, Sky Spine, Sky Wings, Sky Scroll. 4-star purple card, Eum Atomic, I am an atom. It has been more than 10 years since I was reincarnated into this world, and I finally drew a 4-star purple card in my daily card draw. The last 4-star card was exchanged with the system using 1,000 1-star white cards. The cards this time are pretty good. The 7 2-star cards are all sword skills, and the 5 3-star cards are the sky suits in Genshin Impact. The last 4-star card is actually Shadow's ultimate move. It's a pity that these things are useless to Paul now, and he can't increase his strength. But no matter how small the ants are, they are still meat, so we collected them all. Continue to accumulate 1-star white cards until you can exchange them for 8-star divine cards and 9-star supreme cards. In 3 days, Jibril learned to use the magic of this world, and also learned a lot of magic in this world. Jibril is the most serious about studying. Paul didn't bother her. As long as she didn't cause trouble, she could do whatever she wanted. Then more than half a month passed, and the Nihon girls returned from the Chilong Mountains. The first thing I did after I came back was that good Paul renewed his grace. Name, Sinus Lotteria level, LV1 ability value. Strength, 10 right arrow S999 durability, 10 right arrow S999 dexterity, 10 right $999 agility, 10 right arrow S999 magic power, 10 right arrow S999 development ability. Magic, skill. It actually only took Sini's more than 2 months to fill up all her ability points. The 5 attributes of ability value have all reached S level. Not only that, they have accomplished great things and can be upgraded. Seeing this scene, Paul quickly figured it out. Although these girls were given a favor for the first time and their attributes started from scratch, their own strength was not low. For example, Ristina, Kairnu, and Luo Kixi are all already at the Emperor level. Therefore, the monsters they fought in the Red Dragon Mountains were all high-level beings. If placed in the wrong world, it would be equivalent to an LVI-level adventurer attacking the landlord of a building. Every time, the better you kill monsters at a few levels, the faster your abilities will naturally increase. Next, Paul upgraded them. After the girls reached LV2, they clearly felt a slight improvement in their strength. Among them, Sinis, Luo Kixi, and Sylphie felt the deepest feelings. They are all mages, and the original gods are very weak. However, the Grace upgrade is comprehensive, so after being promoted to LV2, they obviously feel that their physical strength has improved a lot. This kind of improvement that can be felt makes the girls obsessed with it. Just after upgrading, they discussed continuing to the Donglong Mountains. "I won't go this time. I plan to go back to the Demon Continent," Luo Kixi suddenly said. After wandering around for so many years, she felt a little homesick. "Now that I have settled down in the Storm Empire, it is time to go back and visit my parents." After hearing what Luo Kixi said, Jairnu also said, "I also plan to go back to Millie's continent, just in time to go together." Kairnu was once a princess of the Beast tribe, but she had a bad temper since she was a child. She was even more violent than Alice and often beat her own tribe. Later, she was taken away from the Beast tribe from the forest by a passing sword master, and she hadn't seen her relatives for a long time. The Great Forest is located in the Zante port of the Millie's continent, which is exactly connected to the Win port of the Demon continent. When Luo Kixi goes back, she will definitely go from the east port of Wanglong Kingdom to the west port of Millie's continent. In this way, the two of them happened to be going the same way for the first part of the journey. When Ceres heard about Millie's continent, she also thought of her family. At this moment, she also wanted to go back to her parents' home. Alice saw that Kairanu was going to the continent of Millie's and wanted to go with her. Seeing this, Paul said, "In that case, let's go to Millie's continent and Demon continent together, just treat it as a trip. What about the Storm Empire? You are the emperor now." Ceres asked with some emotion, "I'll just leave a clone to manage it." Paul replied with a smile. Seeing what Paul said, the girls looked at each other and then all nodded in agreement. Alice and Sylphie were the most excited because they had not been to other continents yet. "Now that we've decided, you all need to pack up and we'll set off in 2 days," Paul said to the girls. Immediately, all the girls went to prepare their luggage. Traveling to other continents is a very long journey this time. It will definitely take 2 or 3 years to come and go. They had to prepare a lot of luggage, but fortunately, Paul gave each of them a storage ring that could carry a lot of items. Paul didn't have much baggage. As the creator god, he could create whatever he wanted. The most important thing is that the demonic continent is very far away for ordinary people, but for Paul, he can teleport there in 10 thoughts. This time I will go to the Millie's continent and the Demon continent. If there is a chance, I can invite the orcs and the Magrudians to settle in the Storm Empire to enhance the foundation of the Storm Empire. All the magic monopolized by the Holy Kingdom of Millie's was also forged and brought back. 3 days later, everyone prepared their luggage and officially set off. There is a total of 1 person on this trip. In addition to Paul, there are also Ceres, Lilia, Ristina, Kairnu, Luokishi, Alice, Sylphie, Rudy, Nolan, and Aisha. Nolan and Aisha are now 3 years old and can walk and talk. The 2 good daughters inherited Paul's original Demon King bloodline, so their talents are very good. Not only that, they also have special protection. Norin is the emblem of the storm, and Love is the blessing of the Swordmaster. The 2 women not only have terrifying magic talents, but also terrifying swordsmanship talents. But relatively speaking, Nolan's magic is more powerful, while Aisha's swordsmanship is more powerful. This may also be related to their protection. Now the 2 little girls are the darlings of the girls, and they are extremely pampered. Since childhood, Ristina and Kairnu taught swordsmanship, and Luo Kishi taught magic. Their growth rate is even more terrifying than Rudy's. This puzzled Rudy very much. They are both the children of a stupid father. Why is his younger sister so outstanding, but he just lacks fighting spirit? However, Rudy didn't know that he, Nolan, and Aijin were brothers and sisters, but they had the same mother and father. From the Storm Empire to the Wanglong Kingdom, you need to pass through the Shalong Kingdom, the Kika Kingdom, and the Sanakia Kingdom. Follow the official road of Wanglong Mountains to the south, and finally reach the southernmost Wanglong Kingdom. Along the way, everyone stopped and walked, feeling the customs of different countries, and eating delicacies and snacks from various countries. By the way, bring some souvenirs. Anyway, there are storage rings, so the girls are not afraid of having too many things. It took 3 months to finally leave the Sanakia Kingdom. There is still a long way to go before we can reach Wanglong Kingdom. It's just that there are no countries, towns, and villages along this journey. When night falls, you can only sleep outdoors. Paul could create a house at will, but that would lose the fun of traveling. In my previous life, when I lived in a modern city, some financially free people would go camping in the countryside during holidays. What you enjoy when camping is to use the sky as your bed and the earth as your bed, stay away from the hustle and bustle of the Steel City, and be one with nature. The girls' storage rings were all in the tents, and 11 people pitched 5 tents. Paul, Ceres, and Nolan lived in a tent. Lilia and Aisha live in a tent. Ristina, Kairnu, and Luo Kixi lived in a tent. Alice and Sylphie live in the same tent. Rudy lives alone in a tent. 5 tents surround each other, forming a circle. The entrances and exits of the tent face the middle, and a bonfire is built in the middle. It not only keeps you warm, but also creates a camping atmosphere. The girls took out the ingredients and tools from the storage rings and started cooking dinner. Paul, on the other hand, acted like a gentleman, lying in the tent and playing with his 2 daughters. Nolan sat on Paul and said coquettishly, "Dad, tell me a story." "Yes, Dad, I want to hear a story too." Aizia also shook Paul's arm. Paul patted the little heads of his 2 daughters with a doting look on his face, and then said, "Then today I will tell the story of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs. Once upon a time, there was a queen who looked in the mirror every day and admired how beautiful she was. When she looked in the mirror, she would ask, 'Mirror, mirror, tell me who is the most beautiful person in the world.' Then the magic mirror said, 'The queen is the most beautiful person in the world.' Until Snow White born and raised, the queen still looked in the mirror and said, 'Mirror, mirror, tell me who is the most beautiful woman in the world.' This time the magic mirror replied, 'Snow White is the most beautiful woman in the world.' Woman, the queen was very angry when she heard this. She said ferociously, 'Snow White is not as beautiful as me. There is no one in this world who is more beautiful than me.' In order to become the most beautiful woman in the world, the queen had evil thoughts and wanted to kill Snow White. Nolan and Elsa listened very carefully. When they heard that the evil queen was going to hurt Snow White, they all became anxious. Especially when I heard that Snow White fell into a deep sleep after eating the queen's poisoned apple, I almost cried. Fortunately, Snow White was rescued by the 7 dwarfs later, and then she was kissed by the prince. Awakened. Hearing this, Nolan and Aisha breathed a sigh of relief and showed happy smiles. In a child's worldview, good and evil are so simple. In the end, the queen was defeated by Snow White and the 7 dwarfs, and Snow White lived a happy life with the prince. The perfect ending, Nolan and Aisha cheered after hearing it. Nolan was the first to ask Paul, "Dad, do you think I am Snow White?" Before Paul could answer, Aisha said first, "I am Snow White." "Aisha is not Snow White, I am," Nolan said angrily. "No, I am. Aisha will not give in at all." For a time, the 2 sisters, who had a very good relationship, became hostile to each other. When Paul saw this scene, he suddenly felt dizzy. At this time, Sini's, Wang Zhao's, and Lilia walked in. When they saw their children's appearance, they all glared at Paul. That look seemed to be asking, "Can you take care of children?" Paul was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. After Sai and Lilia went out with their 2 children, Alice sneaked in. She took off her leather shoes and sat directly on Paul. She asked with a slight blush on her face, "Uncle, if I am framed and fall into a coma, will you kiss me awake?" Apparently, the little girl also heard the story of Snow White outside. Paul looked at Alice's beautiful little face and replied with a smile, "Of course." Alice showed a happy smile and then kissed Paul directly on the corner of the mouth. Paul was slightly startled, then hugged Alice with both hands and responded fiercely. The 2 of them were hiding in the tent and making small moves, while the others were outside the tent. For a time, a sense of excitement that they had never experienced before was born in their hearts. After a long time, when Sini's called for dinner outside, the 2 came out of the tent. Alice's face turned red and her eyes showed a hint of excitement. Paul's expression remained normal, as if he had done nothing just now. Sini's didn't see anything, but Ristina looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. She was sure that these 2 people had just done something bad in the tent. When I came to the campfire and sat down, I saw that the girls had already taught me the flesh. Paul took 2 skewers and tasted them. They tasted good. Sini's and Lilia's skills are really getting better and better. This is the fat edge of a magic pig, which is the heart-protecting meat. It is very tender. "How does it taste?" Sini's asked. "Yeah, delicious." Paul nodded and gave a thumbs up. Seeing this, everyone started eating one after another. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while and then went back to their tents to sleep. It's just that Lilia and Aisha were originally in the same tent, but Aisha insisted on sleeping with Paul and wanted to listen to a bedtime story. Lilia was naturally embarrassed to go to Paul's tent. After all, Sini's was still there. Although she once served Paul with Sini's, it was while drunk. She would never be able to do it in a sober state. In desperation, Aizia could only go to the exposed tent alone. When Nolan saw Aisha coming in, he turned around and snorted coldly, obviously still angry about who was Snow White. Paul pulled Aisha into his arms and then said to her and Leno, You two are sisters, you can't be hostile to each other. Whether it's the elder sister bullying the younger sister, or the younger sister bullying the older sister, it's wrong. If you do that, isn't it just like the evil queen? When Nolan and Aizia heard this, they shook their heads in fright. They don't want to be evil queens, they just want to be little princesses. Now, as the emperor, I authorize that both of you sisters are Snow White. Paul smiled and touched the heads of the two little girls. When Nolan and Aisha heard this, they immediately reconciled happily. Sinis on the side witnessed this heartwarming scene, and a smile appeared on her lips unconsciously. Life is just right now, and the truth remains the same. The family may be together happily and healthily forever. The next day, everyone got up early. First, wash up and eat something, then put away the tent, and then continue on the road. But before they had gone very far, Nolan and Aisha couldn't walk anymore. Paul picked up Nolan, let her ride on his shoulders, and then picked up Aisha. The girls were a little envious when they saw how much he doted on their daughter. In this feudal world, preference for boys over girls is the norm. But the girls could feel that Paul could only fulfill his fatherly responsibilities towards Rudy, but he did not dote on him at all. But for Nolan and Aizia, they are already doting on them, a little too much. At noon, the sun was hanging overhead, making the girls a little hot. Just when they wanted to take a rest, a huge monster rushed over from the direction of Wanglong mountain range. Seeing this scene, all the girls became vigilant. Nolan and Aisha were even more frightened and grabbed Paul tightly. Paul put the two girls down and handed them over to Sinis and Lilia. "Damn aunt, you dare to scare my daughter, you already have a way to kill me." Paul looked at the monster very unhappily and decided to show off in front of his two daughters. When the girls heard Paul's 20-footed words, they all suppressed their smiles. Alice shouted, "Uncle, do you want me to come?" "No, you guys are watching." "Today I will teach you a new trick," Paul said as he walked towards the monster. At the same time, he also took out a long sword from the imaginary number space. Pride of the Sky. The blue and white shape, especially the blue energy-like sword body, is simply beautiful to the extreme. What a beautiful sword! Ristina, Kairnu, and Alice were all attracted by the gorgeous appearance of the Sky Pride at the same time. The monster also sensed the crisis and suddenly stopped. It kept roaring at Paul, trying to show its ferocity. But Paul didn't take it seriously and just walked towards it with a sword. The monster roared, its anger overcoming its reason, and turned directly to Paul. Paul's expression didn't change, and he just stepped out. With him as the center, special energy tracks are transmitted out, and those transmitted tracks are like circuit boards. At this time, his right hand holding the sword was raised to the sky, and then he drew a circle in the sky. The terrifying golden divine power explodes. Eum atomic. Bang! Huge energy soared into the sky and turned into a beam of energy, disintegrating everything around it, BJBA. Not only that, because the Lord is still expanding the heavens. Seeing this scene, all the girls were stunned. They knew that Paul was strong, but they never imagined that he would be this strong. Only Alice and Sylphie were not surprised, because they had seen more terrifying battles. Jairnu came over and said, "The destructive power of this move can be blocked even by my master sword god." So, Paul's current strength has surpassed the 7 major powers. Sinis exclaimed. Jai Lian didn't answer, obviously acquiescing. When the light beam disappeared, the girls saw that the place where Paul was had turned into a basin. Everything around it was destroyed. Not even a hair of that monster could be seen. "Dad is so awesome." Nolan and Aisha clapped their little hands excitedly. At this moment, their admiration for Paul had reached an unparalleled level. Paul put away his pride in the sky and put a smile on his face again. Sirenus came to him and asked, "Can I learn this trick?" "I can't learn it for the time being. This move requires too much physical and magical power." Paul shook his head and said, "As an atom, in addition to having a powerful physical body, I also need to have huge magic power and super control over magic power. Turning oneself into atoms and triggering a nuclear explosion is not something ordinary people can do. Kairanu's physical strength may be sufficient, but his magic power is not enough, and his control over magic power is not enough." Hearing this, Kairanu looked disappointed. "Don't be disappointed. As long as you can reach the God level, or the grace level is raised to LV7, I will teach you. Paul played the role of comfort and gave Kairnu a goal. God level? Okay, I'll give it a try. Kairnu's eyes became firm. I want to learn too, I will definitely become a god. Alice also said at this time, okay, as long as you can reach the God level, I will teach you too. Paul also assured her. Don't worry, you won't have to wait long, Alice said confidently. Combining fighting spirit with the favor system, she has absolute confidence to reach the God level. Paul smiled, he still believed Alice. Immediately, he said to the girls, let's continue on our way. Dad, we can't walk anymore. Nolan and Aisha said. Paul was helpless and suddenly remembered that he had obtained a black ball motorcycle from 2-star cards before, but had never used it. Although the black ball motorcycle cannot carry too many people, it is more than enough to carry 2 little girls. So Paul said to his 2 daughters, then Daddy will take you for a ride on his bike. Cycling? The girls were stunned. Where are they going to get a car now? The car in their eyes is of course a carriage. But Paul took out a high-tech motorcycle directly from the void space.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.